lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve the organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence, and sustainability. Crown Trust, impacting lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve the organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence, and sustainability. Crown Trust, impacting lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve the organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence, and sustainability. Crown Trust, impacting lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve the organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence, and sustainability. Crown Trust, impacting lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve the organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence, and sustainability. Crown Trust, impacting lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve the organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence, and sustainability. Crown Trust, impacting lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve the organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence, and sustainability. Crown Trust, impacting lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve the organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence, and sustainability. Crown Trust, impacting lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve the organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence, and sustainability. Crown Trust, impacting lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve the organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence, and sustainability. Crown Trust, impacting lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve the organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence, and sustainability. Crown Trust, impacting lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve the organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence, and sustainability. Crown Trust, impacting lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve the organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence, and sustainability. Crown Trust, impacting lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve the organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence, and sustainability. Crown Trust, impacting lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve the organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence, and sustainability. Crown Trust, impacting lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve
The University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub is a research hub established through the partnership between the University of Nairobi and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The WeHub was officially launched on December 16, 2020, and is domiciled at the African Women's Studies Center in the Department of Sociology and Social Work and African Women's Studies. Our mission is to be a thought leader in producing cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible evidence through research for impacting policy formulation, implementation, and upscaling for full realization of women's empowerment. At the WeHub, we produce cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible research in affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship, women in formal and informal employment, and women's economic empowerment, childcare and women's work, and women's movement and policy advocacy for women's economic empowerment. We are a multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral entity that serves as a research and evidence hub with the aim of strengthening the generation and use of evidence to advance women's economic empowerment and gender equality in Kenya. Our work is focused around 4 broad program areas. 1. Affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship. 2. Women in formal and informal employment. 3. Childcare and women's work. 4. Women's movement and self-mobilization for women's economic empowerment. Under the 4 broad program areas, the Hub has 14 projects planned, with 6 of the research projects having concluded fieldwork, analysis, and now reviewing and validating the research findings. We are set to launch a project on women's business incubation in partnership with TechnoServe, which will see the incubated businesses grow exponentially. We collaborate with government, KNBS, Treasury, State Department of Gender, civil society organizations, and other private sector organizations in initiating and enhancing interventions and advocacy on WE.
Kufurahi na kushukuru kwa sababu ya bidii ya kazi yako kujitolea kusaidia watu wako wa Kenya. Umetusaidia na hata vikundi za kina mama kulingana na vile nimeona wakipewa msaada wa pamoja wataendelea mbele, kwa sababu nimeshaona na wale wa mbele, hata wale wako wakipewa nguvu ya kufanya kazi pamoja na wapewe hizo, hata kama ni plot, hata kama ni misaada ya kujenga, tafadhali wasaidike, kwa sababu wakisaidika the whole family, jamii imesaidika.
Our vision of the WeHub is the full realization of women's economic empowerment. The University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub is a research hub established through the partnership between the University of Nairobi and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The WeHub was officially launched on December 16, 2020, and is domiciled at the African Women's Studies Center in the Department of Sociology and Social Work and African Women's Studies. Our mission is to be a thought leader in producing cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible evidence through research for impacting policy formulation, implementation, and upscaling for full realization of women's empowerment. At the WeHub, we produce cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible research in affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship, women in formal and informal employment, and women's economic empowerment, childcare and women's work, and women's movement and policy advocacy for women's economic empowerment. We are a multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral entity that serves as a research and evidence hub with the aim of strengthening the generation and use of evidence to advance women's economic empowerment and gender equality in Kenya. Our work is focused around 4 broad program areas. 1. Affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship. 2. Women in formal and informal employment. 3. Childcare and women's work. 4. Women's movement and self-mobilization for women's economic empowerment. Under the 4 broad program areas, the Hub has 14 projects planned, with 6 of the research projects having concluded fieldwork, analysis, and now reviewing and validating the research findings. We are set to launch a project on women's business incubation in partnership with TechnoServe, which will see the incubated businesses grow exponentially. We collaborate with government, KNBS, Treasury, State Department of Gender, civil society organizations, and other private sector organizations in initiating and enhancing interventions and advocacy on WE.
Kufurahi na kushukuru kwa sababu ya bidii ya kazi yako kujitolea kusaidia watu wako wa Kenya. Umetusaidia na hata vikundi za kina mama, kulingana na vile nimeona, wakipewa msaada wa pamoja wataendelea mbele, kwa sababu nimeshaona na wale wa mbele, hata wale wako wakipewa nguvu ya kufanya kazi pamoja na wapewe hizo, hata kama ni plot, hata kama ni misaada ya kujenga, tafadhali wasaidike, kwa sababu wakisaidika the whole family, jamii imesaidika.
Our vision of the WE Hub is the full realization of women's economic empowerment. The University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub is a research hub established through the partnership between the University of Nairobi and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The WE Hub was officially launched on December 16, 2020, and is domiciled at the African Women's Studies Center in the Department of Sociology and Social Work and African Women's Studies. Our mission is to be a thought leader in producing cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible evidence through research for impacting policy formulation, implementation, and upscaling for full realization of women's empowerment. At the WE Hub, we produce cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible research in affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship, women in formal and informal employment, and women's economic empowerment, childcare and women's work, and women's movement and policy advocacy for women's economic empowerment. We are a multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral entity that serves as a research and evidence hub with the aim of strengthening the generation and use of evidence to advance women's economic empowerment and gender equality in Kenya. Our work is focused around 4 broad program areas. 1. Affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship. 2. Women in formal and informal employment. 3. Childcare and women's work. 4. Women's movement and self-mobilization for women's economic empowerment. Under the 4 broad program areas, the Hub has 14 projects planned, with 6 of the research projects having concluded fieldwork, analysis, and now reviewing and validating the research findings. We are set to launch a project on women's business incubation in partnership with TechnoServe, which will see the incubated businesses grow exponentially. We collaborate with government, KNBS, Treasury, State Department of Gender, civil society organizations, and other private sector organizations in initiating and enhancing interventions and advocacy on WE.
Kufurahi na kushukuru kwa sababu ya bidii ya kazi yako kujitolea kusaidia watu wako wa Kenya. Umetusaidia na hata vikundi za kina mama kulingana na vile nimeona wakipewa msaada wa pamoja wataendelea mbele, kwa sababu nimeshaona na wale wa mbele hata wale wako wakipewa nguvu ya kufanya kazi pamoja na wapewe hizo, hata kama ni plot, hata kama ni misaada ya kujenga, tafadhali wasaidike, kwa sababu wakisaidika the whole family, jamii imesaidika.
Our vision of the WE Hub is the full realization of women's economic empowerment.
The organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence, and sustainability. Crown Trust, impacting lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve the organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence, and sustainability. Crown Trust, impacting lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve the organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence, and sustainability. Crown Trust, impacting lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve the organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence, and sustainability. Crown Trust, impacting lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve the organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence, and sustainability. Crown Trust, impacting lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve the organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence, and sustainability. Crown Trust, impacting lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve the organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence, and sustainability. Crown Trust, impacting lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve the organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence, and sustainability. Crown Trust, impacting lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve the organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence, and sustainability. Crown Trust, impacting lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve the organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence, and sustainability. Crown Trust, impacting lives, transforming communities. Crown Trust is a change catalyst providing women and girls with the tools, voice, and platform through which they can effect social, economic, and political change at the community and national levels. Our work is upheld by 5 thematic pillars which are interconnected to achieve the organization's objectives and goals. These are leadership and governance, networking and alliance building, information education and communication, social economic empowerment, institutional competence.
The University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub is a research hub established through the partnership between the University of Nairobi and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The WeHub was officially launched on December 16, 2020 and is domiciled at the African Women's Studies Center in the Department of Sociology and Social Work and African Women's Studies. Our mission is to be a thought leader in producing cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible evidence through research for impacting policy formulation, implementation, and upscaling for full realization of women's empowerment. At the WeHub, we produce cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible research in affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship, women in formal and informal employment, and women's economic empowerment, childcare and women's work, and women's movement and policy advocacy for women's economic empowerment. We are a multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral entity that serves as a research and evidence hub with the aim of strengthening the generation and use of evidence to advance women's economic empowerment and gender equality in Kenya. Our work is focused around 4 broad program areas. 1. Affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship. 2. Women in formal and informal employment. 3. Childcare and women's work. 4. Women's movement and self-mobilization for women's economic empowerment. Under the 4 broad program areas, the Hub has 14 projects planned, with 6 of the research projects having concluded fieldwork, analysis, and now reviewing and validating the research findings. We are set to launch a project on women's business incubation in partnership with TechnoServe, which will see the incubated businesses grow exponentially. We collaborate with government, KNBS, Treasury, State Department of Gender, civil society organizations, and other private sector organizations in initiating and enhancing interventions and advocacy on WE.
Kufurahi na kushukuru kwa sababu ya bidii ya kazi yako kujitolea kusaidia watu wako wa Kenya. Umetusaidia na hata vikundi za kina mama, kulingana na vile nimeona, wakipewa msaada wa pamoja wataendelea mbele, kwa sababu nimeshaona na wale wa mbele, hata wale wako wakipewa nguvu ya kufanya kazi pamoja na wapewe hizo, hata kama ni plot, hata kama ni misaada ya kujenga, tafadhali wasaidike, kwa sababu wakisaidika the whole family, jamii imesaidika.
Our vision of the WE Hub is the full realization of women's economic empowerment. The University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub is a research hub established through the partnership between the University of Nairobi and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The WE Hub was officially launched on December 16, 2020, and is domiciled at the African Women's Studies Center in the Department of Sociology and Social Work and African Women's Studies. Our mission is to be a thought leader in producing cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible evidence through research for impacting policy formulation, implementation, and upscaling for full realization of women's empowerment. At the WE Hub, we produce cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible research in affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship, women in formal and informal employment, and women's economic empowerment, childcare and women's work, and women's movement and policy advocacy for women's economic empowerment. We are a multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral entity that serves as a research and evidence hub with the aim of strengthening the generation and use of evidence to advance women's economic empowerment and gender equality in Kenya. Our work is focused around 4 broad program areas. 1. Affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship. 2. Women in formal and informal employment. 3. Childcare and women's work. 4. Women's movement and self-mobilization for women's economic empowerment. Under the 4 broad program areas, The hub has 14 projects planned, with 6 of the research projects having concluded fieldwork, analysis, and now reviewing and validating the research findings. We are set to launch a project on women's business incubation in partnership with TechnoServe, which will see the incubated businesses grow exponentially. We collaborate with government, KNBS, Treasury, State Department of Gender, civil society organizations, and other private sector organizations in initiating and enhancing interventions and advocacy on WE.
Kufurahi na kushukuru kwa sababu ya bidii ya kazi yako kujitolea.
So you all know each other on that table. But if you don't know, please make sure you know somebody, and by the time you leave here, you've known 3 people at least. Is that song coming? No, it's not coming. No, we do it later. Good. Finally, a song has come. Good. So me, I'm going to walk around, and the ones who are not dancing very nicely, they'll come here. So start dancing. Is that a song for dancing? Hiya, good. Let's start dancing. Me, I'm not seeing people dancing. Let me come round. So if I pick you, you'll come to the front to dance for us. At your point at me, Muhesh. Hiya, I'm coming round. You just don't dance, we bring you to the front. Hannah wants to help me dance.
Yeah, short man. Ngoma imeanza na uko kwa kiti, mnakoseanga sana.
There's some people here who are not dancing. Kama wale pale. If you're not dancing, we'll go to the... My job is to look at the... Like now, you're not dancing. She's just doing like this. That's the latest. I want people to dance. DJ, ati guys have said your song haina rhythm. Hapo ndio hivyo ndio nimeambiwa. Weka song iko na rhythm. Na mtu ameniambia hivyo, by the way, ni mzee amekula miaka. Amesema hiyo song haina rhythm.
Na upige kelele na uchapanisha mkono zako na kimbele mbele. Hizi styles ziko mingi kama mchele, na juu tuko na Yesu tuko na baraka tele.
Mmesikia hiyo? Haya, good, you can sit down now.
Na venye tuna raise hizi hands, tumefurahi hapa hakuna demand.
Sorry, we needed to sort out for our fellow people who are deaf, so I was trying to sort that out. But we're just about to start. Thank you all for coming. We're just waiting for the chief guest, the Honorable CS for Gender, Aisha Jumwa. And once she gets here, we shall start. So if you hadn't had time to have coffee, please grab a cup, have coffee, and come. My name is Winnie Maru, and we are glad that you could join us. Thank you.
which will see the incubated businesses grow exponentially. We collaborate with government, KNBS, Treasury, State Department of Gender, civil society organizations, and other private sector organizations in initiating and enhancing interventions and advocacy on WE.
Kufurahi na kushukuru kwa sababu ya bidii ya kazi yako kujitolea kusaidia watu wako wa Kenya. Umetusaidia na hata vikundi za kina mama kulingana na vile nimeona wakipewa msaada wa pamoja wataendelea mbele, kwa sababu nimeshaona na wale wa mbele hata wale wako wakipewa nguvu ya kufanya kazi pamoja na wapewe hizo, hata kama ni plot, hata kama ni misaada ya kujenga, tafadhali wasaidike, kwa sababu wakisaidika the whole family, jamii imesaidika.
Our vision of the WE Hub is the full realization of women's economic empowerment.
Women make up approximately 50% of the human population within our society today, yet suffer gross inequalities. Investing in economic empowerment increases women access to economic resources and opportunities, including jobs, financial services, property, skill development, and market information. Equality plays a major role in balancing the economic income for the citizen, especially the woman.
Issues of opportunity and indeed women's empowerment and its economic empowerment is a key driver towards national inclusive development, self-reliance, resilience, and needs to be prioritized.
The women, the African women's agenda must be part and parcel of the academic discourse in this country, because academia drives development.
To increase women economic participation, the Women Economic Empowerment Hub, WE Hub, a program of the University of Nairobi African Women Study Research Center under the Faculty of Arts, concentrates on evidence-based research findings and their policy implication as a basis to advocate for change. WE Hub contributes towards empowering women economically by focusing on the women's ability to recognize all economic actors and gain access
It's a very, very important initiative, and I think it has come at the right time.
They've emphasized and focused more on inclusivity of women in policy making, and I think it is a very good thing. And what I want to say is that women should be more involved, or women should be given the opportunity to make these policies, because we are sort of the decision makers at home, and we are the core of the families, yes, and homes in this country.
As a way of fostering a sustainable national framework that brings together women entrepreneurs and women collectives, we have created a platform for engagement between women in business, policy makers and key stakeholders at the launch of the We Have Priority Agenda held at the University of Nairobi.
Women are given an opportunity to voice themselves. They bring out issues that affect them, that affect their lives, that affect their families, that affect their businesses, matters of health. And I think this is important because from women speaking out, this is where...
Let's make this trend today. Sawa sawa. Hashtag Women's Economic Forum, capital KE. Asante.
The problems of the women are captured and they can be looked into and dealt with, and give women that, the strength to even build themselves and be included in activities in this country.
This Muktano, it has made me understand. I had no idea that the government also is concerned helping mamas. I had no idea. But now I have learned that the government also is putting effort to help mamas.
It has been a great experience for me because I have met people who we'll start doing collaborations with.
Discrimination of women in the formal sector, unpaid care work, access to childcare, determinants for access to credit, access to information and finance emerged as some of the challenges affecting women's participation in the economic activities. This informs the We Hub's vision, which is full realization of women's economic empowerment.
There are women who are struggling with taxation issues. Some are small business enterprises like the Mama Mboga, and they're looking into how to get their capital, just the funding aspect and all that, and a support team, a team of people who have done it before and can actually assure them that it can be done.
When it comes to access to finance, the partial credit guarantee scheme that was rolled out by the National Treasury, out of the 2,292 facilities that have been granted in the past 18 months, 30% was set aside for women. And we have barely scratched the surface.
In addition, laws and regulations governing the international trade also emerge as a challenge for women in the trade sectors. As a way to curb this, We Hub sensitizes women on the existing laws at the county and international level.
What I expect about my products, I expect to actually penetrate into the international market. That's my dream, and I hope to achieve it sometime this year.
We want women to be aware, and they have to be skilled on the cross-border trade regimes that exist, the East Africa Community, COMESA, AGOA, all these things that are giving them opportunities. We want them to be aware, including the World Trade Organization, because this is where the women should be going.
Every woman who came here, I'm very sure, has not left the way they come.
Don't limit yourself to what you're doing as a women entrepreneur.
Trade more beyond East Africa and entire the world.
Remind the women who you've represented today that what they do not only impacts their household, but also impacts the tomorrows and the tomorrows to come.
In the profound wisdom of Tian Wei, a society that fails to harness the energy and creativity of its women is a huge disappointment to the modern world. Therefore, it is upon the society to realize that For any household, community, or country to progress, it is important to empower women, because when you empower a woman, you empower the whole generation. Women make up approximately 50% of the human population within our society today, yet suffer gross inequalities. Investing in economic empowerment increases women access to economic resources and opportunities, including jobs, financial services, property, skill development, and market information. Equality plays a major role in balancing the economic income for the citizen, especially the woman.
Issues of opportunity and indeed women's empowerment and its economic empowerment is a key driver towards national inclusive development, self-reliance, resilience, and needs to be prioritized.
The African women's agenda must be part and parcel of the academic discourse in this country, because academia drives development.
To increase women economic participation, the Women Economic Empowerment Hub, WeHub, a program of the University of Nairobi African Women Study Research Center under the Faculty of Arts, concentrates on evidence-based research findings and their policy implication as a basis to advocate for change. WeHub contributes towards empowering women economically by focusing on the women's ability to recognize.
Tumejuka pamoja tuweze kusaidiana kwa kazi ambayo tunafanya kwa mambo matatu. Mojawapo ikiwa ni uongozi wa kina mama. Jambo la pili ambalo tunafanya kuhakikisha tumepunguza dhuluma ama vita vya kijinsia. Kuna jambo la tatu ambalo tulikuwa tumeangazia kwa kuona mama ameweza kufundisha jinsi ya kuleta chakula kwa meza, on economic empowerment, kupunguza dhuluma.
Kenya National Deaf Women Peace Network. So first of all, we advocate for the rights of deaf women and deaf girls in different spheres of life. For example, health, education, politics, economic empowerment, and stuff like that.
The main cause of us coming together as an organization is because we felt the impacts of climate change, which brought a lot of issues which affected girls and women. Na tuliona ya kwamba ni vizuri sana tukae kwa pamoja na wamama ili tuweze kupata suluhisho na tuweze kusikika katika nchi yetu ya kwamba tuko na mashida fulani na tuone kama tutaweza pata suluhisho.
We are a youth-serving, women-led organization, and our core aim is to address issues on female genital mutilation, child marriage, and any form of violence towards women and girls.
As a result of the resource mobilization plan, we were able to come up with an idea of table banking where members save and get loans, and the interest is pulled back into the organization to help in funding some organizational activities. And as a result of the same, we were also able to get the Urgent Action Fund on top of the Uraia funding, which was a plus for us because we were able to do campaigns against FGM practices in Kirinyaga County.
Sisi kama Mwangaza Women and Art Organization tuliweza kupatana na Crown Trust, wameweza kutupeleka training ya Total Gender Law, wameweza kutupeleka training ya uongozi wa kina mama na pia ya kuhifadhi ama kuchunga katiba ya Kenya.
One of the things what we were addressing was on matters dialogues among the youth, because we realize that youths are the backbone of this community and they're the only generation that will make a decision in ending FGM. So through the WVL support, what we were addressing was reaching out to the young people, particularly the young women and the men. And what we were doing was to train them to be champions at their own community level. So what we did is we did a training for the young people, and they were and we targeted the entire county, where we trained 20 young people, and the young people were also to cascade the same. So ours was to create a movement of young people across the larger county, where they'll become champions and change makers in at their own level. And one of the things that we were able to do is that through the young people we trained, we cascaded and we were able to create a network of over 400 young people across the county, which is an ongoing process, and everybody is doing change at their own capacity.
And through the training, we had like 40 deaf women. So we trained them in leadership mostly, and they were able to understand what is leadership, and once they become members, their responsibilities. I think it was 3 days. We had this for 3 days, and they were able to understand lots of the things, and then they were able to join the organization after that.
In the preliminaries of need assessment through Mwaro, they realized there was a lot of school dropouts. Girls would become pregnant at early age, and then even if they tried to bring them back to school, there was a lot of stigmatization, and that led to, after training through Crown Trust, Mwaro Group recruited patrons who would form girls' forum in the schools, and that addressed the issues that girls were facing. Mwangaza have been able to recruit boy champions right at school, so that they become the protectors of girls. And with that, it has really brought a harmonious community that is addressing its issues together.
Kwanza kabisa, wasichana walikuwa wanaathirika sana. Tulikuwa tuna experience gender-based violence in IRED, school dropouts, early pregnancies, early marriages, na hayo mambo yote ilikuwa inatokana tu ni kwa sababu ya tulipofanya investigation tukaona ya kwamba inatokana na mambo ya poverty na lack of knowledge. So tukaona ni vizuri tufunzane kama wamama na tujaribu kuona ni nini itatusaidia. Na tukaona ni vizuri tukue na income generating activities ambayo itasaidia kina mama ili waweze kuaccess income kidogo, ndio waweze kusaidia mafamilia zao na wasaidie wasichana wao. Tuliona ya kwamba ni vizuri tufanye kazi na government yetu, sub-county government, kwa sababu tuliona kuna policies ambayo tutatengeneza kama wamama, na ni lazima tuhusishe hawa ndio iweze kukua strengthened na hawa government yetu, kwa sababu tuliona tusipojulisha serikali yetu itakuwa tu hata watu wa community wataona hakuna kitu ambayo hawa mama wanafanya, na tulipojulisha serikali yetu walifurahi sana na wakaungana pamoja na sisi na wakaboost mambo yetu iende mbele.
Imeweza kusaidia Poweo kuestablish structures, basic structures like the policy documents na kununua baadhi ya mitambo ambayo inasaidia katika kuendeleza mipango zake kama computers. So kitu moja ambayo nasema tumefaidika ni katika kujenga ile structures ya Poweo. Kwa sasa tunaweza jivunia kwamba tuko na policy documents kama the finance policy, finance and procurement. At the same time tumetengeneza policy document ya human resource and leadership succession. Kuna ambao wameweza kupata ile nomination kwa viti vya kisiasa. Kuna baadhi ya watu ambao wameenda mikutano kubwa kubwa, especially ile meetings ya kujadili mipango za county kama CID development, public participation kwa mambo ya budget development. Na ukiona hapo ndani hautakosa kuona tunda la WVL project, sababu ile confidence level among our mothers and young girls imekuwa juu.
When we got the Women Voice and Leadership project, it has been an eye opener to us kwa sababu tumeweza kupata funding kutoka organizations tofauti, na tulishukuru sana kwa sababu tulijua mambo ya kuandika hata proposal, tulipewa trainings tofauti ambayo imetu strengthen katika Paran Women Group, na hata tukiandika sasa proposal inaenda tu tunapata pesa, na baada ya hiyo project ya Women Voice and Leadership tuliweza tena kupata funds kutoka Canadian Funds for Local Initiatives, that's from the Canadian High Commission, na tukaweza kupata kutoka NetFund ambayo walikuwa wanatusupport na mambo ya environment, na tena tukaweza kupata award from FIMI, International Indigenous Women's Forum for Environmental Conservation 2020. Hiyo imeweza kusaidia sisi sana kama wamama, ionekane ya kwamba leadership yetu hiko, na hata serikali yetu wametutambua, na hata wametupea tukue advisory committee yao kwa sababu ya leadership yetu ambayo wameona ya kwamba inaendelea mbele.
Through raia ni mambo mengi sana tumepata kujua na kujua haki zetu. Tena kuna hii mambo na land, kuridhi shamba imekuwa ni tatizo katika maisha ya mama aswa sana ambao wanafiwa na mume wao. So utakuta ya kwamba mama anahangaika wakati mume wake anafiwa, so wale relatives wanakuja wanacraft kila kitu, lakini through raia tunajua kwamba mama ana haki zake ya kumiliki hata shamba na kujua steps ya kufuata ili uweze kumiliki title deed ya shamba yako.
Yeah, so from this training, I feel like after we left, we also did an M&E just to evaluate the impact that we had, and we were able to understand that when we were doing this training, the members were able to go back and empower other people in their communities. And we felt like there are other people who had been left behind who really also felt like they want the similar training. So we were just looking into how to manage the resources so that we can be able to train more people, and how to save the resources or make best use of the resources. So, and also we were able to understand what we were the expected problem and what eventually came as a challenge. Other few members were able to go back and even implement some of the things they had learned, how to save resources, how to make good use, and maybe if you make a plan and in case an emergency or something unplanned crops up, how to sort that. I feel that was well learned. And we've been able to carry out different activities. We've been able to start sign language training in some places, and I think that through that we've been able to even have more funds to run our office better.
I am one of the beneficiaries of Afya Africa. I took part in the trainings that they were doing in Narok Town, where I was able to talk about my stories, and pia nikaweza kujua that kuna wengine uko nyumbani wanaweza saidika na ile masomo yenye nimefunzwa na Afya Africa. So nikawa nafanya kazi kidogo na Afya Africa huko kwa community, kwa mashule, niweze kufunza wasichana kuhusu FGM, female genital mutilation, mental health, teenage pregnancy na vitu vingi. Nimeona impact mingi kwa sababu kitambo hakuna siku venye ungeenda waambie babako unataka kurudi shule akubali. Hawakuwa wanaona umuhimu ya msichana. Lakini saizi through the trainings zenye tumepitia na Afya Africa, tunaenda tunarudi tunaelezea mama zetu huko nyumbani umuhimu wake, na pia tumeweza pia sisi wenyewe kama wenye tumeundergo hiyo training tunapeleka hiyo training yenye tumefunzwa huko kwa community kufunza madada zetu wenye hawakuweza kukuja hiyo training, na nimeona imewasaidia wengi. At least pregnancy mimba za mapema saizi si sana, hata kama Narok tuko juu, lakini unaona at least wenye unaongelesha wanasikia. Hiyo training imesaidia sana. Hata mimi kuna vitu mingi sikuwa najua. Nilikuwa tunaona kama tu vitu ni normal. Kupitia ile masomo yenye tulifunzwa na Afya Afrika, mimi binafsi nimeweza kuwa naenda kwa mashule, nafunza wasichana, pia nimeweza kuwa naenda kwa makanisa, na pia kufunzana tu nyumbani, kufunza marafiki zangu, na pia wale wenye tunatoshana kirika nawaambia hivyo. Nimeweza kuona hiyo mafunzo ikifanya kazi, kwa sababu siku hizi saizi hakuna msichana mwenye rafiki yangu mwenye nimeongelesha kuhusu hiyo masomo anaweza itikia saizi kupitia FGM ama hizo teenage pregnancy.
Tangu siku hiyo tulipofanya partnership through Women Voice and Leadership Program, tulifanya mambo tofauti. Hata sisi tukakaa kama wamama, tukakuwa na resource center. Tumeweza kufundisha wamama maneno ya leadership, na saa hii nikiongea tuko na resource centers 5 ambayo zimekuja under Paran Women Group, na kila resource center iko na groups karibu 27. Tulifundisha wamama maneno ya women rights na girls. Tukasema wakishachua rights yao wataweza enda maofisi, na tulishukuru sana kwa sababu hata saa hii kila mama amechua haki yake. Tuliweza kusema ni vizuri tukue na mafundisho tofauti ya wasichana ili tuweze kukua na suluhisho ya kufanyia wasichana wetu ili waendelee na masomo yao, na tukue na haki ya kujua ya kwamba hata mtu kama anataka kuchukua msichana fulani kwa force, tuko na steps ambayo tunaweza kupitia na tunaweza kutetea huyo msichana mpaka tuone ya kwamba amefaulu katika maisha yake.
Samani sisi hatukuwa tunafanya kitu, tulikuwa tunakaa tu tunangojea wazee wetu atuletee kila kitu, lakini leo sisi tumearefuka kabisa, tunajifanyia kazi yetu. Utajilimia shamba yako kama eka 1 peke yako, na umechikana na wamama kufanya merry-go-round. Siku hizi hauwezi omba mzee pesa kama zamani.
The business training was very, very beneficial. It was good. So it taught us women how we can manage our businesses, how we could do the many things that the challenges that we face as women in business. So, and then it also happened another time we were invited for a training, and as we were training, I learned so much, and the issues that I've not been doing well, the areas I've failed in my business, I was able to learn and improve on them. So when I went back out there to my business, I really tried, I implemented what I'd learned, and I've seen a great improvement in how I manage my business today.
From the trainings that we've had from Afya Africa, there are various changes that we've seen in the community. First of all, we've seen the decline in the practice of FGM in various areas that FGM was being practiced, and this is largely because of the trainings that have been happening and going through. And the second change is that the girls are now getting informed about their rights. They're also getting informed about issues of FGM, and because of that has led to the decline in the issues of FGM, because the young girls now are trying to refuse FGM, and they are hitting the hotline number because they don't want the issues of FGM. So that is a change that we've seen in the community because of the trainings of Afya Africa. And on the part of women and men, we've seen them getting more exposed, understanding the effects of FGM in the community, and we've seen even more women coming out who are survivors of FGM to speak about the scars that they've gone through, and that is an effect of the training, because even the older women now are coming out and they are advocating, and they are speaking about the effects of FGM, and they are becoming agents of change in the community, and they are also taking the battle against FGM to the communities and educating even other women who are not educated.
Civic education, wakati nilienda
nikapata hiyo elimu. Hata na sasa niko na nguvu kule mashinani, nimesongea mbele ya umati ya wanaume, kwa sababu huko mbeleni sisi Wapokot mama hawezi simama kwa mkutano. Leo hii ninasafika kwa gavana na niombe kenye inahitajika kwa area yetu na ifike. Kama juzi tumekuwa kwa public participation, nimekuwa mmoja yao ya Kapenguria ward ambaye niliwakilisha hiyo ward kwa public participation, na naona kama imefaulu kwa sababu tulikuwa na shida ya challenges tu yetu ya ward yetu, na naona kama hatutakuwa na hiyo shida tena, na hapo mbeleni hakuna mama ambaye angeweza kufika na kupeana ujumbe ya ward.
We were able to be invited to a public participation forum for the CIDP project in Kirinyaga County, where we gave our views on what we would like seen and handled in the gender aspect of our county.
Tumeweza kukaa kwa meza, tunajadiliana mashida yetu. Tumeweza activity ambayo ilikuwa inaendelea. Tumeweza kukaa chini sisi wenyewe, tumeandika memorandum of understanding, tumeandika petitions kwa both national and county government kwa ile mashida ambayo tuliona inatukuba. Tuliweza kukaa chini na viongozi, tunawapea, tunaongea, tunaambia ni kwa nini tunapea, then wana sign, wanakubali wao wenyewe. But kama hiyo mashida tuko nayo watakunja ground, waangalie, then watekeleze.
From the trainings I attended, the first one was how to make a strategic plan. I've learned that in every group you have to have a long-term plan on how to conduct your project, even if it is an organization. Secondly, training on advocacy. I've been able to identify problems in the community. I've been able to direct people on how they can express their rights in different organizations. I've also attended a program on risk management, because in every organization there have to be risks. So I've been able to identify the risk and be able to be prepared in the future on the ways how you can solve those risks.
Some of the young people that we trained, and I'll give an example. We had a young lady by the name Sereti Nabala. Sereti is an FGM survivor, and she was one of those girls who could not open up before the public. And after we trained her, Sereti's esteem went up, because she had self-esteem. She could not speak before anybody. She could not even share her story. But after we trained her and we engaged her severally, Sereti was able to start her own organization in Narok West, and currently she's working with young girls and women in Narok West, and she's making a good impact. Just the other day, she was awarded by the anti-FGM board as a female champion in Narok County. In Narok County. And out of that, through the support of, just as a continuation of our work, Afiafrica was able to develop the Narok anti-FGM policy, which we recently launched. And this came about from the work we've been doing, from the gaps we acknowledged. And so currently Narok County is the second county in the hotspot counties with an FGM policy awaiting implementation.
Stop. As of now, I think the only thing I am comfortable doing is talking about women.
Kindly let us be upstanding for our chief guests.
They require, they know their rights, they know their responsibilities, they believe in them.
Karibuni. Tupigie our CS makofi. Karibuni sana. You may be seated. Oh, sorry. Let's stand up first for a word of prayer. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, Yahweh Elohim, we give you all the glory, honor, and thanksgiving for making this day possible. Your word says in the book of Proverbs 19:21 that many are the plans in people's hearts, but it is only Yahweh's purposes that prevail. May your purposes prevail in this forum. We thank you, Yahweh, for the special calling in women's lives, where you have given women powers to be fruitful, multiply, fill the earth, and subdue the earth, and have dominion over all nature. We pray for wisdom to enable Kenyan women arise in every sector, to produce and flourish and be a blessing to this country. Let them manifest their gifts and talents in new ways to contribute to the much-needed economic recovery. Let this Women Economic Forum be for your glory and honor. Give us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that we may be effective to our full potential. May you help us to be aware that we are managers of the talents and gifts you have bestowed upon us. Let us be effective, efficient, correct, and timely in using our powers in Yeshua's name. I speak the blessings of Yahweh and wisdom to govern upon our government leaders, on our development partners, and participants. In Yeshua's name we pray. Amen. Thank you. Be seated. Sorry, I will make you stand again for the national anthem. Let us clap for the Nairobi Girls Chorale. These are girls of ages 18 to 35. It was founded in 2007, and these are college and university-going students who perform, and the money that they get is what they use for school fees. Give them a clap once again. Welcome, all of you, once again, to the Women's Economic Forum 2023. We are delighted you could join us. And a warm welcome to our distinguished guests, the Cabinet Secretary, His Excellency, the Commissioner to Canada, Chris Tonley, our partners, stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, karibuni sana. Today, the 27th of February, marks the third year of the Women's Economic Forum, an initiative of the Community Advocacy and Awareness Trust, CRON Trust. This idea originated from the need for women's economic emancipation, and this conference serves as a forum to connect women operating within the forgotten middle class made up of the smallholder farmers, fisherwomen, small-scale traders, and such like groups who are socially organized but not quite economically empowered. Today, we shall hear from various speakers and various leaders of different sectors, from private sector, from government, and the small-scale traders. Our keynote address today, this morning, will be from Daisy Amdan, who is our Executive Director of Crown Trust. I feel honored to actually call her. This is someone we know. We are happy to have her. She is full of ideas, has a vision, has been a mentor to many of us women in different sectors. Please clap for Daisy Amdan as she comes to the stage.
Thank you so much, Winnie. And how am I supposed to? It's down here. Sorry, I'm trying to look at the teleprompter. Okay. Good morning. The Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, the Honorable Aisha Jumwa, also known as Shangazi Wanchi, for the purposes of Honorable High Commissioner Christopher Thornley. That is, she's the nation's auntie. Permanent Secretary for Gender and Affirmative Action, Madame Veronica Nduva. High Commissioner to Canada, His Excellency Christopher Thornley. The representative for Care in Kenya, Madam Leah Kagwara. I was recognizing Madam Janine Coker, who is the head of corporation, but she's not here. She sent her apologies. The team leader for University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub, Professor Wanjiku Kabera, and the team from the Economic Empowerment Hub. Professor Judy Waudo, the team leader for Kenyatta University Women's Economic Empowerment Hub. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to welcome you all to this year's Women's Economic Forum. This is now in its third year, and the Women's Economic Forum is designed to be the ground zero for women's economic emancipation. And we are very deliberate when we talk about women's economic emancipation, because we want women to be free economically, because it means a lot. When women have resources available to them, it affords them many choices. And so this platform is designed to be a crucial part of that worthwhile journey towards an inclusive economic engine that will produce substantive gains for women and the national economy. It is a premier networking and alliance building platform where the Women's Economic Forum seeks to empower those women operating within what we call the forgotten middle. And so those forgotten middle are made up of, it's not those at the bottom of the pyramid, the ones that we know, and I think the Kenya Kwanza government calls the hustlers. So they are not those at the bottom, kabisa. And they are not at the top. They are those ones operating in the middle. These are women who are organized. They've come together, they are organized. However, they are not efficient enough to be productive. And so these are the ones that we are looking at, because they represent the most potential for transforming women's economic well-being. This forum also serves as a critical opportunity to bring together key decision makers from the executive. You see, we have here our mother ministry, our mother, now Aisha, we are, Honorable Aisha, utakuwa sasa ni mama. Mama wa wamama, tutawacha kukuita shangazi wa nchi. Wewe ni mama wa wamama. Our mother ministry, the ministry, we have the PS here, so key policy makers, key legislators. We have the Honorable Beatrice Elachi and Kewopa, here represented. So from legislative arms of government, private sector players, academia, civil society actors, women who make up these groups, and other actors from different sectors, bringing them together to share their experiences in navigating Kenya's complex economic landscape. Because the economic disempowerment is because of the systems that we have. And so we need to reform our economic system so that it is more inclusion. So through these meetings and through our dialogues here, we hope that we can help bridge the gap between those that are economically marginalized and those who hold the power to make the decisions that will positively affect their lives. Furthermore, this forum is an opportunity to explore potential for new and improved partnerships between government and civil society. We've had fractured relationships, you know. Sometimes government sees us as only being critical, only criticizing, only suing, only accusing, but we want to build more collaborative relationships where we're able to work together as civil society, with government, with private sector, and with women from these marginalized groups, because we believe that by working together, we can create new opportunities for economic empowerment that benefit both women and businesses. Our theme for this year is getting women involved in Kenya's economic recovery. And I really want to appreciate Honorable Aisha Jumwa and her ministry's willingness to co-host this event with us, because when I went to see her, she did not hesitate. She told me, Daisy, we are doing it. In fact, I had gone to invite her and she said, no, I'm not coming as an invitee. We will co-host this event with you. And so I want to appreciate that, and I want us to really give her a hand clap, because Honorable Aisha Jumwa has adopted an open door policy. She's looking to work with us, and we just want to appreciate that. We also want to appreciate very much our partners, because this meeting is happening under the auspices of the Women's Voice and Leadership Program, which is a flagship program that is supported by Global Affairs Canada and being delivered in Kenya through CARE Kenya and principal partners Uraia Trust, CRU, Urgent Action Fund, and Crown Trust. And this program aims to ensure that women and girls enjoy their rights and improve gender equality in Kenya. And Global Affairs Canada have been a steadfast partner in this. And we really want to appreciate you, Honorable Excellency Christopher Thornley and Global Affairs Canada, for your immense support to the women's rights groups in Kenya. We also want to appreciate the University of Nairobi and the Women's Economic Hub, because the Women's Economic Hub has also been a steadfast partner and is walking the talk in terms of empowering women through research, carrying out the necessary research so as to inform interventions from a facts-based perspective, but also mobilizing resources to train and build capacity of women, to ensure that the funds that the government has, the Women's Economic Fund, Enterprise Fund, the UWEZO Fund, and all the funds that are there, including the credit guarantee scheme that the government has put in place to help businesses come out of, you know, the effects of the COVID pandemic. The Women's Economic Hub has been so central in mobilizing women from across the country to let them know about these resources that are there, but also training women and getting, you know, Kenya Industrial Estates and all the other institutions of government to help build the capacity of women. And so we just want to appreciate the work that has been done by our partners. We appreciate also all the other partners. If I've not mentioned you, not because I'm forgetting you, just because of time, but I just want to appreciate all. Of course, we have the KU WeHub that have also come on board, so we just want to appreciate all of you. The theme is important. Why? We all know Kenya is facing economic hard times. We don't need to say it. Everybody's saying it. We are all feeling it. We are all looking, and we are like, we want answers. We want things to happen. So we also know that that economic downturn always has a snowball effect on women and girls. Women, because they earn less, they have fewer savings, they have a loose attachment to the labor market, they are disproportionately represented you know, in the informal economy. So they are always the worst hit, right? They have less access to social protections. They are burdened with the burden of unpaid care work, domestic work, and of course, many times have to drop out of the labor force to attend to domestic issues. According to World Bank, 4 out of 10 households in Kenya, or 36%, are headed by women, meaning that these households face the vulnerabilities that I've just talked about. And the outcomes of this forum are vital in giving the much needed hope and direction in ensuring that women do play a more central role in economic recovery, and that the government is deliberate in making interventions and policy interventions that will ensure that women play their part. We know that the economy has faced significant challenges, the devastating impact of COVID pandemic measures, as well as the debt burden. Both men and women have been affected negatively, but women continue to be disproportionately impacted, making it essential that we focus on empowering women. And I'm saying this so that the boy child doesn't cry when we are talking about women's empowerment, that we are leaving the boy child behind. We're saying that it is essential that we focus on empowering women to play a more active role in Kenya's economy. Gender inequality remains a significant challenge, and of course we are happy, from the president's memo that he is seeking to address the issue of the 2/3 gender principle, and we hope that this time around that it will come to a logical conclusion. We know that Kenya's economy, affects women, the downturn, their access to education, employment opportunities, leadership opportunities, and resources. So, and I don't want to, continue, because those are some of the topics that we are going to talk about. But we are saying that all these barriers have to be addressed. We are seeking to rebuild Kenya's economy. And in so doing, we want to have women play a central role in this rebuilding. And so that means that we must address the inequalities and empower women to become active participants in Kenya's economic recovery by ensuring they have access to education, skills, training, resources, including affordable finance, land ownership, which will enable them to become entrepreneurs and job creators in their communities. We must also acknowledge the geopolitical challenges that Kenya face, and understand how these geopolitical dynamics affect women's economic empowerment. We're talking about conflicts in countries like Somalia, DRC, and even in faraway Ukraine. It wasn't until the Ukraine-Russia war started that we found out that it has negatively impacted our economy. We did not think that, we had any ties to it. It was just something we were watching, but it has affected our food sovereignty. So we must work together to create policies that support women's economic participation, address the structural barriers that prevent women from fully participating in Kenya's economy. We must engage with the international community to address the geopolitical challenges that impact Kenya, issues like climate change. We must ensure that women are not left behind in the fourth industrial revolution, which is the technological revolution. Women must be on board with these. And all these are topics of discussion during this forum, and we have experts from different fields who will share with us insights and recommendations of how women can be involved in much needed economic recovery. At the end of this forum, Madam Cabinet Secretary, we will present concrete proposals for how women can get involved in Kenya's economic recovery, and what role we as civil society commit to play, and what we expect from you as our Cabinet Secretary and government. Already, we are doing our small things in different ways to change the narrative, which includes bringing together this forum. At the end of the day, what we are saying is that by empowering women and marginalized groups and creating partnerships between government, private sector, and the public sector, we can create a more equitable Kenya and a more prosperous future for all Kenyans. At Crown Trust, networking and alliance building is one of our key strengths, and over the years we have seen how powerful partnerships are for building capacities and transforming the lives of women and communities. So as we move forward, let us work collaboratively, because we believe that together we can and must make our contribution in creating a more equitable Kenya and prosperous future for women and for all Kenyans. After all, what is good for women is good for everybody. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very, very much, Daisy. Please give her another round of applause. I think Daisy is quite a familiar face to many of us. Thank you very much, Madam Daisy. Next, because of time, and because I hear he has another engagement, I will take this opportunity, Madam Chief Guest, to invite His Excellency, the High Commissioner to Canada, His Excellency Christopher Tonley. Karibu sana. Please clap for him as he comes. He's a seasoned Canadian diplomat, having held that position in Dubai, Philippines, Ghana, Sierra Leone, and this is the largest diplomatic mission he is holding in Africa. So please clap for His Excellency Christopher.
Thank you very much. Great pleasure to be here with all of you. Honorable CS Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, Honorable Aisha Jumwa Katana, otherwise known as Auntie, I just understood. So I'm not sure because I'm even older than almost everybody in this room. I don't know if I'm uncle, but I would be honored to have that title. The PS, Honorable Veronica Juma, members of Parliament, UN Women representatives. We just heard from our good friend, Crown Trust Executive Director, Ms. Daisy Amdani, representatives of our partners, CARE Kenya, the Country Director, Ms. Leah Kagwara, all Government of Kenya officials, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My favorite line in Africa, all protocols observed. We need to adopt that in Canada as well. It really is my pleasure to join this group of powerful and influential women leaders, women entrepreneurs, facilitators, enablers, and really the key drivers of Kenya's economy. This group is a powerful force, don't underestimate it, not only for the growth and development of Kenya, but also for your communities and families who will directly benefit from deliberate efforts to boost women's active participation in Kenya's economic recovery efforts. I was very humbled, and thank you for recognizing Canada. We are honored to be part of this effort. We don't view it as aid or a donation. We view it as an investment. And when you invest in women and we invest in women's economic empowerment, it's proven that the returns on investment are impressive. Like other economies globally, Kenya is still recovering from the aftershock of COVID, and we know that women continue to suffer disproportionately. Retail and the overall informal sector are overrepresented by women, and these were the hardest hit by the pandemic. Women and girls continue to bear the burden, including limited access to education and employment opportunities. As was mentioned, unpaid care and domestic work and sexual and gender-based violence, it's a heavy load. This conference is important because women, as I mentioned, and recognized in the broader economy. That is why Canada is supporting organizations like Crown Trust and other women's rights organizations to ensure when women thrive, societies thrive. That's just good business sense. So, Honorable CS, I don't need to tell you, Kenyans recently elected a new government, and this is an important milestone for women and women businesses. Still, we know women are grossly underestimated in the political
engagement. She's not with us today. So I'm neither Leah nor Kagwara today. My name is Bernard Moseti. I'm the Director of Strategy and Partnerships at CARE International in Kenya. Your Excellencies, Minister, that is Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Gender and Affirmative Action, the PS, Veronica Nduva, Ministry of Gender and Affirmative Action, our Canadian High Commissioner, Christopher Thornley, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Warm welcome to the annual Women Economic Conference 2023, whose theme is Getting Women Involved in Kenya Economic Recovery. We have gathered here today to recognize the incredible contribution of women in the economic sphere, not only to celebrate their successes that they have achieved, but also to honor their
person Madam Miriam Cherogony, maybe you can just stand and wave so that people can see you. Yes, please clap for her. The trustee member, Chebet Amdan. Member, Honorable Cynthia Mutere.
Good morning.
Okay. Yes, go ahead. That is Faith. Honorable Beatrice Elachi, MP Dagoretti South. Please stand and wave. This is our very good friend. Our very, very good friend. Oh, Dagoretti North. Oh, sorry, Dagoretti North. Ata, I've been corrected now to Dagoretti. Rose Kimotho, power woman, who built K24 and Kameme. Thank you very much for coming. Faith, please unmute. Faith, unmute.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for having us this morning. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It gives me great pleasure to join you this morning on behalf of Akina Mamawa Africa, albeit virtually, in this auspicious moment at this year's Women Economic Forum, organized under the theme, Getting Women Involved in Kenya's Economic Recovery. I wish to take this opportunity to express my appreciation and gratitude to Crown Trust and all her collaborative partners that dreamt and conceived the Women Economic Forum, Kenya. Designed to be a premier ideation, inspiration, and networking space, this forum is indeed an important and urgent space to connect key government decision makers, development partners, private sector, and women's rights actors to build a collective vision for an action plan for Kenya's economic recovery. One may wonder why the identified theme is critical. It should be observed that women, who make up more than 51% of our country's population, should not only be involved, but should also contribute to the necessary reforms. However, we also know that that is not the case at all. For example, this year, as we mark 20 years since the Maputo Protocol on Women's Rights in Africa, findings of the Maputo Protocol scorecard and index framework have revealed that the least performing articles are the articles on women economic empowerment. And that is Article 13 on economic and welfare rights, but also Article 19 on the right to sustainable development, including right to access, own, and control property, but also land and as well as credits. As countries in Africa navigate the long and uncertain process of economic recovery post-COVID-19, while also remaining resilient in the face of multiple crises. For example, and like Daisy already indicated, there are a number of conflicts, the climate crisis as well, mineral crisis. Our analysis of the post-COVID-19 recovery plans reveal impeccable lessons. One, that recovery plans should be macro-level focused and gender responsive, but also that recovery plans should seek to deliver long-term transformational impacts. This is because the decimation wrought by crises are often not gender neutral, they are long-term, but also they often adversely impact systematically marginalized groups of people. Long-term, gender responsive macro level that As we reflect during these 3 days, we believe as feminists and economic justice actors requires a deeper focus on deeply entrenched oppressive systems and structures, including patriarchy, neoliberalism, imperialism, capitalism, neocolonialism, and all those other isms which use power and privilege to oppress, exclude, and exploit women, particularly those living at the margins of society. While the organizers have invited us to dream, think, and act together to ensure that women in Kenya are liberated, at least economically, it is incumbent that our offering to this moment in time is a mix of thoughts and strategies that will address both the strategic interests and the practical needs. It is important to reflect on the previous forums and what we developed as possible actions and review how much of that was achieved and what remains to be done. It is also important to link this conversation to what is happening globally. We must be cognizant of the effects of the global recession, the Ukraine-Russia war, and the debt crisis. The world is progressively acknowledging the failure of neoliberal economic models, and this is thus an opportunity to offer a different model that centers people, humanity, and justice. Finally, it is also critical to realign with the current political economy in Kenya. As when we last met, we had a different government, and now we have a new one, which presents both opportunities but also threats to women's economic justice. It would be unwise for us to discuss any strategies without putting into consideration the current context. In conclusion, the constructive involvement of African women in economic recovery as key actors is urgent to ensure that economic policies are gender responsive and transformative, especially given that achieving economic gender parity according to the 2022 Gender Gap Report is still a far-off dream and is estimated to be achieved within the next 151 years. I wish you all fruitful deliberations in the next 2 days. Thank you very much for listening to me. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Faith. I hope you had the claps from Kenya. We are very glad that Akina Mama wa Africa have supported us and walked this journey with us. I also want to recognize the presence of CEO KEPSA Foundation, Gloria Ndekei. Please stand and wave. The chair, Kenya Women Mothers, Sheila Githaiga, and her team. Kindly, we have a hashtag, eh? It's hashtag Women Economic Forum KE. Kindly go to your social media and let's make it trend today. Sawa sawa, take a picture of yourself. At some point during the break, you can actually come and take a picture with any of those banners that are there. Post it on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram. Hashtag Women Economic Forum KE. And let's make it trend today. Or Women's Economic Forum KE. Tutaiandika pale. Okay, great. Next, we will call the director, Kenyatta University, the director WeHub at Kenyatta University, Professor Judy Waudo. Please come to the stage. Please clap for her as she comes. We have been working closely with the KU WeHub and the UON WeHub, which will be next. Karibu sana, Prof.
Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, Honorable Aisha Juma. PS, Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, Veronica Nduva, the Canadian High Commissioner, the Crown Trust Chairperson, representatives of stakeholders present today, all up. We are particularly excited about this year's theme, Get Established through a grant from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to generate evidence on what works to advance women economic empowerment in Kenya. The HERBS project is entitled Initiative for What Works to Improve Women Economic Empowerment in Kenya. The rationale is to address the weak nexus between women economic empowerment policies and programs and gender data in Kenya with the goal to promote women economic empowerment through policy-driven research. The HERBS overall outcome is utilization of evidence by governments, implementing agencies, the private sector players, the donors to shape policies, programs, intervention, and advocacy efforts related to supporting women economic empowerment in Kenya. We are keen on generating and advocating for utilization of gender data in 3 interrelated themes, namely women's role in the public and private sector. Secondly, the second is women's skilling and mentoring. And thirdly, violence, crisis, and women's work. Madam CS, ladies and gentlemen, our key focus is on women's economic empowerment policy impact. We therefore have partnered with institutions and organizations from the public and private sector, both in Kenya and beyond, to ensure an inclusive, engaging project implementation process. So far, we have generated policy briefs in the areas of sexual and gender-based violence, gender-responsive budgeting, women in leadership, women in manufacturing, impact of apprenticeship, internship, and mentoring programs on employment of young women, women's participation in governments in Kenya, and the effect of COVID in the tourism sector. In addition, KUE Hub has conducted a 10-year gender audit of women's representation in the management and leadership in the public sector, both at the national and county level. Results of this audit has been shared in many fora at national and global level. Madam CS, ladies and gentlemen, we are alive to the disproportionate impact that crises continue to have on women and girls across the globe. The world is still recovering from the impact of COVID-19. The ongoing drought has and still has devastating effects on women in many parts of the country. The Building Back strategy, therefore, needs to prioritize the needs of women and girls. Our research outputs are key in guiding policy and programs that are instrumental in women's inclusion in the country's economic recovery process. We are therefore quite aware of the role that the Hub and other research partners must play in ensuring advocacy takes center stage in our research process. We acknowledge the need for robust stakeholder engagement to ensure that research's objectives are aligned well with those of policymakers and program implementers, and that the really need of women and girls form the basis of policies both at the country and national level. True economic recovery will be achieved only through gender-responsive strategies. In order to accelerate the achievement of gender equality, we need to consistently share our processes, our challenges, our lessons, and advocacy for the best practice at our countries and counties and regional level. We need robust and strong national and regional community of practice to speak in a united voice to advocate for the inclusion of the need of girls and women in the design and implementation of transformative solutions. This is why we are honored to have partnered with Crown Trust in this year's Economic Forum. This forum provides us with an opportunity to pragmatically interrogate the various aspects of women economic empowerment. It helps us have an inclusive dialogue on what works to enhance women economic empowerment. Madam CS, ladies and gentlemen, the key areas of concern for the 2023 Women Economic Empowerment Forum from the KU's perspective includes the following. 1, women's role in the economy in particular the public and the private sector. Number 2, the gender-responsive budgeting. Number 3, the multiple business licensing. Number 4, the generalized WE measurements indicators. Number 5, women's engagement in manufacturing. And lastly, barriers to WE, among them being the gender-based violence and others, which I'm sure will be discussed in this important forum. Madam CS, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I would like to commend all the stakeholders on their efforts to ensure that the needs of women are included in the economic development agenda. In the spirit of SGD 5, let us continue to emphasize the interconnection between women's economic empowerment and a better future for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Judy Waudo. Please give her a clap again as she exits. Next, we'll have the UN Women Economic Empowerment Team Leader, Elizabeth Obanda. Clap for her as she comes to the stage.
Honorable Aisha Jumwa, CS, Public Service, Gender, Affirmative Action. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on existing protocol. Good morning. Are you well? I'm very happy to see you. This forum is happening at a very interesting time when we are thinking about International Women's Day. And we are asking ourselves, who is listening? And who is taking action? And has there been any movement? And the truth of the matter is that there has been a lot of movement from the days of suffrage, when women even wondered, were demanding to vote, were asking to be allowed to go out and work. So there's been a lot of movement, and we are thankful for that. We have spoken, or speakers before me have spoken to the enormous contribution to economies that women make, whether they are farmers or entrepreneurs or doing unpaid work. But we have also spoken to the fact that there's disproportionate distribution in terms of where women are, in terms of poverty, discrimination, exploitation, and that just a small minority of them make senior positions. But we are grateful even for what we have made, and we are pushing ahead to ensure that there are many more women in these positions where policy is made. Research shows that investing in women's economic empowerment sets a direct path towards gender equality, poverty eradication, and inclusive economic growth. In Kenya, women are highly represented in informal economic activities in both employment and businesses, hence they are locked out of well-paying jobs. For example, 65% of informal businesses are solely owned by women, while they own only 13% of the formal businesses. On access to credit in 2019, a study supported by European Union, UN Women, FAO, and Agricultural Cooperation shows that women access less than 10% of available credit and less than 1% of agricultural credit. And the higher participation of women in the informal sector means that they are not protected through labor laws and do not have access to social protection or related benefits. Additionally, the burden of unpaid care and domestic work further aggravates women's participation in economic activities. Preliminary results from Kenya's Time Use Survey show that women spend approximately 5 hours a day on unpaid care and domestic work compared to approximately 1 hour a day for men. This translates to 209 work days spent on care work by women compared to 46 work days by men. So this year's Women Economic Forum is therefore critical in bringing together women, government, private sector, development actors, and other stakeholders to foster discussions and develop solutions towards women's economic empowerment. UN Women, which I represent, is interested in ensuring that women are part and parcel of peace processes, that women are part of leaders in this country and are sitting at the table where policy is made, that women are free from gender-based violence, but we are also interested in ensuring that women are economically empowered. We are aware that the climate is changing. We are aware that women are found in agricultural production, especially smallholder farming. And so UN Women has been working very closely with farmers, with women, ensuring that they have the right kind of technology so that they are able to produce, that they have information. So part of our programming is in Kitui. Last time we went to Kitui towards the end of last year, we were waiting for God to give us rain. But one thing that we did very well together with Food Agriculture Organization is to prepare the land and ensure that you had the right kind of technologies, the ZIPITs in place, so that when it rained, that little rain that came was captured. And so the difference between those who are able to adopt technologies that are climate smart and those who are not able to adopt technologies that were climate smart was, worlds apart. We are also interested as the UN in generating data. That is what helps us to move forward and to develop areas that are being left behind. And so the UN has worked very closely with Kenya National Bureau of Statistics in what we are calling Time Use Survey, which was conducted recently. And it provides critical data needed for estimation of unpaid productive work. We will be working very closely with the State Department for Gender to support in development of a policy towards unpaid care work. We have worked very closely with the University of Nairobi. We have to conduct a study on fiscal stimulus packages in response to COVID-19, and we were able to give very useful recommendations on how to make these packages gender responsive in case of any such kind of problems like climate change or COVID. We do a lot of work around private sector engagement, ensuring that companies are able to pick up women's empowerment principles and that companies are able to give women equal opportunities just like they give to the men, both at the workplace and in the community. We are promoting the affirmative programs that government has put in place, including the affirmative government procurement opportunities, ensuring that awareness is created all over Kenya, and ensuring that AGPO Secretariat itself has received the kind of training that they need to be able to implement this program properly, and that they are able to monitor and to capture this information. We are working very closely with media around what we are calling an Stereotype Alliance, ensuring that the issues around stereotypes that put women down are acknowledged and addressed. But finally, as a call to action, we acknowledge and appreciate the government's effort towards the economic empowerment of women in Kenya, and including in the implementation of the National Women Economic Empowerment Strategy 2020-2025, and in the government's commitment to develop a national policy on care work in Kenya. But we call upon government to increase budget allocation towards women's economic empowerment. For private sector, we call upon you to increase your financial resources that you allocate to developing and enhancing women-led social and economic enterprises and promoting gender-sensitive supply chains. For civil society, we ask that you advocate continuously for economic empowerment of women and that you hold government to account. For all of us, or to all of us, stakeholders, we ask that you leverage on technologies, innovation, and digitization to accelerate the empowerment of women and girls and the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. And finally, we as UN Women reiterate our commitment to working very closely with government and working very closely with all players towards women economic empowerment. And we commend Crown Trust and all relevant partners for convening this critical forum. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Please give a very big and hearty applause to UN Women. We are here courtesy of the UN Women, and we are very glad and really appreciate your support. Next, we'll have the University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub, Dr. Mary Mbithi, who is our Director for Research. Clap for her. And at this point, I'll also ask the whole team from the University of Nairobi WeHub to stand so that you may recognize them. Dr. Meroka, Elizabeth, please stand and wave. They have been our partners. They have walked this journey. We are grateful to you. Dr. Mary Mbithi is an expert in trade policy and is a senior lecturer in the Department of Economics and Development. Karibu.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. The CES, Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action. PS, Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, Madam Veronica Nduva, the Canadian High Commissioner, Executive Director for Crown Trust, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much and good morning. Please allow me to start by bringing greetings, special greetings from our hub leader, the one and only Professor Wanjiku Kabira, who would have liked to be here this morning, but could not manage to be here with us this morning. She sent our greetings. Let me also say, let me start by saying my name is Mary Mbithi, and also say that on behalf of the University of Nairobi and the Women Economic Empowerment Hub at the University of Nairobi, we are very grateful, and also we want to commend Crown Trust for taking the lead in organizing this third important forum on Women Economic Forum in Kenya. At the University of Nairobi, we are privileged to work with Crown Trust and to be a part of this forum right from the first one that was organized in 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 issues remain a great challenge to economic development in the world today. These are poverty, climate change, as well as hunger and food insecurity. But these 3 issues are by and large, driven by gender dimension, and more specifically, they are driven by gender inequality. More specifically, the low state of women in the economy is the main driver of these specific challenges. Statistics on gender equality globally paint a very grim picture with regards to attainment of gender equality today. As COVID-19 has widened the gap between the equality between women and men, and the current report by the World Economic Forum for 2022 shows that it will take the world 132 years to attain gender equality. And at the moment, gender inequality remains at 68%. So that means women are behind. When we compare 7 women to 10 men, women are behind. And this means a lot of work remains to be done towards attaining gender equality in the world. In Kenya, it is great to note that Kenya has made great strides towards gender equality. A lot of improvement has been attained recently, thanks to Government of Kenya efforts towards empowerment of women. But still, a lot remains to be done, because gender inequality in Kenya stands at 69%. Women, if you look at, you talk about inequality in all the areas of economic participation. If you look at economic participation, education sector, health sector, as well as political participation, women stand at 69%. Now, the comprehensive report on poverty done by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics further shows that for all the categories, for all the age categories in Kenya today, women, including young women, lag behind men in all poverty indicators, be it access to education, be it economic participation, be it food and nutrition, access to clean water, as well as sanitation and housing. And therefore, a lot needs to be done. As a research and advocacy institution, the University of Nairobi Women Economic Empowerment Hub has been undertaking research to provide evidence on what works for women economic empowerment, more specifically with regards to affirmative action funds, implementation of credit guarantee scheme, access to government procurement opportunities, incubation of women businesses, social protection, women in labor force, access to quality and affordable childcare, gender-responsive budgeting, regional policies and initiatives, regional meaning East African community and Africa at large, policies that enhance participation of women in cross-border trade as opportunities arise from regional integration, as well as in women movement for women economic empowerment. The WeHub believes that through partnerships with government and other key stakeholders in women economic empowerment, we can contribute to accelerated economic development in Kenya because women matter in economic development. Through policies that ensure inclusion, gender equality, as well as women economic empowerment. The overriding theme of this forum, getting women involved in economic recovery, is very timely for the women of Kenya, considering that women in Kenya in different spheres of the economy, including employment, business, as caregivers, whether paid or unpaid, were heavily and negatively impacted on by COVID-19. This is because women and men, this is because more women than men are deprived of socio-economic participation, information, nutrition, and women are generally poor as we compare the poverty levels for women and men. In addition, gender inequalities lead to women and men responding and adjusting to pandemics and crises differently, and more so, that is the same thing because women and men work in segregated sectors. For most economic activities, whether we consider employment as well as in businesses. These economic factors and the way women and men respond is further impacted on by inequalities. According to the study by UN Women on engendering government responses during during pandemics and crises, government of Kenya did a lot of work to support the nationals from to cushion them from COVID-19 effect. This can only be made better by taking into account the gender dimension and ensuring that the actions by government better speak to the inequalities and more so to the women's situation in the country. Furthermore, over 70% of Kenyan women are in informal wage employment, work only in 7 sectors, 7 out of 21 possible sectors, and these include in education, in agricultural sector, public administration, human health and social work, domestic and wholesale. So again, the fact that women work in certain sectors of the economy means that if we have crises or pandemics, women are likely to be impacted more in those sectors, and we know that 70% of them are working in those, a third of the possible sectors of employment. Now, for economic recovery, then it is important that those sectors where women work are also taken into account. With regards to government, to business, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics study on micro, small, and medium enterprises of 2016 shows that 98% of all the businesses in Kenya are micro, small, and medium enterprises, and 65% of them are informal, and majority of them, which is 56% of them, are owned by women. Furthermore, less women-owned businesses borrow from formal financial services as compared to men-owned businesses, and more women-owned businesses as compared to male-owned businesses tend to borrow from informal services. So for better incomes in economic recovery, governments, including the government of Kenya, need to implement gender-responsive strategies which ensure inclusive access to and control of different resources at the county as well as at the national level, both at the employment and at the business sectors. Such strategies will have to target the key sectors where women work with an objective of increasing productivity, increasing participation of women in higher levels of business value chains, including value addition, and involvement in both regional and global value chains, increased use of ICT, more efficient technologies and innovations, while also taking into account green production to mitigate climate change impacts, and also intentionally making public investments targeting reduction of the burden of unpaid care work to set time free for women to spend in the market economy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the UON we have is sponsoring 2 sessions in this forum, namely Women Economic Priority Areas and also the power of women collectives to drive economic growth. The We Have has done a lot of study to inform these sectors, and our teams will also share some of those findings during these sessions. Please allow me, on the request of the Hub leader, Professor Wanjiku Kabira, to recognize the participants in those 2 sessions. The session on women economic empowerment and priority areas, we have Dr. Meroka Mtua. We also have Jane Kamwanga from Murang'a County. We also have Dr. Regina Mwatha, and the session is moderated by Elizabeth Ohuma. On the power of women collectives as drivers of economic growth, Professor Kabira also requests that we recognize the representation and contribution by Beatrice Kamau, Wambui Kanyi, and a representative from KEPSA. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you, and I hope that in these 2 days of this forum, we are going to learn a lot and also deliberate on ways in which we can progress the agenda of women economic empowerment, and especially so as a driver to the recovery of the economy post-COVID-19. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mary Mbithi. It is now my humble pleasure to call the Principal Secretary, State Department of Gender and Affirmative Action, Honorable Ms. Veronica Nduva. Karibu sana. Please clap for her as she comes. And to also invite the chief guest once she makes her remarks.
Thank you very much, Moderator, for your great work. As we sat here, we just walked into the Nairobi Chorale, and they've been singing beautifully. And I know the CS wanted to hear at least one song. So please just come up and quickly give us a song. Mkimbie nyinyi ni vijana.
Wanaweza imba wakikuja, wangekuwa wanaimba ingamba.
Don't they look lovely? Yes. Let's encourage them. Wimbo ya kuchangamsha participants kidogo. And then I know we've been singing, so if sitting for long, so if you sing a lively song, we'll all stand up and just stretch a little bit. I think let's stand up.
shombo maalumu ulichinga mama oh kumukongo ng'ombe uliwebwa ng'ombe mwana wa mama ng'ombe mwana wa mama mwana wa mama mwana wa mama ng'ombe maalumu shombo maalumu ulichinga mama oh kumukongo maalumu shombo maalumu ulichinga mama oh kumukongo mwana wa mama mwana wa mama mwana wa mama ng'ombe mwana wa mama mwana wa mama mwana wa mama ng'ombe maalumu shombo maalumu ulichinga mama kumukongo.
Thank you, thank you.
Maalumu shombo maalumu ulichinga mama
Awesome. Thank you so much. We all know where there are women, there's singing, there's joy, there's energy, there's ngemi, not just continuous. We have to energize ourselves a little bit. So thank you so much. That was beautiful. And we are trying to see if we can borrow you for the International Women's Day that's coming up. Yeah. Yeah. So thank you so much. All protocols observed. My CS, Honorable Aisha Katana Juma, Daisy Amdani, the key organizer for this event, all your beautiful ladies in the house, good morning. Habari zenu. You all look lovely. I missed the memo, but not too much. I have an Ankara kind of shoe, so thank you so much. My name is Veronica Nduva, the PS for Gender and Affirmative Action. My task here this morning is very simple, is to invite my boss, the Honorable CS, and as I'm going to do that, allow me to just reflect on a couple of things, that women indeed are at the center of economic empowerment. It is the President's promise, and we have the Women Enterprise Fund, which is still in place. Please look out for this as you're in your women groups. We are remodeling it, and we are going to put it on a digital platform. And I'm also going to briefly mention that I know the CS will talk about the International Women's Day, but just to flag that we have the Trailblazers Award. Nyinyi hapa, mlio hapa ndio mnajua mabingwa katika hii sekta yetu. Those people we need to recognize. I've even gone to meetings where I've heard them saying, tunafaa kurecognize waziri wetu. Those of you who have followed her journey, there is really no bigger trailblazer in this room than her. Sindio? Makofi jamani. So please, we have linked up the Trailblazers Award to this forum, the conference, the online bit. So if you're online, if you have people you want to nominate, we are way beyond the deadline, so make it a priority. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my humble pleasure to invite the chief guest, the Honorable CS Aisha Katana Juma. I request you be upstanding as she proceeds to give us her remarks. Asanteni sana. See, we just, because there's a table at the back there that it didn't stand up to dance or to clap. Karibu, Waziri, karibu sana.
Thank you, Madam PS. Let us all be seated. Asanteni sana. I believe that I am well known. But for the benefit of the few who don't know me, my name is Aisha Jumwa. Mimi ndio shangazi wa taifa. But pia nataka nikubali the new title kwamba mimi naweza kuwa mama wa wamama wote. And let me first thank Crown Trust. My chair, I can see the chair is here, Madam Daisy, for bringing us together to this noble forum. And I'm honored to be part of it so that we can discuss the essential for the women economy, crisis recovery, and for achieving a sustainable and resilient future for all of us. So, Madam PS Veronica Nduva, PS Public Service Gender and Affirmative Action, Daisy, Miss Daisy, Crown Trust, all protocol observed, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, hamjambo tena. Kabisa. By the way, you're looking amazing up here. And I believe that I'm looking gorgeous down there. It gives me great pleasure to be here with you today to participate in this conference. My appreciation goes to the convener of this important occasion for recognizing that women empowerment is a key component that propels sustainable development in all sectors. For this administration, women's economic empowerment is at the heart of our development agenda, as envisioned in the Kenya Kwanza Alliance Women Charter. We are committed to leave no one behind as we engage women through advancing the Kenya Kwanza 9-point agenda on gender equality and women's empowerment. I'm sorry. This speech imeundwa ikapangwa, I don't know. I'm in page 6, here I'm in page 2. I'm so sorry. And perhaps I will call my peers apangane nayo. So you will start at page 4. Poleni sana, inakuanga hivyo sometimes. So tukiendelea, nataka nichukue nafasi hii pia niwaalike nyinyi wote ambao mko hapa that we will have our maiden IWD on the 2nd of March, and the chief guest will be the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto. Na nataka niseme ya kwamba Mheshimiwa Rais amechukulia sana masuala ya kina mama, ameyapea kipaumbele, na ndio maana hii siku alisema si ya kina mama tu, but yeye as a champion of the gender equality and women empowerment atafika na atatuongoza katika shughuli hii. So nawaalika nyinyi wote, and please promote your tailor. Promote your tunakuja tukiwa hivi African women, So, it gives me a great pleasure to be here with you today to participate in this conference. My appreciation goes to conveners of this important occasion for recognizing that women empowerment is a key component that propels sustainable development in all sectors. For this administration, women's economic empowerment is at the heart of our development agenda as envisioned in the Kenya Kwanza Alliance Women Charter. We are committed to leave no one behind as we engage women through advancing the Kenya Kwanza 9-point agenda on the gender equality and women's empowerment. Therefore, this conference themed Getting Women Involved in Kenya's Economic Recovery is timely. The Kenya Kwanza government economic model is based on the framework of bottom-up economic transformation agenda, into brackets BETTER, which set out the administration's priority programs, policies, and reforms. We are currently finalizing the preparation of the fourth medium-term plan, 2023-2027, of the Kenya Vision 2030 that will prioritize implementation of economic recovery strategies of the new administration to reposition the economy on a steady, inclusive, and sustainable growth trajectory. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya's economic recovery efforts are against a backdrop of global economic slowdown underpinned by the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict, elevated gold inflation and effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, and persistent supply chain disruption and the drought effect that have created agency of food security and climate change effects. This urgency allows us to focus investment on mitigation, adaptation, and farm resilience. As the effect of COVID-19 pandemic started to fade away, the Kenya economy bounced back, recording a GDP growth rate of 7.5% in 2021, propelled by heavy public investments in public infrastructure. However, the momentum has been slowed again by the Russian-Ukraine conflict that has disrupted gold trade through increased fuel, fertilizer, and food prices. For the first time in 5 years, inflation rate in Kenya is above government target, range mainly driven supply side constraint occasioned by the external shocks as well as drought effects. In addition, the drought impacts in the economy has created a strong focus on food security and climate change. This effect will become dominant in economic management and focusing on its quality and structure. We have witnessed how it has reserved effort in poverty reduction and inequality, but above all, promoted social conflicts. These effects are compounded and amplified by declining manufacturing productivity, skewed access to finance and business development, business regulatory framework, weak governance, and physical risk, including pensions liabilities, stalled projects, payment arrears, and high debt service that hindered the economy from achieving its full potential. Ladies and gentlemen, the need to address these constraints and bolster resilience forms the basis of Kenya Kwanza government bottom-up economic transformation agenda. The agenda is geared towards economic turnaround and inclusive growth and aims to increase investment in at least 5 sectors and envisage to have the largest impact and linkages to the economy as well as on household welfare. The key 5 sectors include agricultural transformation, micro, small, and medium enterprise, housing and settlement, healthcare, digital superhighway, and creative industry. Special focus will be placed on increased employment, more equitable distribution of income, social security, while also expanding the tax revenue base and increase foreign exchange earnings. The implementation of these interventions is expected to stimulate economic recovery to 6.1% growth in 2023 from the estimated 5.5% in 2022. But more importantly, improve the quality of growth from public sector investment-led growth to a dynamic private sector-led growth. Against this backdrop, and in line with this conference objectives, it is my hope that the discussions during this convening will offer tangible solutions on inclusive growth, especially on the role of women in Kenya's economic recovery. From our end, the government has put in place various measures to promote inclusive growth and enhance women participation in labor market and enterprise. First, to promote women in micro and small enterprises, the government has allocated 50% of the 50 billion Hustler Fund to women-owned enterprises. Further, we have Affirmative Action Fund, which include Uwezo Fund, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, Youth Enterprise Fund, the Micro and Small Enterprise Authority, and Women Enterprise Fund. We are currently remodeling Women Enterprise Fund to provide a digital platform with short-term credit and innovative products. Further, we are in the process of innovating the fund's product to conform to the 5 priorities, that is agriculture, SMEs, healthcare, housing and settlements, and ICT and creative economy. I therefore encourage women entrepreneurs to take advantage of these funds and fully participate in government priorities area, projects, and program. Second, the government is fully enforcing the access to government procurement opportunities, into bracket, AGPO, that requires all public agencies to reserve 30% of procurement opportunities to women, youth, and persons living with disabilities. To increase the uptake, WEF LPO financing is available to women traders to facilitate the AGPO individual and groups to undertake procurement opportunities within government. Emphasis is on ensuring women-owned enterprises automatically qualify for LPO financing. It is our country's best model of promoting women in business, and various countries have visited Kenya to benchmark. Third, the Kenya's Digital Superhighway Master Plan of the government is a noble area of focus. The importance of technology and digital trading is boosting women economic empowerment cannot be underscored. In partnership with African Union, the 50 million African Women Speak digital platform was developed and launched in Kenya early last year. The platform has the potential to accelerate women participation in inter-county and across-border trade for greater networking across the border. The ministry responsible for ICT has also established ICT hubs in almost all constituencies in the counties to promote digital trading. Women are urged to utilize various digital platforms to enhance their business activities. Fourth, the Intergovernmental Relations Act 2012 provides a framework of engagement between the national and county governments. The ministry has established and launched the Intergovernmental Coordination Structure on Gender, which has a legal mandate to coordinate gender development between national and county governments. These intergovernmental coordination structures on gender culminate in the establishment of various frameworks such as gender sector working groups, which coordinate development partners, implementing gender equality and women empowerment. I believe that women entrepreneurs will utilize these existing structures to increase the women's participation in the economic empowerment through bottom-up economic model. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, the informal sector employs more than 70% of the Kenyans, majority of who are women in medium and small enterprises. Therefore, this conference echoes the initiative of maximizing the participation of women in key sectors of our country's economy. I take cognizance that the thematic areas in this conference will enhance genesis of visionary women economic empowerment. When women have a source of income, there are no path to becoming a health and empowered economic actor. Women who are able to decide where, when, and how to spend their income see improvements in their social and economic status and the level of resources devoted to their children. To conclude, I wish to appreciate and thank all organizations represented in this forum for your commitment in joining us today as we exchange ideologies that champion women economic empowerment in our beloved country. I wish you fruitful deliberations and looking forward to reading the outcome document from this meeting. It is now my pleasure to declare this conference officially opened. Thank you. God bless you all. Asanteni sana kwa kunipa masikio yenu. Na nataka tu kuachia neno moja ya kwamba as we lay down our strategy, we must ask ourselves, what is it that we can do and who can we do it with? So tujipange hapo, muongeze hapo, na mimi nitangoja ripoti. Daisy, unanijua, unaniweza kunipata wapi? But I'm more than ready, I'm available, and I want to give a word of commitment that being the CS of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, I'm now your partner. Nitatembea na nyinyi, nitasimama na nyinyi, na wamama wa hii nchi lazima wahusike katika uchumi wa hii nchi. But another question is, what are we doing with what we already have? Tunajua kwamba viko. That is why we need this awareness, sensitization. Tunahitaji training so that wamama wajue kuna pesa ambazo serikali imetenga. Kila sekta ya kiserikali kuna 30% ambayo inatuhusu sisi ambao tumekaa katika hili jukwaa na wale ambao wako kule nje. So tunapojipanga tunaanza kushikilia kile ambacho kiko. You know, from a point of experience, mimi nasikia watu wanasema, unajua sisi hatupewi tenda, sisi hatupati tenda za serikali, watu wanapiga maneno. But nataka niwaambie, getting a contract and to service that contract are two different maneno. Unapata contract hapa, unazunguka nayo, mwisho unaitupa. So, the good news is, we have money. Pesa tuko nayo. Under the Women Enterprise Funds, we finance LPOs. Si ni kweli? We finance. Kama ujui njia, Veronica is here. I'm also available. Tutawaambia zinapatikana wapi. And now, we have the new WEF. We have the new WEF. Hiyo sasa utakuwa unajitafutia tu kwa simu yako. Na kama unataka mingi zaidi, sasa hapo ndio tutakuwa tunaongea. But for now, tumeenda digital, na utakuwa unapata pesa za kufanyia biashara at your comfort area. You need to have your phone, na nafikiri rais ataongelea hayo mengi on the 2nd. So, nataka niwashukuru sana, na pia vile vile niwaombe, niwaache ili nikimbilie pale bungeni. Tuko na mkutano pale na komiti ile ambayo mimi huwa naapia kwao. Na nawatakia mazungumzo mema. Mungu awabariki sana.
Pigia makofi Honorable Aisha Jumwa. Thank you very much, Madam CS, for gracing our occasion and opening it. Before we break for tea, I just want to announce that our chief guest will be escorted by the speakers to take a group photo outside, and the rest of us, we will proceed to my left, or actually to your right, for tea. I'll have somebody pray for tea. Let us stand. Esther Mutai, please let us stand.
Asanteni sana. Madam CS, thank you very much for that wonderful speech.
Sorry, just hold on. Yeah. Honorable Beatrice Elachi, to give us a vote of thanks. Yes, before, and then we can pray for tea.
Thank you very much, Waziri. I think we are still in the morning, and so just a very short thanks for coming, for gracing this occasion, and to thank all the speakers for this morning, for the opening session, but more importantly, to really give you that commitment that we know, even women in Parliament, we will stand with you. We have walked this journey for women, na tunajua ya kwamba sisi kina mama Kenya hatuna vyama. Sisi ni wamama, ni lazima ile uchungu mama anasikia, sisi wote tuwasikia. Kwa hivyo waziri wetu na PS wetu, tunasema asante kwa kuja, kwa kujitolea. Tunajua uko na majukumu mengi, lakini tunasema asante, na asante sana PS wetu pia. Tunajua mko kwa safari ngumu, lakini mtaweza. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. So let's stand up.
Thank you very much. We can stand for a word of prayer. Our Father and our God, we come before you this morning with thanksgiving and gratitude in our hearts. We want to thank you so much, God, for what has happened this morning. Thank you for our visitors who have graced this occasion, especially our CS and her PS. And we now want to commit the tea that is before us, before you, Lord, that you may bless it. In Jesus' name we pray and believe. Amen.
Thank you very much. Please proceed to tea. Tea is 15 minutes so that we can catch up on time. So please Take your tea and your snacks as fast as possible, or you can even come with it and then we can continue the session. Asanteni. And media, you can proceed there to the photo. We have put a banner just outside here. You can just walk there.
Once the donor funding is over. Immediately after, we developed a young women leaders mentorship manual that is still not in operation, and we were able to be trained on the same by an expert whom we had engaged to sit down with QEPs, go through our activities and our programs, and finally develop the manual for us with, of course, the assistance of the management. Later, we were able to come up with a monitoring and evaluation plan. So the meal plan was finalized in the month of July 2022 with a culmination of a training of 25 participants who were taken through the documents. They were also trained on how it will work. It will work for the organization. And they were given an opportunity even to input on the same. After that, we were able to develop a policy advocacy strategy with the help of a consultant on the same, and also 25 participants were trained and they were given an opportunity to input, to ask questions, and to walk the journey with QEPs.
Mwangaza ni kundi ambao iko na watu kama 1,000 wa mama na pia wasichana. Tumejiunga pamoja tuweze kusaidiana kwa kazi ambayo tunafanya kwa mambo matatu. Mmoja wapo ikiwa ni
inclusivity of women in policy making, and I think it is a very good thing, and what I want to say is that women should be more involved, or women should be given the opportunity to make these policies, because we are sort of the decision makers at home, and we are the core of the families, yes, and homes in this country.
As a way of fostering a sustainable national framework that brings together women entrepreneurs and women collectives, we have created a platform for engagement between women in business, policy makers, and key stakeholders at the launch of the We Hub Priority Agenda held at the University of Nairobi.
Women are given an opportunity to voice themselves
they bring out issues that affect them, that affect their lives, that affect their families, that affect their businesses, matters of health. And I think this is important because from women speaking out, this is where the problems of the women are captured and they can be looked into and dealt with and give women that, the strength to even build themselves and be included in activities in this country.
This mkutano, it has made me understand. I had no idea that the government also is concerned helping mamas. I had no idea. But now I have learned that the government also is putting effort to help mamas.
It has been a great experience for me because I have met people who we'll start doing collaborations with.
Discrimination of women in the formal sector, unpaid care work, access to childcare, determinants for access to credit, access to information and finance emerged as some of the challenges affecting women's participation in the economic activities. This informs the WeHub's vision, which is full realization of women's economic empowerment.
There are women who are struggling with taxation issues. Some are small business enterprises like the Mama Mboga, and they're looking into how to get their capital, just the funding aspect and all that, and a support team, a team of people who have done it before and can actually assure them that it can be done.
When it comes to access to finance, the partial credit guarantee scheme that was rolled out by the National Treasury, out of the 2,292 facilities that have been granted in the past 18 months, 30% was set aside for women. And we have barely scratched the surface.
In addition, laws and regulations governing the international trade also emerge as a challenge for women in the trade sectors. As a way to curb this, WeHub sensitizes women on the existing laws at the county and international level.
What I expect about my products, I expect to actually penetrate into the international market. That's my dream, and I hope to achieve it sometime this year.
We want women to be aware and they have to be skilled on the cross-border trade regimes that exist, the East African Community, COMESA, AGOA, all these things that are giving them opportunities. We want them to be aware, including the World Trade Organization, because this is where the women should be going.
Every woman who came here, I'm very sure, has not left the way they come.
Don't limit yourself to what you're doing as a women entrepreneur.
Tread more beyond and beyond East Africa and entire the world.
Remind the women who you've represented today that what they do not only impacts their household, but also impacts the tomorrows and the tomorrows to come.
In the profound wisdom of Tian Wei, a society that fails to harness the energy and creativity of its women is a huge disappointment to the modern world. Therefore, it is upon the society to realize that for any household, community, or country to progress, it is important to empower women, because when you empower a woman, you empower the whole
generation. Hatua kubwa tumepiga kimaendeleo. Hongera sana wazalendo kuijenga Kenya. Mungu, tujaze nguvu na rehema watu na tena sote uwe mlinzi siku zote kina mama tuungane, tuvute pamoja, tuinuane, tuijenge, tujiimarishe, miradi mingi tuanzishe, tuzalishe mali, uchumi wetu Kenya yetu tuimarishe. Mungu, kweli twakuomba, tujaze nguvu na rehema watu wako tena, tubarikie sote, uwe mlinzi siku zote ukitu. Mungu, kweli twakuomba, tujaze nguvu na rehema watu wako Kenya, na tena tubarikie sote, uwe mlinzi siku zote ukituongoza.
Hello.
Wakenya wote tuungane, tusirudi nyuma, umoja wetu wana Kenya uwe ngao yetu, tujitolee hali mali, tuijenge Kenya daima, sote wazalendo tuwe na umoja.
Tujaze nguvu na rehema watu wako Kenya, na tena tubarikie sote, uwe mlinzi siku zote ukitu. Kwa kweli twakuomba, tujaze nguvu na rehema watu wako Kenya, na tena tubarikie sote, uwe mlinzi siku zote ukituongoza. Nitayainua macho yangu, nitazame milima, nitayainua macho yangu, msaada wangu watoka wapi? Nitayainua macho yangu, nitazame milima, nitayainua macho, msaada wangu watoka wapi? Ninauliza, msaada wangu unatoka wapi? Katika Bwana, katika Bwana, katika Bwana, katika Bwana, katika Bwana, katika Bwana, katika Bwana. Parara, 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 parara. Aliyezifanya mbingu, aliyezifanya asisinzie akulinae, aliyezifanya mbingu, aliyezifanya mbingu na nchi, asisinzie akulinae. Ninauliza msaada wangu unatoka wapi? Katika Bwana, katika Bwana, katika Bwana, katika Bwana. Jua halitakupiga mchana wala mwezi wakati wa usiku. Jua halitakupiga mchana wala mwezi wakati wa usiku. Jua halitakupiga ndugu wala mwezi wakati wa usiku. Jua halitakupiga ndugu wala mwezi wakati wa usiku. Tukulinda nafsi yako. Parara, 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 parara. Bwana atakulinda, atakukinga na mabaya yote, atakulinda, atakulinda nafsi yako. Bwana atakulinda, atakukinga na mabaya yote, atakulinda, atakulinda, atakulinda nafsi yako. Mimi nauliza msaada wangu unatoka wapi? Katika Bwana, 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 ay 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 ay, katika Bwana, katika Bwana. Abudiwa Bwana, tukuka Bwana, heshimika Bwana, tukuka milele. Abudiwa Bwana, abudiwa Bwana, heshimika Bwana.
Wewe ni Mungu, hakuna kama wewe Bwana. Unayotenda, hakuna mwingine awezaye tenda. Unarudishia watu miaka yao waliyopoteza. Unarudishia watu miaka yao iliyoliwa na nzige. Ulimrudishia Ayubu miaka yote aliyopoteza. Mali yake, watoto wake wote, Bwana ulirudisha. Tena maradufu, Bwana ulirudisha. Nami najua nitarudishiwa miaka yangu, nitarudishiwa iliyoliwa na nzige, nitarudishiwa miaka yangu iliyoliwa na nzige. yote niliyopoteza kwa nzige. Miaka yangu iliyoliwa na nzige.
Kwa jina la Yesu. Narudisha. Kwa jina la Yesu. Narudisha. Kwa jina la Yesu.
Angalia imebaki mifupa mikavu. Tazama imebaki mifupa mikavu. Lakini kuna tumaini. Bwana atarudisha. Amani itarudishwa. Afya itarudishwa. Biashara itarudishwa. Miaka yangu iliyoliwa na nzige. Miaka yangu iliyoliwa na nzige.
Kwa jina la Yesu.
Sima yote niliyopoteza kwa nzige. Miaka yangu iliyoliwa na nzige.
Kwa jina la Yesu.
Miaka yangu iliyoliwa na nzige. Miaka yangu iliyoliwa na nzige.
Kwa jina la Yesu.
Sima yote niliyopoteza kwa nzige. Miaka yangu iliyoliwa na nzige. Kwa jina la Yesu.
Thank you very much, Nairobi Girls Chorale. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I said only 15 minutes tea. You have taken double that amount. I hope it will not happen again at lunchtime. So I'll call up the next panel. And the next panel is on women's economic empowerment priority areas. The moderator for this panel is Elizabeth Auma from the University of Nairobi, WeHub. Please come on the stage, Elizabeth, and you can introduce the speakers for your panel. Please clap for Elizabeth as she comes on stage.
Good afternoon. Lecturer at the Faculty of Law and a lead researcher at the Women's Economic Empowerment Hub. I also have
women on lifelong learning experiences so that after school we don't access information. For instance, they say, we don't know how many licenses I'm supposed to pay because there are several for my small enterprise, especially in manufacturing. So they want to access information. And they say that they want a one-stop shop like Huduma Center, where they go and they say
this, I am in butter making, I'm making butter or I'm making honey. Where do I pay for my license? So we need a good policy framework that addresses that, so that the so-called, we call them in our research, women under the ladder. They operate, even they call themselves, we operate under the ladder because we are hiding from KRA, we are hiding from other certificates that we haven't been, we realized we haven't paid, so that I can go to a Huduma place, get that license and get it once and do my business. So I need information on what licenses I need. That's what they say. We also have said this strategy of one-stop shop, Huduma like also, and access to information for women on the phones, for instance. Sometimes they don't trust that, but they do trust like chief barazas. How can this information access women, as, like on chiefs barazas, on how to register a business, what licenses are needed? Lastly, there's one thing that troubles women, gender-based violence, and especially intimate partner violence at home. We need to be very focused on the way we deal with gender-based violence. We have the legislation, we have the policy, but there are issues related to intimate partner violence where there is negotiations and it ends up sometimes with the woman sometimes dead because of that. So how do we address issues related to the courts so that these negotiations that take place at home, then the court users space is used so that then we are able to rethink in terms of how we address GBV and intimate partner violence. Lastly, we need to rethink a fuller engagement on women's 2/3 principle of either gender. Our study have actually found that in the public sector, national government, county government, they deal with 2/3 of either gender as 1/3 rather than 2/3. We need to rethink that for both public sector and the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Key areas she's focusing on skilling of women. Women need skills. And of course, the frameworks that exist for women to do business are still not very friendly. So we need friendly frameworks for women to do business in terms of market linkages, in terms of also creating value chains that respond or tap into women's areas of production. Information asymmetry is a problem, and so how can women get information at the places where they can access it easily, where they need it? And of course, gender-based violence runs across experiences of women, and this can be a barrier for them to participate effectively. So those are the things that need to be done in terms of responding to these strategies. And of course, the 2/3 gender rule, when we have seen women go into parliament, both at the Senate and National Assembly, we know things happen. So getting the 2/3 gender rule enforced will open ways for more women. As we move forward, I want to engage our coordinator for Muranga Women, County Women Economic Empowerment Network, Jane, to take us through some of the experiences, the hands-on experiences she has seen women go through as they push towards economic participation. Jane, please take 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Elizabeth. Good afternoon, members. My name is Jane. I'm actually going to talk on a practical point of view. The issue of access to credit is coming out very strongly, lack of skills, and also lack of collaterals. Something that I didn't hear mentioned is about the cultural barriers. So, how do we address these challenges? Practically, I work with women
which promotes the empowerment of women. They also provide startup businesses, which help the poor women. But these also lead to indebtedness, where women are auctioned and their businesses collapse, which leads to embarrassment, because you find that microfinance comes and removes iron sheets of your house, and this is the house that you live in. The villagers gather around and start cheering and clapping, and especially the opposite gender. So this one, they also sometimes come and empty water tanks, because those that were used as collaterals. These are embarrassment. And why do these businesses collapse? It's because of lack of training. Lack of training, and especially on financial literacy. You realize that if I start a business, next door another friend or woman starts the same business, another one starts the same, that is copying from others. So this one now becomes makes businesses not thrive. And then at the end of it all, if you had borrowed some more money from a microfinance or from a microcredit organization or institution, now you get some charges. The other the way of addressing could be working through organized groups. We have existing women groups whereby they do revolving funds, and women have the capacity and the capability of even raising money and putting like even 2 million or 3 million on a table and borrow, but this is done in a kienyeji way. So training is very, very important. And the issue of cultural barriers, these are the general patterns that women have less personal or fewer resources at their disposal and limited influence over the decision processes. Now, when we talk about this, we need to have trade policies. My colleague talked about policies. So there is need for opening up trade opportunities so that women can benefit. And also trade liberalization, whereby there's changing characteristics of economic activity, and maybe also reasonable revenue licenses. My last one is working in partnerships, whereby supporting women associations and collective action can help and can be able to reach out to government and private sector organizations where they can provide support and also support the income generating activities. They can, in this collective way, they can also have the power to negotiate for loans. For example, we have heard from the minister, or from the cabinet secretary, that there is the WEF, the Women Fund. There is also the Youth Fund, the WESO Fund, and even the most recent one is the Hustler Fund. And this one can assist because you have to be in organized groups. Working with RIs or private sector, whereby you get education on financial literacy. There is also the use of dialogue. The stakeholders can strongly advance women economic empowerment, and like through the Ministry of Finance, Agriculture, Labor, and all that. So we noted that it's very, very important to look into those areas that makes women not become economically empowered. And when we talk about economic empowerment, we say that if you empower a woman, you empower the whole nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Jane. From the grassroots, you can hear women are already in some collectives, but these collectives need to be strengthened because women work in groups. The issue of women's businesses not living beyond 1 year, as has been studied, is because they lack literacy, not just in finances, but also in how to run businesses generally, so that they don't get embarrassed. Cultural norms that still put barriers to women's economic participation can only be addressed if we educate men and we engage men to understand that when women are empowered, their families are also going to be stronger and better economically. Allow me now to invite Dr. Meroka together. After Dr. Meroka says something, then Regina will also join in. please take 2 minutes each to talk about the public-private partnership, because that is one of the strategies the government is also pushing as a strategy to develop this country. And then we are saying women should be economically empowered. How will we measure this at the end of the day? How can we say women have been empowered? What indicators can we use? What elements can we think about to say the women of this country have been empowered? Meroka?
Thank you, Elizabeth. So just to flag some of the strategies that have worked in terms of our partnerships with private sector. For instance, at the UON, we have worked collaboratively with some of the lending institutions to conduct research, and I think it has been impactful. Conducting research collaboratively, because then it has been easier to influence and inform the policy decisions at the level at which the lenders are operating, because they've actually come with us to the ground. They have listened to the women, and they have seen what the women are telling them. So we are not going to them and saying, we've been on the ground and this is what the women are saying, but rather we have gone to the ground together. We have gathered data together, and I think that has been very useful. So one of the strategies is collaborative research. We have also seen that policy dialogues, particularly at the grassroots level, are really useful. It's a very useful tool to work with. And the women always tell us, when we see people from government, for instance, coming, we have gone with colleagues from the National Treasury, for instance, and we've gone with them down to the ground, and they've, raised, the women have raised questions for them, they have responded, and that has been very fruitful again. And the women always tell us, it's very refreshing to have people who are so far from us coming down to the ground and for us to have conversations with them. So policy dialogues at the grassroots level is a very useful tool. But of course, let me again just talk about funding. With special thanks, for instance, to some of the donors who have, sponsors and donors who have supported some of the work that we have done. But we cannot run away from the question of funding for some of these activities that we do, and that is one way in which we can, work together as a public-private institutions towards promoting women's economic empowerment. Thank you.
So Regina, just highlight on how we can measure women's economic empowerment in this country. What are some of the upcoming indicators that we can then use at a certain period or time frame to say we can see progress in women's economic empowerment?
Thank you very much. Some of the measures that we have used are indicators like those have to do with reach, how many women were reached, and what was the process, so that we are showing participation. Activity. Did the business grow? What skills were gained? Did the income increase? Was there prosperity, even better livelihood at home? What happened at the household level because of what happened in terms of economic advancement? Are women able to go through shocks? And the other one is the need for systematic gender data, both qualitative and quantitative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let us clap for our panelists for a great job. as you have heard, we are not just pushing for women's economic empowerment. We are saying we want to show what it has done. All the efforts of women gathered here, all the efforts from government, all development partners. At the end of the day, what can we show that the Kenyan women over this period of time have achieved? And we are saying we will be looking at how they are doing their businesses. Has it changed? What are the banks telling us? Are women borrowing more? What are the banks telling us? Are they moving from the less than 500,000 bracket to over 2 million bracket where men are, for example? Are the banks telling us that women, because women are known to be the best payers of their debts, of their loans, but they're taking very little? Are they taking more? We are also looking at the political participation. Has it increased? And if it has increased, what does it contend for us as a nation when more women are in positions? And when we are talking about political participation, not just elective positions, also appointive position like the CS was here. And of course, the growth of women's movement vis-a-vis women's economic empowerment. Because when women's movement is strongest, like we saw in our political movement, we got our constitution, we got women elected to parliament, and so the growth of women's economic movement will translate into women's economic empowerment. If I am allowed, I will allow 2 questions, just 2 critical questions, so that we don't close the meeting or the session without hearing 2 minutes each. Yes.
Get clearly from research in terms of priorities is the place of digital technology in terms of furthering women advancement economically. And I think from the backdrop of, you know,
economy. Women are only in 7 key areas of this economy out of 21. So that is an area that there's need to push forward and engage women through training, because for them to engage digitally, they must be trained. And then, of course, the bandwidth has to be there for them to access digital platforms. So we are happy that the government is trying to make sure that there are digital hubs in the villages. And so when women are trained, Daisy is here, she's hearing. Maybe the next funding she'll be looking for is to train women in digital skills and technologies. Thank you very much.
Very much. Oh, there's many questions. You know, there's actually something at the back here. Please, if you have your programs, please look at the back. There is this QR code. We want you to scan that and put your questions there. No, we can't take any questions. I'm sorry. We're really running out of time and we need to recover the time. So please I want to thank this panel.
We accepted too. Please allow her. Yes.
I hope it is short.
Yes.
Because there are people who need to leave on other panels.
A question asked. And we are saying, in all these women empowerment,
begins at the family level. And I believe when we empower women economically, they will know what to do with their families much better than they're doing today. Otherwise, thank you for the time and for listening to us. May I request that you clap for our panelists, even as we end this session. I think we better do it standing up because I want to hand over to Winnie.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Please clap for them. Thank you. Pole, we had to hurry you, but we have the next panel, and the moderator is online in Uganda, and she's been holding on. We have kept her for a while. Please put her on. Akina Mama wa Africa, these were also our partners and our sponsors. And yes, we must honor their time. While they're putting Amwa online, I'd also like to call the panelists for that session. The State Department of Trade, Jacqueline Makoha. State Department of Gender, and Josephat Ireri. Please, if you're here, please come on stage. Please clap for them as they come. And there is Dorcas from Slum Dwellers International. Dorcas, if you're here, please come on stage. I'm hoping Faith. Is Faith coming online? At this juncture, I'd also like to appreciate the Kenya Women Parliamentarians Association, of which Honorable British Elachi is a member. Of our CS was also a former member of KEWOPA. I don't know if you're aware, but it is the parliamentarians, the women parliamentarians, who actually started this dress code of African in Parliament. So this is in solidarity to what our sisters in Parliament are doing. Aren't you grateful? And their idea was that we shall support a tailor. And if you can get even specifically a woman tailor, the better. Because if we can support our women tailors, wouldn't we have supported the economy and our family and many people? So exactly. So next time mkiambiwa mvae African, please. Yeah, good. Thank you. Clap for yourselves, for all the ones who have worn African. Because we know we are supporting our own. Yes. So even the men, they are African things you can wear. I'm just buying time. Is Faith online? She's coming. Great. Welcome, Faith.
I can't see you anymore, but I hope you can hear me.
We can, Faith. Go ahead.
All right. My name is Naju Joanita. Faith spoke earlier, but I work with Akina Mama wa Africa as well. And I am based in Uganda, and it's good to hear the conversations and to see everyone in Africa. And I have also tried to make sure I am African as well. And I know that I am standing between you and lunch, so I will try to make this as quick and impactful as possible. Welcome to the panelists. Unfortunately, I cannot see you at the moment, but I know that you are ready and looking radiant as always. So this panel will speak to women's economic justice and climate action. And before we get right into the questions, maybe just to give a brief about why these two things are connected. Some of you may be asking, how does women, economic justice fit into the climate crisis? But I'm sure that we all know that many of the people and the communities that are most vulnerable to climate change are those who are already poor and at the margins of our society. And we also know that responsibility for human-caused climate change is also distributed unevenly. Still have the power and the resources to adapt to the rising temperature, as well as, for example, in the global south, especially Africa, still do not have these resources to adapt, and therefore we are bearing the biggest brunt of the climate crisis. We also know that climate change is linked to all the different other inequalities. So even people who are living within the same city still do not experience climate change the same. So we are looking at things like gender, and we know, of course, women who are who work mostly in the agriculture sector, who bear the burden of domestic work, still bear the biggest brunt of the effects of climate change. So that's why we thought that this conversation is quite important. And as we continue to deliberate with politicians and corporations that continue to ignore the climate crisis, we need to advocate for the rights of those who are most marginalized and insist that those at the margins of society and those communities facing the climate crisis are those whose voices are amplified, are those whose voices are centered, are those whose experiences are centered in the different policies that we are coming up with. So welcome again to the panelists. I will begin with Jacqueline Nekesa. I hope she's there.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, welcome, Jacqueline. So I will begin with you. In what ways can women's economic empowerment be linked to climate action, and how can this contribute to sustainable development?
Okay, thank you, moderator, and good afternoon, everyone. As the moderator has already pointed out, women's economic empowerment is very vital to climate action, because we know that most of the climate change impacts actually impact on our natural environment. And we know that the differential impacts of climate change on men and women, this is also affected by how we interact with the environment as women and as men. So in most of our countries, or in our region in Kenya, we know that we are coming from a patriarchal society. Therefore, most of the decision-making powers are vested in mostly men, as the cultural gatekeepers, and we know that most of the natural resources like land, forests, rivers, water are actually mostly governed by men, with women really playing a subordinate role when it comes to that. So if we empower women economically, it means that we are facilitating them to have access to resources, among them land, and also finances to be able to either purchase land or do business. And in this case, when we are talking about climate change, we are talking about green entrepreneurship ventures. So that is very important, that women are economically empowered to be able to make decisions as regards their natural environment, the natural resources, for them to actively engage, make decisions that affect that environment, and also participate without fear in sustaining the same. So for us to also effectively do that, we need awareness creation. I think this has been talked over even in the previous panel, to create awareness to women and other vulnerable groups to appreciate their environment. And mostly when we talk about climate change issues, you find that most people think that climate change is scientific and a complex subject. I think we need to sensitize ourselves so that we are aware that it is all about our natural environment. Of course, there's some science to it at higher levels, but if we start engaging at very basic levels, that is when we are able to also engage at higher level. And also to just demystify the whole phenomenon of climate change in our different professions. As gender people, as community development people, I think we need to empower ourselves with the relevant knowledge so that we also just build our capacities to appreciate the subjects and be able to be the voices of the voiceless when it comes to decision-making levels. And for this, I'm talking about climate discussions at regional level, at international level, at UNFCCC level, which is the UN governing body on matters climate change. I think we need our voices, and that we can only do if we are empowered with the relevant knowledge. Because for us to effectively participate in decision-making meetings or processes, we have to do it from a point of knowledge. So I think that is what I can say for now.
Thank you, Jacqueline. I hope I'm still being heard, just to check. So thank you so much, Jacqueline, for that. And you really bring out important points about women being included in decision-making processes at all levels, as well as ensuring that the voices of those who are most marginalized are those that are being amplified, their experiences, as well as their solutions. I know we usually get a lot of our solutions from the West, but we all know that our communities have been able to adapt and mitigate climate change for a while. And so I think that their solutions are the ones that we need to vocalize, to amplify, since they've been able to adapt to this for a long time. I will go to Josephat. I hope I'm saying your name correctly, and apologies if I'm not. So Josephat, could you please share with us what opportunities exist for women and women entrepreneurs in the green economy, and how can they be supported to access financing and markets? This is something that Jacqueline has touched on, but maybe if you could clearly elaborate on what measures the government has put in place that that women can be able to tap into to effectively be part of this process.
Thank you, our able moderator, for this opportunity. And I'm going to address the question of opportunities that are available, but also those that can be created to enhance women participation in action, in climate change actions. One of the key areas we are addressing now in the green economy generally, but particularly in what we call agri-food chains, is about how women can increasingly be involved in the food chain, not just in production, but also across the whole food chain, from the way they produce, the way they add value, and the way they are able to determine the cost, the price of what they are produced. Because currently, even involvement in the value chain, not just the food chain, is limited to certain levels, so that negotiation powers are limited to the area that you are confined in, for example, as a woman. So as we go up in the value chain, the value of commodities go higher, but the people who benefit are the people sometimes we call brokers or cartels, but where are the producers, where are the people who add value? So those are some of the areas that we need to put a lot of effort as a government, as key stakeholders, and also as lobbyists in this field. Secondly, we also need to, even when we produce, because sometimes we ask our women and girls produce more, but the critical question to ask ourselves is, are we linking them to the market? Because we could tell them, go to your tailor, which is a good thing, but are we linking supply and demand of the same? Because we could manufacture so much, so good quality, but are we addressing the demand side? So that is a key question when we sit here, when we live here, we need to address ourselves too, so that we don't sit and have plenty, but that plenty is not being consumed both internally or outside. So linkage to the markets is important. But also protection, there are times that we support what we call protectionism in the market, so that what our women and girls are producing, what also our men are producing in the country, are protected against foreign imports of the same products. So that is one area that we can ring-fence what our people are doing by putting even tariffs, trade tariffs on commodities that should not come in. And last week, you remember there's an action that was taken from one of the international partners against bringing items to Kenya that our people can produce or distribute. Again, it is also an issue of, do we patent? Do we have, we call it patenting. Do we patent what we produce as women entrepreneurs, so that it is not stolen? We call it stolen in other languages, for lack of a better word, so that it remains useful to us, we still own it. So patenting becomes important for us. And critically, when we talk about market linkages, we are talking about, have we established databases, so that even as we link nationally across women networks, we are also able to link outside, but only if we have local networks that have databases, so that if you click somewhere, if you have your phone, then you can see a lot of opportunities through databases, and the networks integrate in those. The other one will be also, maybe it has been talked about, dedicated low-cost loans or loan facilities. So I will not get into this because it has been mentioned about the opportunities that have been offered by government, but also facilitated by government through private partnerships. So we have the state-led instruments, loans and facilities. We have public-private partnerships, but we also have financial institutions, which we are linking. But the question still remains, even as we address the middle level that we talked about even in the morning, how are we reaching those people who are below, or what we call the hustler? And those are the most affected women and girls by climate change impact. So the discussion should be reaching out to them deliberately by building capacity, but so sensitize them on what is available, how you can get it, but very important also, how you can link up to the networks beyond your local networks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Josephat, for those really elaborate points. Maybe also just to follow up with what you have been saying in terms of creating a conducive environment for women entrepreneurs. I think it's also important for us to check in terms of the tax system, whether it's regressive or whether it's a progressive tax system that we are advocating for, because we know that if there are heavy taxes lobbied on consumption, on value-added tax that's within the country, and yet we are giving tax holidays to multinational corporations, of course people will still be buying cheaper products from those who are producing at a low cost and not really buying from the tailors that we are talking about. So also, as we continue to talk about supporting women economic empowerment, that's something that we need to also think about, because taxes are also a thing that really affects women entrepreneurs. Thank you so much. I will go to Doris. And Doris, I would like for you to really elaborate for us how we can leverage the power of women's collectives to promote climate action and environmental sustainability.
Thank you, moderator. I'm Doris, representing Grassroots Women, Muungano wa Vijiji. How we can leverage the power of women collectively is by advocating for policy change at local, national and international level to promote climate and environment sustainability. Also by promoting sustainable practice at grassroots level, such as reducing wastes, conserving water and promoting sustainable agriculture. We need to look at the policies that are more friendly for women, that are bringing women on board in discussion, bringing women on board to get finances, and also helping them to promote the activities that the women are doing. We can achieve this through community awareness and community campaign, which we are also doing at the moment as Muungano wa Vijiji.
Thank you, Doris. So we will go to our last round of questions. I will hand over to Jacqueline. And really, Jacqueline, it's for you to elaborate for us how we can address gender-based violence and other forms of discrimination against women in the context of climate change and environmental degradation. We've seen a lot of stories of when girls are going to fetch water, they experience a lot of sexual violence, they have to walk long distances, and an increase in domestic violence when it comes to issues of the climate crisis because there is no food. So a lot of issues when it comes to gender-based violence and increase in discrimination when it comes to the climate crisis. So maybe, yeah, so for you to really elaborate how we can address GBV and other forms of discrimination in that context.
Okay, thank you, moderator. And just to reiterate the fact that there's a clear nexus between gender-based violence and climate change. And this is many a times increased by virtue of scarcity of resources. We know that right now with the prevailing drought, there's a lot of water scarcity, as you've rightly said, making women and girls having to go walk long distances in search of water and other basic needs, including food. And this really puts them at a compromised place and vulnerability when it comes to issues of gender-based violence. And so for us to deal with it, with this, again, it is quite linked to women's economic empowerment, because we know that when you empower a woman, they have better bargaining power, but also power to access some of these resources like water. I'm sure right now, even in Nairobi, there is water scarcity. So that begs the question, how many women can afford a water bowser to bring water into their household? So if we empower women, and effectively so, we would give them that purchasing power to be able to get such resources like water, but also food and other personal effects. Also, you know, it calls for a multi-stakeholder approach, and this is already something that is being coordinated by the State Department for Gender through our gender sector working group platforms. We are able, if there's a GBV incidence, the multi-sector approach really comes in handy in terms of referral mechanisms and so on, to be able to deal with those GBV cases. But here, as we talk about the nexus between climate change and gender-based violence, I think it's better for us to focus more on the root causes. Like now we are talking about scarcity of resources like water, food. You know, there are even areas where there's issues around water for sex. You know, women and girls having to get into sexual relationships to get water, which is actually a violation of their rights, because most of the time they get into it not because they want, but because they are desperate. So if we address those root causes by empowering them with resources, with knowledge, or, then that will actually come in handy in terms of addressing issues of GBV. Not forgetting, of course, that multi-sectoral approach of, in the event that the incident has happened, then the penalty should be as punitive enough to deter the would-be perpetrators of the violence against women. But also, again, appreciating that sometimes gender-based violence does not only affect women, it also affects men. So even as we look at the approaches, we also look at some of the vulnerabilities that men are grappling with and be able to address them, because we need to coexist as a society to be able to address these issues as they emerge. And maybe just to also emphasize the gravity of the issue, I came across a report by CARE, and I'm happy that CARE is represented here, that highlighted that in most disasters, women and girls are actually the worst affected. So that is just to put more emphasis on why we need to address the root causes of this gender-based violence, you know, the impacts of climate change and scarcity of resources, because an example is given that amongst refugee populations, 5 refugee women who are displaced due to natural disasters, 1 in 5 refugee women displaced because of natural disasters has experienced sexual violence. So you can just imagine that if in this room we were all refugee women and you're counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1 out of those 5, that's quite an alarming number. So it's important that we address these issues, deal with the impacts of climate change, and maybe just to add on to the previous speaker, the issue around women's social collectives that we can leverage on to address issues of climate change. Simple things like chamas, birthday parties, baby showers, bridal showers. I think we can use such collectives and associations to really discuss issues of climate change, but also take action, like plant trees. You know, in those chamas, you can be deliberate and beyond planting, growing them. So once we plant, how do we nurture them so that they grow into mature trees and later then sustain our environment? So thank you.
Thank you so much, Jacqueline. And thank you to the panelists. I know that time is really fast, but maybe just to hear, to give each panelist half a minute. So that's Josephat and Doris to give closing remarks. Half a minute, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, for that guidance. First of all, I want to say I'm glad that I'm here as a man, speaking about issues that affect our women, our mothers, our aunts, our sisters, our daughters, and also calling upon the stakeholders to take this as a serious life and death matter about our economy, about our people. So we must put all resources available, both material and financial, to support the gender agenda in climate change action. We must dedicate ourselves to this cause, because it means livelihoods can be improved. We have in our constitution, we are told that, sorry, my time up, but I appreciate that we are here and speaking about what we can do better to change, to transform the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Doris?
Thank you. Women make a big population, so we are affected differently. Coming from informal settlement, climate change affects us differently. And in urban area, we should be serious that climate effects is very, very, very bad. So as we are talking about climate, let us localize the language of climate change so that we can reach even the mama mboga that is not able to sit in such a meeting.
Thank you so much, Doris. And really just to thank everyone who has been part of this panel and to really reiterate and highlight that climate justice is not a standalone issue. It's really just a symptom that's coming out of the different inequalities that we continue to face and the global economic model that we have. And so while addressing it, we need to look at the structural issues. And as Africa, we need to ask ourselves where this crisis came from, who is responsible, and who needs to be held accountable, rather than telling us, oh, maybe you have to plant more trees, you're cutting many trees. It's for us to ask ourselves who is responsible for this crisis and how they can be held accountable to address this crisis. I had hoped that I had more time to really unpack a lot of these issues, but unfortunately I do not. But thank you so much for listening to us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Akina Mama wa Africa. Please clap for the panel as they go down. I'd like to beg your indulgence. We were late coming back from tea. Ukweli urongo. Exactly. So we will have to do the next panel because there are people who also would like to leave. And as they come up on stage, that is the panel for economic recovery outlook and the participation of women policy. I'd like to call Ruth Kendagor, who's the moderator of that panel. She's a senior researcher at the Institute of Public Finance, so that she can come and call her panelists quickly. You will have the shortest time possible. So now you know you're holding between people and lunch. And kindly continue making use of this. Scan this QR code reader. If it can't, please write down your question. I've received a few questions. Write down your question, and then at some point we will try and see if we can have a plenary where the questions can be answered by the different speakers of the different panels. Karibu, Ruth.
Our forum, thank you for welcome to the forum on economic recovery outlook and women policy interventions. For our session today, we have Daniel Ndirangu, the country lead and head of programs at the Institute of Public Finance, and we are joined by Magdalene Kariuki, associate director at Africa Practice. The Institute of Public Finance is a leading think tank generating evidence for policy and advisory research. And African Practice is a premier strategic advisory organization. Today we'll hear from our two speakers about Kenya's macroeconomic recovery outlook and the women policy interventions that can be put in place to enhance the position and the strategic interventions on women economic recovery. To our speakers, reflecting on Kenya's economic recovery pathway, reflecting on the sitting government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda, and even closer home, reflecting on the women agenda, identified as an enabler, as a key enabler in the budget policy statement for 2023, I would like have a moment to explain and share your insights on what policies can be put in place to support women's economic recovery following the post-COVID-19 pandemic. Welcome, Dan.
Right, thank you and good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here and thanks for having me as the second man in the panel. Now, I think the policies, most of them are still in place and not fully implemented. Of course, there's some reforms that could be legally addressed by doing policies or laws, but there are not many. Most of the policies are already in place that could work towards addressing, or rather influencing the economic recovery, especially the participation of women. One of them being expanding irrigation. We know that over 80% of food production is done by women, but also most of the land that is in Kenya is within arid and semi-arid areas, and it's not arable until it's either irrigated or there are dams built in those regions. So what happens is that only 4% of the land is under irrigation, and 2/3 of our land needs to be irrigated. So it means supporting such interventions and There are some of those propositions already in the budget policy statement. Looking forward to seeing whether the government is able to actualize that. The other bit is property ownership and land tenure. We know that most of these factors of production are controlled by predominantly men. And while the government has made different propositions to support, industrialization and production, we could be careful and deliberate to ensure that we are not leaving women behind. For example, just to point out, there's the proposition to establish leather and tanneries industries in different counties. The 3 counties are Wajir, Narok, and Isiolo. The common factor in those counties is that most of the assets are controlled by men predominantly. So if the government sets that up without the gender lens, it means that some of them will be left behind. But allow me to mention the cash flow issue, because the government has beautiful proposition, but unless there's enough and adequate resources to finance them, it will be not possible to implement them. So what happens is a question of does the government have adequate and enough resources to actually implement some of those policies and projects and programs that support women and that support women empowerment. Finally, and this could be a policy and legal reform, is involvement of women, especially in conflict areas. So where we involve women in peace negotiations within the areas that are peace-torn, they hold the bigger impact in case of wars, but they're only involved up to 10%. And research has shown that there's a higher chance, a 64% chance of negotiation resulting into a good outcome if women are involved. So I think that's a policy angle that has not been discussed at length. Thank you.
Daniel, on the insights on that. Women in conflict, strengthening women in agriculture and other productive sectors, and cash flow issues are key items or key areas, key interventions that need to be integrated into the policies to be able to address the women agenda. Madam Magdalene, if you could just share your insight on what ways can women be included in these policy interventions, the existing policies, future policies being developed by government.
Thank you so much, Ruth, and good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Thank you very much. I know that we are the ones standing between you and lunch, and we're trying to keep our responses as brief as possible. But I think maybe just before I respond to that question, allow me to just add something in reference to what Daniel was talking about. And the first is with regard to the fiscal consolidation that is currently proposed within the current budget. So with a show of hands, how many of us have put in submissions, written, oral, to the National Treasury with regards to the budget policy statement? How many of us? Raise them up. That is less than 30%. So when we talk about public participation, and more particularly women's participation, public participation is already provided for within the Constitution. So when we talk about policy, when we talk about legislative frameworks, I believe they're already there. So perhaps the question that we need to be asking ourselves is, why are we not participating? Daniel talked about a gender lens. We have the gender responsive budgeting guidelines, and I'm glad to see Honorable Elachi here, because she and I worked tirelessly. Previously, in a former life, I worked at Kewopa. And among the things that we championed was the GRB guidelines, so that then they could be incorporated in the budget making process. So that is something that has already been provided for, that further enables our participation and safeguards those principles. But it's very unfortunate if we, presumably the people who are in the know, are not then taking advantage of the policies and the frameworks that are already in place. But to answer your question, yeah, so when we talk about women's participation, and I think by and large, I think it also just does touch a bit on what I just talked about. Among the things that we need to ensure is, of course, we need to drive women's political participation. We have the not more than 2/3 that Daisy has been championing since time immemorial, and in a former life, again, another former life, I was part of the bandwagon that pushed for the not more than 2/3 to be enshrined within the Constitution, and it's very unfortunate that 12 years on is something that has not yet been enforced. But over and above just driving and ensuring that we have women's representation being provided for, what are some of the safeguards that then ensures equitable representation? Honorable Elachi will tell you that within Parliament, among the things that we had to fight for back then was for things such as toilets for women in Parliament. I'm sure many of us did not know that we did not have toilets for women. And what used to happen is that for you to access facilities, you had to leave the parliamentary buildings and cross over into county so that then you could use the facilities. We had 2 women at that time who were pregnant. So for any of us who have been pregnant before, you can imagine the rush. The second thing, I think just very quickly, that I could also speak to, other than perhaps things to do, like for instance with structural infrastructural enablements, is to do with things such as financial literacy programs. So we have private sector as well as public sector have come on board and have really put forward a lot of programs and a lot of investments to do with financial literacy. But how many of us take advantage of them? I'll give an example. How many of us here bank with Stanbic? Anyone? Of those of us who bank with Stanbic, how many of us have heard of the program called DADA? How many of us have taken advantage of the facilities provided for under the DADA framework? Very few. So one of the things that is provided for, as an example, is a grant of upwards of 5 billion available to women. So this is just as an example. Yeah? And I know for a fact that other credit facilities have similar programs targeting women. So for me, Ruth, I don't think for me it's a question of maybe more policies or more laws. For me, it's rather a question of what is preventing us from taking advantage and ensuring adequate implementation of those policies and laws.
I think this is a very critical and a very strong take-home for each and every one of us, regardless of our positions, our organizations, our institutions. What is preventing us from participating, from strengthening our role and our voice? Is it access to information? Is it technical capacity? Is it ignorance? And what are we going to do about that beyond this meeting, beyond this forum, beyond this day? Moving forward, Daniel, if you could please share your insights on how we can promote entrepreneurship and innovation by women and for women to upscale the level of women economic empowerment, and more so leveraging on technology to achieve this.
Right, thank you. Perhaps before I get there, a rejoinder from the conversation that Magdalene has mentioned. Also one of the platforms, and this is critical because counties have just started, and the County Budget and Economic Forum should be established 3 months after the governor is sworn in. And there is a position in the County Budget and Economic Forum for women, that women constituents should come together and elect a representative to present their economic and budget issues to the forum as the negotiation are happening in the sectors and departments and the like. But moving to your question on innovation and technology and how we can leverage on that, the good thing is that there are propositions that the government has submitted on ways of supporting ICT under the digital superhighway. So one of those things is ensuring that construction and the materials of construction are now modernized. The production is now modernized to support the housing and settlement part of the Big Four agenda. As you may know, Jua Kali sector is also, again, predominantly male, and the government proposes to invest more in Jua Kali sector to support housing and settlement agenda, by building 250,000 houses. If that sector is not modernized in a way that reduces the amount of, energy and muscle that you need to participate in that sector, that means that it will only again be to the disadvantage of of women. So it's important for that digitization of the construction and modernizing that sector. The other one is using digital platforms to access markets. We have the brokers that stand between the consumer and the producer, and mainly the cost is determined by the broker, not the market forces. So it means that even as you invest in production, you don't have the final say of how much profits you're supposed to get from that. So using digital superhighway as an element of supporting businesses, and I think one of the gentlemen raised and mentioned about the imbalance in information asymmetry and internet access. So most of us here will know how much a bag of maize is costing today, but most people who do not have that privilege of internet access do not have that information. So it means they are left at the masses of the brokers, to try and negotiate for better prices. So also looking at the access to finance, the speakers who have spoken before have mentioned a lot of funds, Hustler Fund, Women Fund, Uwezo Fund, but they are quite fragmented in a manner that you cannot track the impact to women and to the target beneficiaries. So, and we observed this in one of the research that we did at IPF, is that there's a lot of investment at sector negotiation level where, different groups, including women, participate, and the priorities are there, the targets are there, and the beneficiaries are mapped out. But moving to the budget, that information lacks. And even more, at the point of implementation, it's not clear who benefited from those funds. Again, the amount of the budget allocated to, for example, the social, the State Department of Gender was reduced in 2021-2022 by 41%. That's a significant reduction. And if you compare that with the negotiation that had happened earlier, the sector requirements were significantly higher above that. And even worse was that at the point of implementation, they missed out about 30% of the initially 41% less budget allocated. So there is very little to do a lot that has been proposed. And if the participation and engagement still is limited to the extent that is there currently, it means that things cannot get better, at least not in the short term. So I think engaging with different players in the sector is supposed to secure the resources, and then we have a lot of us players within the sector tracking and trying to promote transparency within that sector and accountability of the funds. Right.
Thank you for that. Indeed, leveraging on ICT to enhance and to provide infrastructural capital for women to participate in different production levels, in terms of promoting entrepreneurship, streamlining and enhancing the access and utilization of existing empowerment funds are critical to encouraging and building entrepreneurship and innovation for women to participate in economic empowerment and recovery. And last but not least, would like to hear from Madam Magdalene what role women can play in shaping economic policies to address inequality, poverty, and other socioeconomic challenges.
Well, I think one of the key things is ensuring that we are at the table. Yeah, and it's not so much just to do with political leadership, but all tables, whatever platforms there may be. Daniel has made reference to one at the county level. There are so many at the national level, but even let's just concentrate at the one at the county level. How many of us have ever attended a ward hearing on anything? It could be any policy or law. It could be something to do with the budget, anything at all. Please raise your hands so that I can see you. Yeah?
Again.
So we have less than 20% who have participated. So once again, Ruth, the forums are there. I believe a lot of funds go towards ensuring that people are made aware of these forums. So why are we not participating? Yes? The other thing is with regards to, and just maybe tagging a bit on what Daniel was talking about, is to do with prioritization. I made reference to something called fiscal consolidation earlier, and that is what is currently proposed within the current budget. So when we talk about fiscal consolidation, basically what we're talking about is expenditure rationalization. And expenditure rationalization has to do with prioritization. So he's already spoken of budget cuts when it comes to the State Department of Gender. All of us, I'm sure, will remember there was an FGM board. Yes? There was also NGEC. Yes? So there were all these institutions that were put in place in order to safeguard some of the gains that we had enshrined within the Constitution and advance those policies. But when it came to actual budgetary or resource allocation, in order to ensure that they did what they were supposed to do, they were then deprioritized. Yes? So when I say that we need to find ourselves at the table, it's because if you're not at the table ensuring that your agenda is being sold, then you are, exactly, you're on the menu. And that is exactly what has happened to a lot of the women's programs. So when we talk about fiscal consolidation, which is the priority of this current government, and we look at what the priorities are, the current priorities are what? And that is what something that has been talked about, I think, for the last 6 or so months, continuously. What is it? Debt. Is it not? It's about how we repay our debt, how we service our debt. Yes? So if that is the priority, at what point then is the women's agenda, at what point does it become a priority? We're looking at, for instance, now within agriculture, again, tagging a little bit on what you were making reference to. We have 15 billion that has been proposed towards a subsidy program around fertilizer. How many women are then gaining access to this fertilizer? And first and foremost, are they able to? Because there's also the question of, do they have control over the land where this manure is being put in? So I think when we talk about, like, for instance, the digital, where the space of the digitization plays, because like now, for instance, we have now another priority that has come up, at least within the Ministry of ICT, having had a chance to have a conversation with the CS recently, is around digitization of all government services. So what does that mean for women? It means better access. Yes? But then when we talk about better access, how many people, or rather how many women have access to affordable internet? How many women have access to affordable handsets? We have already a program that is currently ongoing, and I know there are some negotiations already in place, because I know the contract is already out for the development of the cheapest handset in Africa, which will be manufactured in Kenya. But interestingly, in those conversations, I have not seen a single woman. Because when you talk about issues to do with capital, when you talk about issues to do with infrastructural development, yes, it's very unfortunate, but the place of women, unfortunately, because I have had an opportunity to have conversations with some of the people who are currently negotiating that contract, is what? The woman will come in probably either as a secretary or the lady serving tea. Yeah? And that's how we end up on the menu, ladies and gentlemen. Yes? So I can see Winnie rushing me, yeah? So I'd have loved to have, I think, a wider conversation on this. But I think if there's anything that you please take away from this conversation is look for those opportunities because they are there. This information is public record. It is there on the National Treasury website. It is available at the Parliamentary Budget Office. IPFK have done a lot of research that is also publicly available. So I would like to urge all of us, kindly engage with the information, but number 2, participate. Okay? Thank you very much.
A round of applause to our speakers. Thank you very much, Daniel Nirangu, Country Lead, Institute of Public Finance. Thank you very much, Magdalene Kariuki, Associate Director, African Practice. Indeed, out of this session, we have two very strong take-homes. Number one, we have policies in place. Before we talk about developing new policies, before we talk about institutionalizing and designing new policies, let us implement existing policies. Let the policies be resourced. Let accountability mechanisms be put in place. Let us see to it that existing opportunities are utilized maximally. Then we can proceed to new policies. Secondly, do not be on the menu. Be on the
table.
Thank you very much.
Thank
IPF and African Practice are happy to engage in this conversation beyond this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you very much, Ruth, Margaret, and Muraguri, for reminding us that if we are not at the table, we are what? On the menu. Good. There's a very nice menu of lunch waiting for you. I hope everyone has a lunch voucher. Great. Good. So how many minutes should I give you all for lunch? Can we say 3 o'clock? Yes, so that we can try and catch up on our time. You can hear the conversations are very interesting, and we wouldn't want you to miss any. So let's stand up and pray for our lunch. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for this day. We want to thank you for the gift of life that you have given us. We thank you, Father, for this time of learning, of sharing, and of knowledge. We pray that, dear Father, that these shall not be words that we hear, but that we shall be able to go and live them practically. Before us is a gift of food. We pray that you bless it, let it nourish and strengthen our bodies. In the name of Yeshua, Messiah, I pray. Amen. Hurry, hurry, hurry to your lunch. There'll be prizes for the people who come back by 3.
The University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub is a research hub established through the partnership between the University of Nairobi and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The WeHub was officially launched on December 16, 2020, and is domiciled at the African Women's Studies Center in the Department of Sociology and Social Work and African Women's Studies. Our mission is to be a thought leader in producing cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible evidence through research for impacting policy formulation, implementation, and upscaling for full realization of women's empowerment. At the WeHub, we produce cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible research in affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship, women in formal and informal employment, and women's economic empowerment, childcare and women's work, and women's movement and policy advocacy for women's economic empowerment. We are a multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral entity that serves as a research and evidence hub with the aim of strengthening the generation and use of evidence to advance women's economic empowerment and gender equality in Kenya. Our work is focused around 4 broad program areas. 1. Affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship. 2. Women in formal and informal employment. 3. Childcare and women's work. 4. Women's movement and self-mobilization for women's economic empowerment. Under the 4 broad program areas, the Hub has 14 projects planned, with 6 of the research projects having concluded fieldwork, analysis, and now reviewing and validating the research findings. We are set to launch a project on women's business incubation in partnership with TechnoServe, which will see the incubated businesses grow exponentially. We collaborate with government, KNBS, Treasury, State Department of Gender, civil society organizations, and other private sector organizations in initiating and enhancing interventions and advocacy on WE.
Kufurahi na kushukuru kwa sababu ya bidii ya kazi yako kujitolea kusaidia watu wako wa Kenya. Umetusaidia na hata vikundi za kina mama kulingana na vile nimeona wakipewa msaada wa pamoja wataendelea mbele, kwa sababu nimeshaona na wale wa mbele, hata wale wako wakipewa nguvu ya kufanya kazi pamoja na wapewe hizo, hata kama ni plot, hata kama ni misaada ya kujenga, tafadhali wasaidike, kwa sababu wakisaidika the whole family, jamii imesaidika.
Our vision of the WeHub is the full realization of women's economic empowerment.
Women make up approximately 50% of the human population within our society today, yet suffer gross inequalities. Investing in economic empowerment increases women access to economic resources and opportunities, including jobs, financial services, property, skill development, and market information. Equality plays a major role in balancing the economic income for the citizen, especially the woman.
Issues of opportunity and indeed women's empowerment and its economic empowerment is a key driver towards national inclusive development, self-reliance, resilience, and needs to be prioritized.
The women, the African women's agenda must be part and parcel of the academic discourse in this country, because academia drives development.
The University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub is a research hub established through the partnership between the University of Nairobi and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The WeHub was officially launched on December 16, 2020, and is domiciled at the African Women's Studies Center in the Department of Sociology and Social Work and African Women's Studies. Our mission is to be a thought leader in producing cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible evidence through research for impacting policy formulation, implementation, and upscaling for full realization of women's empowerment. At the WeHub, we produce cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible research in affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship, women in formal and informal employment, and women's economic empowerment, childcare and women's work, and women's movement and policy advocacy for women's economic empowerment. We are a multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral entity that serves as a research and evidence hub with the aim of strengthening the generation and use of evidence to advance women's economic empowerment and gender equality in Kenya. Our work is focused around 4 broad program areas. 1. Affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship. 2. Women in formal and informal employment. 3. Childcare and women's work. 4. Women's movement and self-mobilization for women's economic empowerment. Under the 4 broad program areas, the Hub has 14 projects planned, with 6 of the research projects having concluded fieldwork, analysis, and now reviewing and validating the research findings. We are set to launch a project on women's business incubation in partnership with TechnoServe, which will see the incubated businesses grow exponentially. We collaborate with government, KNBS, Treasury, State Department of Gender, civil society organizations, and other private sector organizations in initiating and enhancing interventions and advocacy on WE.
Kufurahi na kushukuru kwa sababu ya bidii ya kazi yako kujitolea kusaidia watu wako wa Kenya. Umetusaidia na hata vikundi za kina mama kulingana na vile nimeona wakipewa msaada wa pamoja wataendelea mbele, kwa sababu nimeshaona na wale wa mbele, hata wale wako wakipewa nguvu ya kufanya kazi pamoja na wapewe hizo, hata kama ni plot, hata kama ni misaada ya kujenga, tafadhali wasaidike, kwa sababu wakisaidika the whole family, jamii imesaidika.
Our vision of the WeHub is the full realization of women's economic empowerment. The University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub is a research hub established through the partnership between the University of Nairobi and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The WeHub was officially launched on December 16, 2020, and is domiciled at the African Women's Studies Center in the Department of Sociology and Social Work and African Women's Studies. Our mission is to be a thought leader in producing cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible evidence through research for impacting policy formulation, implementation, and upscaling for full realization of women's empowerment. At the WeHub, we produce cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible research in affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship, women in formal and informal employment, and women's economic empowerment, childcare and women's work, and women's movement and policy advocacy for women's economic empowerment. We are a multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral entity that serves as a research and evidence hub with the aim of strengthening the generation and use of evidence to advance women's economic empowerment and gender equality in Kenya. Our work is focused around 4 broad program areas. 1. Affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship. 2. Women in formal and informal employment. 3. Childcare and women's work. 4. Women's movement and self-mobilization for women's economic empowerment. Under the 4 broad program areas, the Hub has 14 projects planned, with 6 of the research projects having concluded fieldwork, analysis, and now reviewing and validating the research findings. We are set to launch a project on women's business incubation in partnership with TechnoServe, which will see the incubated businesses grow exponentially. We collaborate with government, KNBS, Treasury, State Department of Gender, civil society organizations, and other private sector organizations in initiating and enhancing interventions and advocacy on WE.
Kufurahi na kushukuru kwa sababu ya bidii ya kazi yako kujitolea kusaidia watu wako wa Kenya. Umetusaidia na hata vikundi za kina mama kulingana na vile nimeona wakipewa msaada wa pamoja wataendelea mbele, kwa sababu nimeshaona na wale wa mbele, hata wale wako wakipewa nguvu ya kufanya kazi pamoja na wapewe hizo, hata kama ni plot, hata kama ni misaada ya kujenga, tafadhali wasaidike, kwa sababu wakisaidika the whole family, jamii imesaidika.
Our vision of the WE Hub is the full realization of women's economic empowerment. The University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub is a research hub established through the partnership between the University of Nairobi and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The WE Hub was officially launched on December 16, 2020 and is domiciled at the African Women's Studies Center in the Department of Sociology and Social Work and African Women's Studies. Our mission is to be a thought leader in producing cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible evidence through research for impacting policy formulation, implementation, and upscaling for full realization of women's empowerment. At the WE Hub, we produce cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible research in affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship, women in formal and informal employment, and women's economic empowerment, childcare and women's work, and women's movement and policy advocacy for women's economic empowerment. We are a multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral entity that serves as a research and evidence hub with the aim of strengthening the generation and use of evidence to advance women's economic empowerment and gender equality in Kenya. Our work is focused around 4 broad program areas. 1. affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship. 2. Women in formal and informal employment. 3. Childcare and women's work. 4. Women's movement and self-mobilization for women's economic empowerment. Under the 4 broad program areas, the Hub has 14 projects planned, with 6 of the research projects having concluded fieldwork, analysis, and now reviewing and validating the research findings. We are set to launch a project on women's business incubation in partnership with TechnoServe, which will see the incubated businesses grow exponentially. We collaborate with government, KNBS, Treasury, State Department of Gender, civil society organizations, and other private sector organizations in initiating and enhancing interventions and advocacy on WE.
Kufurahi na kushukuru kwa sababu ya bidii ya kazi yako kujitolea kusaidia watu wako wa Kenya. Umetusaidia na hata vikundi za kina mama kulingana na vile nimeona wakipewa msaada wa pamoja wataendelea mbele, kwa sababu nimeshaona na wale wa mbele, hata wale wako wakipewa nguvu ya kufanya kazi pamoja na wapewe hizo, hata kama ni plot, hata kama ni misaada ya kujenga, tafadhali wasaidike, kwa sababu wakisaidika the whole family, jamii imesaidika.
Our vision of the WE Hub is the full realization of women's economic empowerment. The University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub is a research hub established through the partnership between the University of Nairobi and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The WE Hub was officially launched on December 16, 2020, and is domiciled at the African Women's Studies Center in the Department of Sociology and Social Work and African Women's Studies. Our mission is to be a thought leader in producing cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible evidence through research for impacting policy formulation, implementation, and upscaling for full realization of women's empowerment. At the WE Hub, we produce cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible research in affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship, women in formal and informal employment, and women's economic empowerment, childcare and women's work, and women's movement and policy advocacy for women's economic empowerment. We are a multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral entity that serves as a research and evidence hub with the aim of strengthening the generation and use of evidence to advance women's economic empowerment and gender equality in Kenya. Our work is focused around 4 broad program areas. 1. Affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship. 2. Women in formal and informal employment. 3. Childcare and women's work. 4. Women's movement and self-mobilization for women's economic empowerment. Under the 4 broad program areas, the Hub has 14 projects planned, with 6 of the research projects having concluded fieldwork, analysis, and now reviewing and validating the research findings. We are set to launch a project on women's business incubation in partnership with TechnoServe, which will see the incubated businesses grow exponentially. We collaborate with government, KNBS, Treasury, State Department of Gender, civil society organizations, and other private sector organizations in initiating and enhancing interventions and advocacy on WE.
Kufurahi na kushukuru kwa sababu ya bidii ya kazi yako kujitolea kusaidia watu wako wa Kenya. Umetusaidia na hata vikundi za kina mama kulingana na vile nimeona wakipewa msaada wa pamoja wataendelea mbele, kwa sababu nimeshaona na wale wa mbele hata wale wako wakipewa nguvu ya kufanya kazi pamoja na wapewe hizo, hata kama ni plot, hata kama ni misaada ya kujenga, tafadhali wasaidike, kwa sababu wakisaidika the whole family, jamii imesaidika.
Our vision of the WE Hub is the full realization of women's economic empowerment. The University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub is a research hub established through the partnership between the University of Nairobi and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The WE Hub was officially launched on December 16, 2020 and is domiciled at the African Women's Studies Center in the Department of Sociology and Social Work and African Women's Studies. Our mission is to be a thought leader in producing cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible evidence through research for impacting policy formulation, implementation, and upscaling for full realization of women's empowerment. At the WE Hub, we produce cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible research in affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship, women in formal and informal employment, and women's economic empowerment, childcare and women's work, and women's movement and policy advocacy for women's economic empowerment. We are a multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral entity that serves as a research and evidence hub with the aim of strengthening the generation and use of evidence to advance women's economic empowerment and gender equality in Kenya. Our work is focused around 4 broad program areas. 1. Affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship. 2. Women in formal and informal employment. 3. Childcare and women's work. 4. Women's movement and self-mobilization for women's economic empowerment. Under the 4 broad program areas, the Hub has 14 projects planned, with 6 of the research projects having concluded fieldwork, analysis, and now reviewing and validating the research findings. We are set to launch a project on women's business incubation in partnership with TechnoServe, which will see the incubated businesses grow exponentially. We collaborate with government, KNBS, Treasury, State Department of Gender, civil society organizations, and other private sector organizations in initiating and enhancing interventions and advocacy on WE.
Kufurahi na kushukuru kwa sababu ya bidii ya kazi yako kujitolea kusaidia watu wako wa Kenya. Umetusaidia na hata vikundi za kina mama kulingana na vile nimeona wakipewa msaada wa pamoja wataendelea mbele, kwa sababu nimeshaona na wale wa mbele hata wale wako wakipewa nguvu ya kufanya kazi pamoja na wapewe hizo, hata kama ni plot, hata kama ni misaada ya kujenga, tafadhali wasaidike, kwa sababu wakisaidika, the whole family, jamii imesaidika.
Our vision of the WeHub is the full realization of women's economic empowerment. The University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub is a research hub established through the partnership between the University of Nairobi and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The WeHub was officially launched on December 16, 2020 and is domiciled at the African Women's Studies Center in the Department of Sociology and Social Work and African Women's Studies. Our mission is to be a thought leader in producing cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible evidence through research for impacting policy formulation, implementation, and upscaling for full realization of women's empowerment. At the WeHub, we produce cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible research in affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship, women in formal and informal employment, and women's economic empowerment, childcare and women's work, and women's movement and policy advocacy for women's economic empowerment. We are a multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral entity that serves as a research and evidence hub with the aim of strengthening the generation and use of evidence to advance women's economic empowerment and gender equality in Kenya. Our work is focused around 4 broad program areas. 1. Affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship. 2. Women in formal and informal employment. 3. Childcare and women's work. 4. Women's movement and self-mobilization for women's economic empowerment. Under the 4 broad program areas, the Hub has 14 projects planned, with 6 of the research projects having concluded fieldwork, analysis, and now reviewing and validating the research findings. We are set to launch a project on women's business incubation in partnership with TechnoServe, which will see the incubated businesses grow exponentially. We collaborate with government, KNBS, Treasury, State Department of Gender, civil society organizations, and other private sector organizations in initiating and enhancing interventions and advocacy on WE.
Kufurahi na kushukuru kwa sababu ya bidii ya kazi yako kujitolea kusaidia watu wako wa Kenya. Umetusaidia na hata vikundi za kina mama, kulingana na vile nimeona, wakipewa msaada wa pamoja wataendelea mbele, kwa sababu nimeshaona na wale wa mbele, hata wale wako wakipewa nguvu ya kufanya kazi pamoja na wapewe hizo, hata kama ni plot, hata kama ni misaada ya kujenga, tafadhali wasaidike, kwa sababu wakisaidika, the whole family, jamii imesaidika.
Our vision of the WeHub is the full realization of women's economic empowerment. The University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub is a research hub established through the partnership between the University of Nairobi and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The WeHub was officially launched on December 16, 2020, and is domiciled at the African Women's Studies Center in the Department of Sociology and Social Work and African Women's Studies. Our mission is to be a thought leader in producing cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible evidence through research for impacting policy formulation, implementation, and upscaling for full realization of women's empowerment. At the WeHub, we produce cutting-edge, innovative, rigorous, and accessible research in affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship, women in formal and informal employment, and women's economic empowerment, childcare and women's work, and women's movement and policy advocacy for women's economic empowerment. We are a multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral entity that serves as a research and evidence hub with the aim of strengthening the generation and use of evidence to advance women's economic empowerment and gender equality in Kenya. Our work is focused around 4 broad program areas. 1. Affirmative action funds and entrepreneurship. 2. Women in formal and informal employment. 3. Childcare and women's work. 4. Women's movement and self-mobilization for women's economic empowerment. Under the 4 broad program areas, the Hub has 14 projects planned, with 6 of the research projects having concluded fieldwork, analysis, and now reviewing and validating the research findings. We are set to launch a project on women's business incubation in partnership with TechnoServe, which will see the incubated businesses grow exponentially. We collaborate with government, KNBS, Treasury, State Department of Gender, civil society organizations, and other private sector organizations in initiating and enhancing interventions and advocacy on WE.
Kufurahi na kushukuru kwa sababu ya bidii ya kazi yako kujitolea kusaidia watu wako wa Kenya. Umetusaidia na hata vikundi za kina mama kulingana na vile nimeona wakipewa msaada wa pamoja wataendelea mbele kwa sababu
Women make up approximately 50% of the human population within our society today, yet suffer gross inequalities. Investing in economic empowerment increases women access to economic resources and opportunities, including jobs, financial services, property, skill development, and market information. Equality plays a major role in balancing the economic income for the citizen, especially the woman.
Issues of opportunity and indeed women's empowerment and its economic empowerment is a key driver towards national inclusive development, self-reliance, resilience, and needs to be prioritized.
The women, the African women's agenda must be part and parcel of the academic discourse in this country because academia drives development.
To increase women economic participation, the Women Economic Empowerment Hub, WeHub, a program of the University of Nairobi African Women's Study Research Center under the Faculty of Arts, concentrates on evidence-based research findings and their policy implication as a basis to advocate for change. WeHub contributes towards empowering women economically by focusing on the women's ability to recognize all economic actors and gain access and control over productive resources. One of the ways of achieving this is through national consultative meetings that discuss the priority agenda for women economic empowerment.
WeHub is a very, very important initiative, and I think it has come at the right time.
They've emphasized and focused more on inclusivity of women in policy making, and I think it is a very good thing. And what I want to say is that women should be more involved or women should be given the opportunity to make these policies, because we are sort of the decision makers at home, and we are the core of the families, yes, and homes in this country.
As a way of fostering a sustainable national framework that brings together women entrepreneurs and women collectives, WeHub created a platform for engagement between women in business, policy makers and key stakeholders at the launch of the WeHub Priority Agenda held at the University of Nairobi.
Women are given an opportunity to voice themselves. They bring out issues that affect them, that affect their lives, that affect their families, that affect their businesses, matters of health. And I think this is important because from women speaking out, this is where the problems of the women are captured and they can be looked into and dealt with, and give women that, the strength to even build themselves and be included in activities in this country.
This Muktano, it has made me understand. I had no idea that the government also is concerned helping mamas. I had no idea. But now I have learned that the government also is putting effort to help mamas.
It has been a great experience for me because I have met people who we'll start doing collaborations with.
Discrimination of women in the formal sector, unpaid care work, access to childcare, determinants for access to credit, access to information and finance emerged as some of the challenges affecting women's participation in the economic activities. This informs the WeHub's vision, which is full realization of women's economic empowerment.
There are women who are struggling with taxation issues. Some are small business enterprises like the Mama Mboga, and they're looking into how to get their capital, just the funding aspect and all that, and a support team, a team of people who have done it before and can actually assure them that it can be done.
When it comes to access to finance, the Partial Credit Guarantee Scheme that was rolled out by the National Treasury, out of the 2,292 facilities that have been granted in the past 18 months, 30% was set aside for women. And we have barely scratched the surface.
In addition, laws and regulations governing the international trade also emerge as a challenge for women in the trade sectors. As a way to curb this, WeHub sensitizes women on the existing laws at the county and international level.
What I expect about my products, I expect to actually penetrate into the international market. That's my dream, and I hope to achieve it sometime this year.
We want women to be aware, and they have to be skilled on the cross-border trade regimes that exist, the East Africa Community, COMESA, AGOA, all these things that are giving them opportunities. We want them to be aware, including the World Trade Organization, because this is where the women should be going.
Every woman who came here, I'm very sure, has not left the way they come.
Don't limit yourself to what you're doing as a women entrepreneur.
Trade more, beyond, and beyond East Africa and entire the world.
Remind the women who you've represented today that what they do not only impacts their household, but also impacts the tomorrows and the tomorrows to come.
In the profound wisdom of Tian Wei, a society that fails to harness the energy and creativity of its women is a huge disappointment to the modern world. Therefore, it is upon the society to realize that for any household, community, or country to progress, it is important to empower women, because when you empower a woman, you empower the whole generation.
Emancipation, connecting women to financial opportunities for growth and impact, offering you a chance to be mentored by experts and explore finance options available for women in business. This year's thematic focus will include transforming women's collectives into engines of growth, boosting women's agricultural productivity, integrating women into local and international value chains, WMSMEs as potential economic drivers, financial inclusion, including the Women Enterprise Fund and the Hustler Fund, harnessing technology and innovation, climate action, and many more. The forum will feature panel discussions, power talks, and keynote addresses by industry leaders and executives. The event will bring together high-ranking government officials, private sector, development partners, women's SACCOs, and many more. Don't miss out. Register now and book your space by going to womeneconomicforumkenya.com/2023. Welcome to this year's Women's Economic Forum Kenya. The two-day event will take place on the 27th and 28th of February 2023. The theme for this year's event is Getting Women Involved in Kenya's Economic Recovery. The forum is ground zero for women's economic emancipation, connecting women to financial opportunities for growth and impact, offering you a chance to be mentored by experts and explore finance options available for women in business. This year's thematic focus will include transforming women's collectives into engines of growth, boosting women's agricultural productivity, integrating women into local and international value chains, WMSMEs as potential economic drivers, financial inclusion, including the Women Enterprise Fund and the Hustler Fund, harnessing technology and innovation, climate action, and many more. The forum will feature panel discussions, power talks, and keynote addresses by industry leaders and executives. The event will bring together high-ranking government officials, private sector, development partners, women's SACCOs, and many more. Don't miss out. Register now and book your space by going to womeneconomicforumkenya.com/2023. Welcome to this year's Women's Economic Forum Kenya. The two-day event will take place on the 27th and 28th of February 2023. The theme for this year's event is Getting Women Involved in Kenya's Economic Recovery. The forum is ground zero for women's economic emancipation, connecting women to financial opportunities for growth and impact, offering you a chance to be mentored by experts and explore finance options available for women in business. This year's thematic focus will include transforming women's collectives into engines of growth, boosting women's agricultural productivity, integrating women into local and international value chains, WMSMEs as potential economic drivers, financial inclusion, including the Women Enterprise Fund and the Hustler Fund, harnessing technology and innovation, climate action, and many more. The forum will feature panel discussions, power talks, and keynote addresses by industry leaders and executives. The event will bring together high-ranking government officials, private sector, development partners, women's SACCOs, and many more. Don't miss out. Register now and book your space by going to womeneconomicforumkenya.com/2023. Welcome to this year's Women's Economic Forum Kenya. The two-day event will take place on the 27th and 28th of February 2023. The theme for this year's event is Getting Women Involved in Kenya's Economic Recovery. The forum is ground zero for women's economic emancipation, connecting women to financial opportunities for growth and impact, offering you a chance to be mentored by experts and explore finance options available for women in business. This year's thematic focus will include transforming women's collectives into engines of growth, boosting women's agricultural productivity, integrating women into local and international value chains, WMSMEs as potential economic drivers, financial inclusion, including the Women Enterprise Fund and the Hustler Fund, harnessing technology and innovation, climate action, and many more. The forum will feature panel discussions, power talks, and keynote addresses by industry leaders and executives. The event will bring together high-ranking government officials, private sector, development partners, women's SACCOs, and many more. Don't miss out.
Women Voice and Leadership started in 2019, February. That is when the grant was formally approved, and it has been able to contribute towards the enjoyment of women's rights and also progressively contributing to gender equality through working with the women rights organizations and women movements in Kenya.
It's very critical to us. I mean, what we want is to create this dispensation and this space where we will actualize women's rights and women's voice as we try to beat up support drums for our sisters.
How best can we be able to approach strategies for mitigation of violence against women, or be it teen pregnancies or elimination of retrogressive progress in an innovative way that speaks to the community that they seek to deliver services for.
We have been convening women to ensure that the women's movement is continuously giving pushback in regards to the implementation.
And the ultimate goal is to see enjoyment of these rights by women and girls, and also institutionalized improvement of women rights organizations and movements, strengthened capacities of women rights organizations, and also the networking and alliance building efforts that are able to sustain a healthy women's movement in Kenya. After the WVL project, as QUEPS, we've been able to achieve a lot. We have been able to prepare policies and manuals that guide us in our day-to-day activities. We were able even to start our own table banking project through the resource mobilization training, and members are actively giving towards the sustainability of the organization.
When you come to the coast, you'll see very many marginalized communities. Like we have many problems with the girl child. There's early pregnancies, early marriages. Then within the coastal regions, you also find there are quite a lot of defilement cases that at times go undocumented or are discussed within communities and left at that. And I've also felt the need to empower our community.
When you involve women much on politics or leadership, there is a lot of parts that they can help, because whatever happens, a woman is a backbone of a society.
We realized how many gaps we have in the organizations, from the structures, the systems, how we run things, in our finance, just basic things. But this is something that we're all learning as we're going along. So of course there's some things that we had absolutely no idea.
We now feel that we have that capacity with the continued training from the WVL project. We feel that our organization is now strong. We have the policies. The board members are able to meet regularly. The staff members are able to meet regularly and come up with plans on how they are going to address issues that affect women and girls.
We've been able to also notably see a lot of vibrancy and also efforts towards a sustained women's rights movement that has been able to also provide platforms both at the local level, that is at a grassroots level, national level, and also regional level, to advance advocacy efforts and also networking and alliance building.
So we are happy that through the WVL project, we have knowledge products that can be used for harnessing evidence. So we get to leverage the voices of
We started as a very small self-help group of women who had a common vision of touching the community. We partnered with Uraia Trust and a program called Women Voices and Leadership Project, and we were given some funds to capacity build, to strengthen our organization, and to prepare some manuals and policies that will be guiding us in our activities. One of the things that really pushed us ahead was the development of a strategic plan, which we did a 10-year strategic plan, and we trained 25 participants during the development of that plan. The volunteers, QEPS members, the staff, and myself. So our consultant who was helping us in development of the strategic plan was able to sit down with the organization management. We went through our activities and our programs, and we came up with a document. After that, we were able to develop a resource mobilization plan, which was to help us know how we are going to sustain ourselves once the donor funding is over. Immediately after, we developed a young women leaders mentorship manual that is still not in operation, and we were able to be trained on the same by an expert whom we had engaged to sit down with QEPS, go through our activities and our programs, and finally develop the manual for us with, of course, the assistance of the management. Later, we were able to come up with a monitoring and evaluation plan. So the meal plan was finalized in the month of July 2022 with a culmination of a training of 25 participants who were taken through the documents. They were also trained on how it will work. It will work for the organization, and they were given an opportunity even to input on the same. After that, we were able to develop a policy advocacy strategy with the help of a consultant on the same, and also 25 participants were trained, and they were given an opportunity to input, to ask questions, and to walk the journey with QEPS.
Mwangaza ni kundi ambao iko na watu kama 1000 wa mama na pia wasichana. Tumejiunga pamoja tuweze kusaidiana kwa kazi ambayo tunafanya kwa mambo matatu. Mmoja wapo ikiwa ni uongozi wa kina mama. Jambo la pili ambalo tunafanya kuhakikisha tumepunguza dhuluma ama vita vya kijinsia. Kuna jambo la tatu ambalo tulikuwa tumeangazia kwa kuona mama ameweza kufundisha jinsi ya kuleta chakula kwa meza, on economic empowerment, kupunguza dhuluma.
Kenya National Deaf Women Peace Network. So first of all, we advocate for the rights of deaf women and deaf girls in different spheres of life. For example, health, education, politics, economic empowerment, and stuff like that.
The main cause of us coming together as an organization is because we felt the impacts of climate change, which brought a lot of issues which affected girls and women. Na tuliona ya kwamba ni vizuri sana tukae kwa pamoja na wamama ili tuweze kupata suluhisho na tuweze kusikika katika nchi yetu ya kwamba tuko na mashida fulani na tuone kama tutaweza pata suluhisho.
We are a youth serving women-led organization, and our core aim is to address issues on female genital mutilation, child marriage, and any form of violence towards.
Please, I said we must make it trend. Wanjeri is the one to tell me whether it's trending or not. Then remember, at the back of your programs, there is this QR code. Scan it. It will bring you what is called AHA slides, where you can put in your questions, and then we'll discuss them at plenary. So at this point, I will call the next panel up. Okay. I'll call. Hey, please. Nasikia ati watu wanaenda nyumbani. How are you going home? We have not finished. Yes, please come. We'll try and rush the afternoon session as fast as we can. So I'll call the next panel up. The moderator is Ms. Hannah Wangombe. Hannah, please come. Hannah is the chair of the Association of Women, the CEO, of Association of Women in Extractives in Kenya, AWEC. Pigieni makofi. Yes. Doesn't she look like a woman in extractives? Karibu sana, Hannah.
Good afternoon, everybody. I don't think that's a response from people who have had lunch. Akina mama wa Kenya, good afternoon. Akina mama woye! Asanteni sana. Representatives of the ministries, departments, and agencies, the private sector, academia, CSOs, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. I want to invite my very formidable panel, and as they come, I'll be introducing what we'll be speaking about. So on stage, may I welcome Miss Jackie Malomba. Makofi tafadhali. Miss Julia Chege. I'm not introducing where they are from because I want them to have the liberty to do that. And last but not least, Miss Mary Wamboi Kanyi. Please join us on stage. And Madam MC, you call me chair of AWEC and my board member is seated here. Thank you for quickly correcting. So just by a show of hands, how many in their homes mama zenyu walinunua viti, vitambaa vya viti, cutlery na pesa ya chama? Na ni nyinyi mko hapa, si ndio? So that is the conversation we want to have. Women collectives. And I'll tell you why the conversation around that is important. Leo asubuhi, or a good part of the morning, I think a picture was painted the way women remain as laggards in economic contribution. And we are talking about, the CS was saying that the current government wants to grow our economy to 6.1% from 5.5. But where is the conversation about women as economic agents? Yet, we are the largest number in population in this country. Again, studies have shown us 70% of all household decisions are made by women. So why are we not part of the conversation? And the last group that came here, the lady Magdalene from Africa Practice, said if you're not on the table, you're on the menu. But I add something. If they don't give you a place on the table, come with a folding chair. Sawa sawa? Come with a folding chair. Ndio wakikwambia wakutaki, unakunja kiti yako unaenda ukienda? Asanteni akina mama. So, sorry about that. So without much further ado, I want my panel to introduce themselves. And you will tell us your name, the organization you represent, and some of the work you do with women collectives. Somebody asked me, what are women collectives? So I'll start with Madam Jackie. If you can start for us the conversation, tafadhali. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Hannah. It's really lovely seeing you after a couple of years since COVID. Yeah, so thank you very much. Mabibi na mabwana, hamjamboni. All protocol observed. Thank you very much for this opportunity as a panelist. My name is Jackie Malomba. I'm the founder of AfriWomen Connect. We tell ourselves we connect women with all good things that grow them. We are partners with the Crown Trust, and we are very happy to be here and part of this conversation. What do? We work with women groups. That's what really keeps AfriWomen Connect busy. We work with women groups. We help them to put structures in place, make their groups work for them. We all know the history of chamas. I think a lot of us, when we are told to join a chama, we don't want to join because we've had a lot of negative vibe about chamas. So what AfriWomen does is to make chamas good and to be able to achieve the objective that they were meant to achieve. Chamas are powerful. Alone, you cannot go very far. You can go very fast, but together we can go very far. So that is why we really advocate for chamas, which are actually called organized groups. And we help them put structures in place. We help them know what opportunities are out there for them. In the morning, you've heard all the speakers talk about how government is supporting groups. A lot of our groups don't know about this. They don't know the importance of being registered, the importance of documenting what they do as a group, even having websites. They don't even know that they can actually, as a group, even apply for tenders. And the tenders don't have to be with government. They can have tenders. We have groups. We've helped them to apply for tenders in hotels, in small institutions here and there. So a group, once registered as an entity, it's a person. And it can be able to do so much for the group members. And we find working with groups way easier in terms of advancement compared to working with individuals. It's even safe because some of the things we do is support them with funding. So when you fund a group, you'll definitely get your money back. The money gets paid back as opposed to funding an individual, which is usually a bit complicated. So basically that's what we do. We do a lot of capacity building. We train the leaders, we train members, we train leaders to understand and know how to lead a group well or successfully, and we train members on how to be a good member of the group. Thank you very much, Hannah.
Thank you, Jackie. Can we hear from Mary, please?
Thank you very much. And good afternoon. My name is Mary Waboikanyi. I'm from the University of Nairobi, Women's Economic Empowerment Hub. What we are doing at the hub, we are working with the women, carrying out research on what works for promoting women's economic empowerment. And we have been working with the women collectives. These are the groups, whereby we are looking at the projects that groups are doing, and we look at their needs, and we do what we call incubation. Incubation means that we look at what is it that they need, like some of them needs to get the KEBS certificate. So we assess and we try to link them with the Department of Agriculture at the university, where they are capacitated on how to qualify or what they need to do so as to qualify, for example, to get KEBS. We are also working with the partners like Crown Trust to incubate women's businesses, both individual businesses, so as to be given the capacity in where they have gaps, for example, in bookkeeping, others it is on leadership, and the many issues that women need to do in their groups and also in their individual businesses, so as to qualify, because we know, like we have been talking about the funds that are accessible, but we know many of these groups don't have access even to those funds. So incubation means trying to help them to grow from the status where they are. And so this is what we are doing in terms of the women. And after we conduct the research, we see what women are doing to grow their businesses. In the morning, one of my colleagues here talks about the priority agenda. We came up with the priority agenda where we are trying to have women come together so that we are able to push for the women's economic empowerment in Kenya. And we hope that we are going to work together as Kenyan women so as to realize that goal of promoting women's economic empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Can we hear from you, Julia?
Thank you so much, our moderator, the women of Kenya, and the men who are present. Good afternoon. All protocol observed. My name is Julia Chege, and I'm coming from University of Nairobi, Women Economic Empowerment Hub, and representing an organization called Premier Peak Leadership Foundation. And what we do with the women, we help them to bring their goods together. Like, for example, I can give a good example with the women who farm arrowroot. And you know, arrowroot is a product that is feminine, that is regarded as a feminine product. And we help women be able to farm together. After they farm together, we collect their produce, that is the arrowroot, and we sell the products. And at the county level, I will speak of Murang'a County, where the industry is, the cottage industry that we have established, is the women do not have the capacity in terms of knowing where to go for a certain thing, like even the registration, the KIPI, the KEBS, and all those standardization. And there's a lot of standardization, and one of another challenge that women are going through is those standards, you pay a lot of money. You find, for example, when I'll talk about the arrowroot because that's the most successful one. If you go to KEBS and you start registering, like for example, you're registering the CRIPS, they'll tell you pay, like for example, that 1,000. That 1,000 is inclusive of like 3 products. So if women don't have the information, they'll register the arrowroot, that 1,000, another fra, that 1,000, biscuit, that 1,000. But if they knew, if they had the information, they would do that 1,000 at once for the 3 products in terms of standardization. We're also helping them in linkages, and Crown Trust, together with African Women Study Center, we have Hub, we've been collaborating a lot, and our women are getting a lot of information, and even being capacity built so that they can be able to participate in, like, for example, the budget process that was at the county. So they're able to go there and give out their agenda. And not only in Muranga, we also in Kakamega and Embu.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. I think from the conversation that you're hearing is that there's 4 key areas that women collectives or issues are addressing towards women participating in economic growth. And the first one is that groups come together, they are sharing risk, they are pooling resources. I think that's what I heard especially from Jackie. Again, there's a lot of learning and life skills, the issues around incubation, which are very pertinent to these collectives we're speaking about. Access to opportunities, access to markets, access to information. And so collectives play a key role in ensuring that women play a part in what we are saying in economic recovery in our country. But I think Madam Julia has alluded to my next question. But Jackie, I want to ask, especially knowing that you come from a background of banking and finance, what are some of the key challenges, and maybe just name for me 2 very key ones, that women collectives face in accessing finance? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Challenges faced by women collectives, also known as women groups. Lack of knowledge, that is one of the major challenges. We just hear about Women Enterprise Fund, but Women Enterprise Fund is not advertised, it's not out there. So Afri Women Connect goes out of its way to get the officers to come in and speak to the women groups and also just educate them and let them know about the WESO funds, all the affirmative funds, government funds that are available. You heard about them this morning. Women Enterprise Fund, WESO Fund, the Government Guarantee Fund that is available. So lack of knowledge, lack of information, they don't know. The other quick challenge I can think of right now, of course, among the group members, you'll find 1 or 2 members will default, and probably with a huge amount of money, which really brings the group backwards, because it affects the group revolving fund, which is what holds the group. The group members are there because of the group revolving fund. So you find then that really is a drawback, but we have a lot of mitigations against that, and it's working in the past few years, and we are continuing to improve the system and the structures to ensure this doesn't happen. And if it happens, there's something we can do about it just to make sure we recover as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
So maybe I just want to do a rejoiner. So when you say lack of knowledge, it means there is no knowledge at all. Is it that it's inadequate, or rather they are not using it to their full capacity? So if I knew WEF is there, do I know how to access it?
Yes, they know it is there. Yeah. At least it's not strange.
Yes.
But they don't know how to access it. Okay. And women don't really go out of their way. Yeah, the same thing we are told about how we are socialized. Either we are too busy, so we don't really go out of our way. So unless somebody makes a deliberate effort to bring that information to them, and even for Afri Women, we tell them it is a condition for you to be a member of Afri Women as a group, that you must actually utilize these funds and these facilities that are available to you. So that way then they know the goodness of having those funds.
Okay.
They adhere to that and they try to find out.
Okay.
Actually, I'm having an officer visiting a group this evening. That's why I'm in a rush.
Okay,
yes.
Good. And your group is a table banking group?
It is a table banking group.
All right.
Yeah. So this is the second sensitization session that they are having.
Yeah. Fantastic. Mary, I'm posing the same question to you.
Yes. Yeah, I just wanted to add a voice to my colleague here. In terms of the challenges that the women collectives or the women groups are facing, when it comes to accessing the funding, we know there are very many funds. We have Women Enterprise Fund, we have Ways of FAD, and we have the Youth FAD, and we have the Hustler FAD now. Maybe one of the challenges of accessing these funds is, one, for the group to access the funding, the group must be registered. And I think as we have been carrying out research as the we realize that there are groups which are already not registered. And they are the challenges of these groups getting registered. You know, some of the groups may not even want to be registered because, one, they don't see the benefit, or they see that there are challenges to being registered. Then the other challenge is that some of the groups don't keep records of what they do, their proceedings. So in terms of their money, what they have and all that. So if you don't have records, it becomes a bit difficult even when you are trying to apply for loans. And as my colleague said here, sometimes we have what I would call limited information. I remember a few weeks ago, we had a training by the WEF officers for some of our women members who are in our incubation program. And I remember some of them said they had never heard about the WEF. And they are not women from far. Actually, some of them were even from as near as Machakos. And I remember one of the women from that training went and pushed her group to apply for WEF. And the last time I communicated with her, they had completed the forms. So one, the issue of awareness. Do they have the awareness that those funds are there? Then do they know what they need to qualify for those funds? And then I think the other challenge to many women, as it was alluded here in the morning, is that we are going very much digital. So, and many of these groups, you find that they are not on digital. So if information, the application forms and all that are online, they are not going to access those funds or the forms to apply. So our women do need a lot of information. We need to do a lot of awareness creation to help even those who are not registered, so as to register. And so these are when we are talking about the affirmative action funds. But we also have the banks, what we call the mainstream institutions. Most women groups, I'm not sure how many would qualify to access funding from the mainstream financial institutions. Because when you go to, even they are not members of those institutions, they don't get information from those institutions. So, and then they don't have collateral, because even when those funds are with those mainstream institutions, they do require you to have the collateral. So you find the women don't have the collateral. They have not been keeping the records, so they cannot show how much it is that they are making. So our women still do have challenges, and the question is, how do we ensure that our women access those funds? Because it is access to those loans that are going to enable them to grow their businesses from one level to another, to invest and grow their businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Julia, did you have anything to add on the challenge? Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. Without repeating what my colleagues have already said, women face very many challenges, and some of them are financial, but we also have human challenges and climatic challenges. Because when women come together and they form chamas and they want to grow their chamas, we have the human challenge, whereby maybe when they are married or they are coming from their marital status, they are married, that is, their husbands don't want them to go for those chamas. And therefore, it's a challenge because they have to hide and sneak into those chamas. And therefore, even when they are given a lot of information, they don't get it because they are actually very challenged. The other challenge is the climate change. The women have been affected adversely, especially the women in agriculture, the women in dairy farming, women in water sector, because of the drought that we are experiencing, especially currently in Kenya. And therefore, these climate action, climate change issues that are coming up, they are affecting women at first hand, because it's the woman who gets to know the amount of water to be used in the house, maybe for cooking, for drinking, for washing, for irrigation, and all that. And therefore, like what we are doing with these women chamas, we are trying to help them, to link them with the organizations that can actually help them dig boreholes because the wells are dried, the rivers are dried, and therefore if they can be able to irrigate, for example, because hunger is real, and it's a real depression in women, and that is one of the challenges that women are suffering from. And as a result of that, they are trading themselves to be able to feed their children and themselves. And what do I mean by trading themselves? There is sex for food currently. It's a conflict among women, and that is what we are trying to address, and with the help of our partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Is WEF in the house? Wainue tu mkono. Mkono tu. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Collins. You've heard the feedback. And I think, I don't know what the statistics of uptake are for WEF, but I think the issue is that women are having a challenge to access some of those funds. It's not only WEF, it's many others, okay? So I was just giving an example because it was mentioned. But I think that I hear a lot of cultural barriers as challenges. Women that are married will not access some of these collective groups because of just where they are culturally. We're a patriarchal society still. Thank you. Men in the house? An amen? And I also hear that there's cost of compliance that women are not ready to face or don't have the ability to get access to. Earlier, the CS talked about digitizing. So what are we saying to the current government? And it poses my next question. So you've talked about the challenges. So what is the role of government and the private sector in addressing some of these challenges? And if you just, I can see this thing is timing me, I have 7 minutes. So if you just give me 2 key issues that government or the private sector role would be in addressing some of these issues. And I'll start with you, Julia, so that... Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Very fast, one of the things that the government needs to do is registration. They need to help women in registering the groups and make it even cheaper, because women need to grow. For them to be able to access the big monies and the big support, they don't need to remain as CBOs. They need to grow. They don't remain as self-help groups. They need to go to CBOs and foundations and NGOs and so forth. The other thing is the government needs to help women not to have the middlemen who are going to be speaking on their behalf. Like, for example, you'd find, without attacking WEF, and the chair is here, you don't take my neck, but we know from the previous experiences that women have applied for these funds, but it is not them who have applied. It is their men in the name of women. I hope you're getting me. So the WEF and women need to be helped to be able to have all the requirements, the tax compliance, everything, so that when they apply, it is the women. When you talk of AGBO, the AGBO needs to be sorted out, because many of the tenders that are being given to the 30%, the AGBO, it's not the AGBO, it is men AGBO, you know? So we need, and we know that we have that data and that information. It's a sad affair in our country that we need to fix, so that our women, especially at the grassroots level, they can be able to benefit from this, and many other things. Yeah.
The private sector, they're in the room. What can you say to them? Jackie, or whoever, yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm actually private sector. I serve in the Gender Sector Board at KEPSA, and I will fully represent them in that capacity. Private sector, we have done a lot in terms of AGPO, YAGPO training. That's why we have that sector board, and we've already paid a courtesy call to the CS. She's very much aware. just following up on that. Apart from, you know, the training and the bottlenecks on registration and all that, even the pending bills issue, yeah, our groups and women and youth are doing business with government and county government and not being paid. So you can imagine how that is. So that's the support we are looking for. Just to add on what Julia has said, previously BMOs were not being taxed. They were not subject to tax. Now it's an entity, and they have to file returns. That is scaring women when we tell them about that, and we have to educate them about tax. Registration, as we are sitting here in this room right now, no registration of BMOs is going on. The system is apparently being upgraded. I actually had to have tea.
I remember when we were starting our incubation program at the WeHub, we had a challenge because the institution we are partnering and we wanted to incubate said they do it online. How many women are online? And that is why actually Crown Trust came in there handy, because for them, they are going to do both the digital and online. So this means that we are increasing the gap between us, the women, us who are here at the top and the women who are there at the bottom. So when we are making any decisions, we have to involve the women and think about those women who are there at the bottom. Otherwise, we are going to, you know, we have the theme, leaving no one behind. But what we are doing, we are leaving so many Kenyans behind who are not online, who don't have access to the internet, because then they are not going to access the services that are supposedly being put in to promote their economic empowerment. And me, I like to look back when we worked on the Constitution as women. I can see a number who are pathfinders in the Constitution making. We moved together. How are we going to move together as women to promote our economic empowerment for all of us women? And I think that is what is going to enable us to unlock our economic potential as women. Otherwise, if we leave some down there and then we move up there, there is nowhere where we are going to go far. So to me, I would say we need to involve the women at all levels, from those who are at the bottom to the top level, and then we empower every woman. And that is when, even as a country, we are going to unlock that economic potential. Even when we talk, the government talks about the priority, it was spoken to here, the priority is repaying the debt. If we are not getting taxes, where is the money going to come to pay the debts? Where is the money going to come from for promoting development here in the country? It is by ensuring that we put money in the pockets of the women in this country. They have money to spend, and that is the only time that we can talk about the country developing, and for us collecting the enough taxes that we need, both to repay the loans that we owe and also to develop this country. So as women, let us move together. Let us not leave some women behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you very much. I hear from that, and I'm going to summarize it and saying that even as government, those that represent government, women are not a homogeneous group. And so when you're putting together policy, then you have to think about the different women at different levels. We seated here will access the digital platforms. The women at grassroots will not, or rather cannot right now. And how do we move them along? Pending bills. Where are those? What's happening with them? And even as we say that government needs to create an enabling environment, it's a discussion that we've had at WeHub for quite a few years now. And I think that we will not stop pushing, no? Yeah, we'll continue, because some of the women's money is held in those pending bills. Again, you heard earlier that almost 40% of budget towards gender was slashed. So how do we bring back the conversation of budget and policy towards gender-related interventions? For private sector, KEPSA is one of the bodies I know that is a lobby group towards this. The BMOs that are women-led would be useful to be part of a group like KEPSA. And also, I think I'm hearing a lot of, let's work together, coalition of the willing, that we move together to do this together as a group. So I'm 3 minutes overdue, Madam MC, but I beg your indulgence. I've been very good, okay? So 2 minutes, because I never introduced myself. My name is Hannah Wangombe. I'm the CEO of the Association of Women in Energy and Extractives in Kenya. Now, I work with women grassroots, who mine some of the gemstones you're wearing today and the gold. But I'm telling you, the situation is dire. And you know, we talk about women in general, but some of the difficulties women face Kong. 50,000 Kenya shillings will not assist her. So when we are putting together the issues around the women and putting a coalition, I am for network building, but can we be sector specific about some of the challenges that women face? Because I know there's challenges of women in agriculture, in manufacturing, but some of them are unique to the sector. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to wrap up this session and say that by giving women greater freedom and agency to earn, save, and invest, women's collective will lead to economic growth. Thank you very much. And thank you. Please clap for my panel.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Yes, please clap for that panel. They've done a fantastic job. And I'm glad that the next panel session is about financial inclusion and the cost of finance. We heard a lot about the Women Enterprise Fund. I'm glad to say that they will actually be on this panel. I'd like to call up the moderator, Ms. Dorcas Wambua. If you're here, please come up. Me, I'm in table banking, the one Jackie talked about. I'm even in her group, and she didn't even talk about us. Dorcas is the co-founder and CEO of AYACT Investments, an organization that helps women in low-income communities to form themselves into working groups, chamas, trains and empowers them to save and procure soft credit. Yes, please. I've been noticing the moderator is standing. Hannah, you are not suffering. Please, this first chair is for the moderator. Oh. And then the rest are for the panelists. Okay. So please don't suffer. Yes. Yeah, you can sit. Yes.
Hello, you can hear me? Bwana asifiwe. Yeah, I know I now get your attention. I'm Dorcas. They call me Teacher Dorcas because I'm a mwalimu. So you allow me to be your mwalimu today? Oh yeah. So I want to welcome the panelists, and they are my two good friends. So welcome Mr. Banda and Mr. Charity as well. Madam. Oh, gender, yes, please come. Wow. Chair Lady Women Enterprise Fund. Karibuni sana. So women, allow me to ask you a question. And it's all about mathematics. because now we want to talk about maths, right? Money. So, will you allow me to ask you some questions? 1 plus 1, 2 plus 2, 4 plus 4, 8 plus 8? No? Okay, I do it again. 1 plus 1. Good. 2 plus 2. Wonderful. 4 plus 4. Good. 8 plus H. Manzenyi ladies, you are able to pigieni makofi. Now, I'm sure you're ready now because we want to talk about financial inclusion, and it's all about money matters. And in reality, if you really don't understand about money, things will not work out for you. So I want my panelists to introduce themselves, tell us what they do, and then you start off. Charity.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hey. Wamama, good afternoon. Ile meza uko mwisho, good afternoon. Sawa. My name is Charity Nkirote Munyori. I'm the Business Growth and Development Manager, Equity Bank Westlands, huwa mnatuita kwa wingi branch manager. But in Equity Bank, we are Business Growth and Development Managers. I'm very happy to be here this afternoon. Thank you.
Mama, oh yeah. Mama, oh yeah. Good, thank you. My name is Moses Banda. I'm from the Office of the President, Financial Inclusion Advisor. Yeah, Financial Inclusive Advisor for the President. And our is to track and accelerate the President's transformative economic agenda for this country. Basically includes agriculture, health, MSME, digitization, and what we call creative economy.
Women make up approximately 50% of the human population within our society today, yet suffer gross inequalities. Investing in economic empowerment increases women's access to economic resources and opportunities, including jobs, financial services, property, skill development, and market information. Equality plays a major role in balancing the economic income for the citizen, especially the woman.
Issues of opportunity and indeed women's empowerment and its economic empowerment is a key driver towards national inclusive development, self-reliance, resilience, and needs to be prioritized.
The women, the African women's agenda must be part and parcel of the academic discourse in this country because academia drives development.
To increase women economic participation, the Women Economic Empowerment Hub,
Thank you very much. Financial inclusion is quite wide, and can just say in simple terms is how well versed are you when it comes to financial matters, and also how involved are you when it comes to financial matters, both at the personal level, corporate level, and we can say even at this government level. That would be my simple explanation to that.
Mr. Banda.
Yes. Hello? Hello? You can hear me? I want to say anytime you talk about financial inclusion, it means there's someone who has been missed out on something. That's why they are not what? Included, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's why they want to be included in whatever is going on. So basically, financial inclusion is access, first of all, of useful and affordable financial products and services that meet the needs of the people. So there is useful, affordable products, financial products and services that meet the needs. And because we are talking about inclusion, it means here today there's a big constituency that is not included somewhere. And that's why it's a topical issue for discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Jen.
Yes, I concur with my panel colleagues, and I just want to give an additional description of what financial inclusion is as per World Bank. That it means that individuals and businesses have access to useful and affordable financial products and services that meet their needs, transactions, payments, savings, credit, and insurance, and are delivered in a responsible and sustainable way. Thank you.
Thank you. Now that we understand what financial inclusion is, as women, we really want to know what are the challenges. I'm sure you have them, but from top leadership here, what are some of the challenges are the women facing to accessing these financial services? Charity.
Okay, thank you very much. There are quite a number, but I'll just mention two so that I can allow my colleagues to also mention some. But the major one I find with most of the clients is lack of information. This is one of the greatest. And the other one, we can say it's, other than the knowledge gap, we also have the lack of skills to run these particular businesses or to manage whatever funds that they have. Thank you.
Banda, you have any additional?
Yeah, I mean, the other major one is just lack of collateral. You know that in a lot of borrowing, you need to provide collateral, and women per se do not own property and assets, and therefore the requirement for collateral will really make a lot of women not access finance. The other will be the social norms that we just talked about, that women will not want to borrow money because they don't head their households. And when they do, then the men take the money. So it's an issue of independence. And finally, I would say financial literacy. I think Charity has alluded to that, because women need to know why they are borrowing. They need to know how to use that money. They need to know how to promote the entrepreneurship or enterprises. They need also to know where they can go to access even the money itself. So that lack of understanding financial space is also a big challenge to women.
Thank you. Do you have anything to add, Dr. Jen?
Yes, I'll give a statistical data that 55% of the women involved in entrepreneurship activities face challenges of sufficient funds for the expansion of their businesses, and 30% for their operations of their businesses.
So there's one thing that we are to talk about cost of finance. And maybe to have an understanding, Charity, what is this cost of finance in a layman's language?
Cost of finance is, I can say, any we can call it, is it expense? For you to access financial services. And I know most of us, when I talk of cost of finance, we talk of loans, not only loans. You also have the cost of finance in case of you even want that information, financial information. When it comes to investments, you still incur some costs here and there. And also when it comes to insurance, all this is part of this financial inclusion. So again, the financial services, there's a cost to it. And yeah, this is what you incur before you get the service. Thank you.
So Mr. Banda, I want to ask you this. In understanding what these costs are, we want to know how can we make them affordable for women? Like the interest rates are quite high in getting loans, the fees. So what can be done to make these loans affordable for women?
I think one of the things I'll say is the stakeholders, the financial stakeholders, first of all, they need to know how to tailor financial products and services that are biased to women. When I say this, I mean as opposed to underwriting these facilities using the conventional way. When I say underwriting, it's appraising the loans. They need to look for substitutes. Like, why can they apply what I'll call character-based assessment? Instead of appraising an enterprise for a lady, and you base it on the fallback, which is collateral and she doesn't have. Look at how you can be able to look at the character. Character we can place premium on character, because people don't pay loans because they have given you something. They pay loan because it's a service they need. They pay you because they want to continue benefiting from that service over and over again. It's like the tokens that we buy from Kenya Power. You know, no Kenya Power person comes to remind you to buy tokens and place it there. If you have money, you pay. If you don't, you stay in darkness. You choose. Nobody reminds you. How come we have loans that somebody has to remind you? They send you a text, next week, your loan falls due. Then they tell you, you have not paid. We have given you 7-day notice. I'm saying, if the product is tailored nicely for the women, it's not, and when I say nicely, it means it's affordable. We're using the word affordable. We are not saying women should be given, handouts or grants, or they should be, it should be compensated any other way. We're saying affordable. And that's where the stakeholders go wrong. Let's try and substitute what women have. And for me, character is key. Yeah. It's something that we can use. The other one is let's leverage on technology. We've talked about technology since morning. When I came, I followed up, and most of the stuff was about technology. If we leverage on technology, then we are going to cut down a lot of borrowing costs, you know. No many papers, no many women, I don't know, traveling how many kilometers, I don't know, going where. Mm-hmm. And then lastly, I would say, use of what I'll call other institutions that are women-friendly to intermediate on our behalf. What am I saying? We have, in the rural setup, we have groups of women that have mobilized funds and lent to women for years. In fact, most of us, our mothers educated us through borrowing from the group. You go back to school and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So I want to say that when the stakeholders want to intermediate money to women, let them intermediate through entities that are near women, that are friendly to women, but understand the importance of financial discipline. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Jen, what do you think in WEF? Some of the things that may be concerning the cost, what are you doing to make it affordable for these women to get?
We are actually re-engineering Women Enterprise Fund, and we have to consider issues to do with interest rate, and also issues to do with the turnaround time frame. Actually, as I try to understand the issue to do with financial cost, globally, I discover that it's not even about the cost that matters most, but the turnaround time. The fact that beneficiaries may apply for the loans, the funds, and because of long time process of application, they end up not being able actually to get their services or their intentions made. So with issues to do with cost, the time frame, digitization of the services, and also financial literacy. The more we have an uptake of the fund, the more we are able to empower the women and actually let them contribute in recovering the economy that we are in. I want to encourage us, and I'm impressed by the fact that we are re-engineering Women Enterprise Fund. We need to actually empower the women, do capacity building to a level that women can do their businesses with a lot of integrity. They can provide for their families with high self-esteem, with a lot of confidence to take risks. There is the aspect of risk-taking, which in most cases our people do not want to take or to do. So we need to encourage, to let the women know that yes, they can take risks and borrow funds and are able actually to make an impact, to make a difference in their families, in their communities, and even globally. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, thank you. We have really talked much about technology, and I really want to understand what role does this technology play in promoting financial inclusion for women? And Charity, I know you're so much into the online stuff, so maybe you can start it off for us.
Okay, thank you very much. And just to inform you that through, I can say, Equity Group Foundation, we are taking everyone, both ladies and gentlemen, as long as you're in business or you're interested in business, through financial education. Please note, if you're near any Equity Bank, we have over 190 branches countrywide. Please register. I'm in Westlands. I have a hall. I can take you through financial literacy, because to me, everything is within that space. If you want to understand everything about social media, how to market your products, we have a whole topic on that. About Instagram, how to do it on Facebook, on Twitter, how to push your products, how to advertise. Okay, that's just a lesson on its own. You only need your 4 weeks to come, either on a Wednesday or on a Friday. You just choose a day. And then you have mentors for 3 good months. And then about the technology, this is going to help you, and especially on matters concerning data. On matters concerning marketing, today you can't just wait for somebody to come window shopping. You have to do it on the social media platforms, because as you know, most of your target market today are the youth. The youth don't do those window shopping. They go to the social media space. So you must be there. You must be present. Please come in and just enroll. We're also going to take you through the budgeting bit of it, the planning, the marketing, everything to do with business. And I'm sure it's going to be a game changer, including bookkeeping, which is a challenge to most of the ladies. Thank you.
Mr. Banda, anything to talk about technology?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the biggest challenge that we must address as a country and as stakeholders who are developing what I'll call financial products is that we need to develop business models that can be set in technology platform. Because technology does not develop products. Technology, what it does is to automate your processes. And therefore, the challenge that we should be addressing as a country, and when I say as a country, as all stakeholders in the financial space, is to develop those business models that can be automated. And a good example is the Hustler Fund, what has just happened. I mean, you can see that within a very short time, in 2 months, people have been able to access about 19 billion shillings in 2 months because of the power of technology. It's 2 months, yes, But it tells us that we can do much more. All these other funds that are out there, and we have many funds that support the women constituency or portfolio. You can imagine if all those business models are placed and they're automated, you can imagine the turnaround, the cost, and the scale. Because somebody said in the morning, women constitute 50.3% of the population. If all these stakeholder financial entities have not even reached 10 million or so, you can imagine the power of what? Technology, because women constitute almost 24 million the population. So it can do a lot. And I think that's the way to go. And that's one of the areas that the government has promised it's going to do. We are going to embrace technology, not just in financial inclusion, but in all the sectors of the economy. Even tax collection. We cut down on a physical collection of taxes to seal the revenue leakages. Thank you.
Dr. Jane, I want to understand what is WEF doing, the services that you are offering that are tailor-made for the women? Products that you have that are tailor-made for the women?
We have products, financial products that are tailor-made for the women, and the women borrow funds as groups for their micro businesses. And I would say, with the details about the funding, how it's disseminated or mainstreamed into the grassroots, my APO staff member from WEF is here to back me up, knowing that I'm still new in the system. But even with that, I want to mirror what my colleagues have just said about the funding technology. With technology, I know I'm sidelining your question because I wish to give my APO staff to respond to that. But with technology, let's think of ourselves being women, real women. I know we are here, dressed up, comfortable, but let's go back to our businesses, in the grassroots, in our shops, in our stores, even in our offices. We are mothers, and several times we have pregnant mothers. Several times we have mothers struggling with their normal life issues. And we also have among our mothers or women, we have individuals with vulnerabilities. So with technology, we will be able to empower the women to be able to do their businesses even in their homes. You get this mama has delivered, she's in there just nursing the baby and is able to browse and check on how the business is moving, how the business is going on. We can work as women to a level that we don't have to go to South Africa, we don't have to go to Dubai. We can operate in our offices at home and are able to actually procure whatever we need. On the other side, with issues management of our products, we are able to manage, to be able to have accountability issues like our APO staff here has mentioned about automating. You are able to know that such and such an item is no longer in the shelf, other than just heaping it there, and you have these cartels and all others shoveling them out without you knowing that it's been taken out. So you're just taking care of a stall that is empty or a stall with boxes. But the moment you have accountability, you have technology, advanced technology, you are able to actually arrest such issues on time. So can I give my APO staff to respond to that part? Because I know as women, we need to know what is there in the field that is provided for our women. Kindly come over, Collins. So let's hear from him. Thank you.
question was on.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Collins Okoth. I'm the manager in charge of M&D and training of women. As a fund, for the many years, we took advantage of women collectives. And that is because our loans required no collateral or nothing. The women just needed to have an ID, organize themselves, register, and then come to borrow. This was to aid us with addressing the issue of risk, so that we are able to cost our products low. They are cheap. Actually, they have no interest for now. Our products have no interest. We only charge a small administration fee. So the main product that we have been giving out there is a group product, which over 70,000 women groups have accessed. That's the data we have. And they have borrowed 26 billion. We disburse 3.5 billion every year. It's not so much. There's more we can do, especially with the conversation around digitization, so that access is enabled. There's faster turnaround time. So we are looking forward, and the conversation to be able to make a welfare digital platform. We are optimistic that we are going to have more and more women come on board to borrow, because 70,000 sound big, but we have nearly 1 million women groups, or rather self-help groups that have been registered. Majority of them are women groups. But besides the group loan, which is our main product, we also have the LPO financing, which the CS mentioned here earlier. Any woman who gets an LPO or an LSO that they need capital to service, they come to us, and we process promptly to enable them supply their tenders. So that we do also. We also have a loan that we have been giving through SACCOs. The fund has been in the forefront also, mobilizing women to see if they can also form themselves into fairly more formal institutions, credit, savings and credit society, working with the ministry, the Department of Cooperatives, so that then we can channel such monies also high amounts, because the SACCO loan is up to 20 million. That is a limit. So if they form themselves into groups that are stronger than the self-help groups, they're able to access more. Wow. So that is the other loan that we have been giving to the women.
Awesome.
I think that answers.
Thank you.
All
Right.
Thank
you, Collins. Every woman should go for the WEF product. Yeah. So every chama, organize yourselves and let's go. I'll start myself. We start getting those money. Now, as I end this, maybe Mr. Banda, to start us off, in your position, what do you think are the best practices for just making sure this financial inclusion for women are penetrating to us?
I think we need to first appreciate that the women portfolio consistency is a big portfolio that we cannot afford to leave out of economic development. And by realizing that this is a big portfolio and constituency that we shouldn't leave out, then all the stakeholders must come and sit on the table with this big group, so that we can be able to develop home-based financial products and services. I'm talking about home-based, not things that are coming from all over the place that have been tried elsewhere. But we know that we have home-based solutions, and therefore let's take advantage of those home-based solutions so that we make them as practical as possible. The issue of financial literacy we cannot overemphasize. Like right now, the education reform in education sector in Kenya is going through reform. One of the things that we would like to see in the education reform is a curricula that talks about matters financial literacy to our young girls from primary school all the way, you know. All right, now people are talking about, I don't know, this and that, many other things, but no, we are not, the women, constituency, the portfolio, is not coming and said, and ourselves in government, we are saying, let's put in there as a curriculum so that people can be taught as early as possible on matters finance, on matters deposit mobilization, on matters risk, on matters investment. When we start doing that to our children right from school, then we'll not have these difficult issues of financial inclusion. Every time we're talking about financial inclusion, people will be included right from the word go, from the curricula to out there in the field. Thank you so much.
Now, Dr. Jen, thank you. I want maybe to hear your part in short concerning financial inclusion and the cost of finance. What's your part in short?
My parting shot is that as Women Enterprise Fund, we will mainstream the funds all the way from the national to the counties, all the way to the grassroots level, so that in the long run, we will have equitably distributed financial resources to our mothers, our women, and empower them. I want to appreciate the government for actually emphasizing on, with this bottom-up strategy, emphasizing on economic empowerment of women. And I feel that we have somewhere to hold on in terms of being heard, being empowered financially. So women, let's take risk. Tusilalie, let's take risk. My profession is counseling, and several times you hear women say, oh, mtoto ameniambia, pika tu mam, pika tu, kwa sababu hawana chakula, hawana unga. Yani pika tu means just put the water in the pot and cook.
Thank you.
We need to reach a day when we can say, past are the days that we can be told by our children, just cook it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Charity, your part in short.
Thank you. I'd want to encourage all the ladies here and also those who will be listening from wherever. There is a lot that financial institutions have for you, but you need to come and express yourself. For example, we've heard about the Women Fund, but I can say women are, okay, I can say we are wired differently. There are others who are good with those chamas, ndogo ndogo. In Equity Bank, we call it Pamoja Banking. Please come, let's do this together. You can buy plots. I've seen people doing plots. They've constructed, and they're today earning an income. There are others who are doing supplies as a group, and there are others, you've seen them, just doing farming as a group. So it depends with where you are. Please come in, let's have an engagement, and to each and every one of us, please visit us, register for financial education. I know with education, that's the key to everything. And I'm sure you'll do your business even better. And financial education in Equity Bank through MasterCard Foundation is free of charge, including mentorship. Karibuni sana. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For me, I want you to write the word empowerment. And katia hiyo empowerment, there is E. What is the spelling? E, M, P, O. Okay, so E, M, put a stroke there. Aya, ukimaliza hiyo power, alafu ment. So that thing is power. When you get money, you get power. The Bible says money answers all things. So when you are loaded, you answer everything. So thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Please clap for them. They have exceeded the time so much, but I know Dorcas was scared because there's somebody from Office of the President. That's why she was scared of chasing them away. Labda yanangoja appointment. Moses, kumbuke huyo Dorcas kwa sababu mimi ningekuwa nimewatoa. Anyway, we really want to finish. The next panel. Let me see if they are there. Meringesho from CAM. Are you here? Mary. Oh, Mary is here. Karibu. Okay, fine. The moderator is here, Muthoni Koinange from SP Advisory. Shiro, Fun Kids, are you here? Okay, so Shiro is not here. So it's just, yes, just the two of you. Yeah, so 10 minutes is enough. Yes. Karibuni.
Good afternoon. Habari? Good. So I know everyone, we've had lunch, and I'm hoping just give at least Mary and I at least 10, 15 minutes of your time, and then we can call today a wrap. Is that okay? So we'll be talking a little bit about manufacturing. My name is Modoni Kwenange. I am a sustainability and ESG consultant by profession. So let's start with Mary. Anybody, please remember, if you have any questions, not too hard, please to ask Mary. Yes, and remember also, Winnie is time barring us for a lot of things. So right now, I think I have 9 minutes and 16 seconds. Mary, please tell me something about you. Tell me more about what you do and about women in manufacturing.
Thank you. My name is Mary Ngecho, and I do many things in this country. I'm in the manufacturing sector. I own and manage 3 manufacturing entities. My first entity, and the oldest, is a printing press. We manufacture labels. Labels are those small write-up that you see in a roll that you would put in any container. After doing that for several years, I realized that every label I am manufacturing is getting into a container. And we started now then manufacturing the plastic containers so that we can be able to sell a complete packaging solution. So in our plastic containers, we do the water bottles like what you have. We are huge in the pharmaceutical industry, the cosmetic industry, dailies, agrochemicals, and the like. Then after that, I've been huge in the leadership sector, private sector. I realized that we are pushing what we are calling free Africa continental trade. And I realized it's easier for me to send a product to Nigeria than sending my plastic containers. Then I started another manufacturing entity, a company I call AromaCare, where we are manufacturing cosmetics. And the reason cosmetics is because we can make a number of products, and we are also manufacturing cleaning and disinfecting products for industries. So my chain of manufacturing group is called Line Plus Group. Apart from that, I sit in as the chair for SME at the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, and I also sit in as a chair for women in manufacturing, and it is in that capacity that I'm here at the Kenya Association of Manufacturers.
So, our questions are going to be very brief. As you know, Winnie is watching. So, I'd like to ask you, just jumping straight into it, what is the current state of manufacturing sector in Kenya? What state is it in? Are we in dead? Are we in the ICU? Where are we?
No, thank you. Statistics. In the Vision 2030, we need to have manufacturing contributing to the GDP of Kenya at the level of 15%. At the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, we were targeting 20%. What are we? Because I needed it to be very simplified, because when we think about manufacturing, it can be very complex. And I think the reason why women are running away from manufacturing is because of the complex definition and the thoughts that come around with manufacturing. I'm in manufacturing, and I've told you I am proudly owning 3 manufacturing entities, where I am employing today about 400 people. I've run that business for 18 years, and I did not come from a background of manufacturers. I did not even come from a background of entrepreneurs. I'm a girl from Nyeri, who went to school in Nyeri, who grew up in Nyeri, but today I'm an authority in the manufacturing space. My Google description gave me, manufacturing is making products by hands or by machinery with the intention to sell once you finish the product. Making products by hand or machineries. Where are women? We are making products by our hands. This is why we have the cottage industries. Everybody is making something at the backyard of their home, at the kitchens that we have. We have reserved some spaces where we are making products. Do we believe that that is manufacturing? I think that is a conversation as women we need to have. That I've literally Googled and they said, making products by hand is also manufacturing. So we need to believe that the small ways that we are contributing by making products and making sure that we have products in this country, every corner, that we are doing manufacturing. Then when you look at manufacturing, you look at what is this complexity of manufacturing. Manufacturing includes the inputs, the process, and the market. So we have inputs of raw material, we have the processes that we are making by hand, and we have the market that our governments are working so hard so that they can be able to open up in the market. What then do we need to do in those three simplified areas that I've talked about so that we can literally be able to contribute, not the 7.2, but the 20% that we are talking about. So when you look into the input, I would then be talking about the raw materials. Where are we sourcing our raw material? When we think of manufacturing any products, are we having accessible source of raw material, or are we not being able to manufacture because we cannot access the raw material? When I work with women at the women in manufacturing at the KAM, all the time they say we cannot be able to access raw material, the importation duties, they are heavy and all that. How do we break those barriers? So align yourself in whatever it is that you are manufacturing. And I know you're looking at the time, but we have all the time. Yes, please ignore. By the time I'm done, you'll not ask me any other question. When you're putting or you're choosing the product that you want to produce, make sure that you have consistency, supply of the raw material that you require. Make sure that then you start understanding how you can improve the process by starting using your hands and understanding what machineries that you can bring in that process to improve your process so that you can be able to access the market that our governments are putting together. What is the market? This is the consumer. When a consumer comes or gets into the shelf to buy a product, what do they look at? They have no idea that you made your products by hand. They have no idea even where your factory is. And I keep saying, my brand in the market is called Black Essential. I'm sitting here, I'm telling you I'm manufacturing cosmetics called Black Essential. You've never been to my factory. Some of you maybe have been into my factory, but you'll walk into the market and you can buy that Black Essential. What makes you buy that product? Then you have to understand how to be competitive in the market. One is price, but it's not all the time that people are buying price. You have to listen and understand what will be my customer buying. Because what my customers are buying is not necessarily what your customer is buying. So you have to understand, as a person who is manufacturing, what is your value proposition in whatever it is that you're selling. Then by the time you're selling your product, sell your value proposition beyond your product.
Wow, wow, wow. I hope those who have heard have felt very encouraged by what Mary has said and her testimony and her personal statement of where she's come from, where she is today, and where she hopes that those women who want to, go into the manufacturing space will actually have there is space for women. Don't fear from it, go for it. And like Mary, you will have 3 companies. Wow. Mary, what is your parting shot? I know I want to give it back to Winnie. Winnie, where are you? Okay. Just your parting shot, especially now this is for the woman, your encouragement. And I mean like in 1-2 lines, just your last encouragement.
Thank you. 1-2 lines, that's 2 minutes.
No!
So my parting shot is this. Women, we need to encourage one another. We need to be bold enough and not fear this complexity of manufacturing. We need to be on the table. I love the person who said that if you're not on the table, you're on the menu. We have to be intentional about embracing it. We have to break all the rules and all the barriers to do it so that we can be able to be recognized in what we are doing and do it passionately, but also do it with the standards that are required. Let us not fight battles that we cannot win. Policy battles are good, but they are policy makers. Let's be on the table so that we can have the conversation with the policy makers and not every time making noise that they made the policies that are not aligned to us. Yet we were not there. Let's come out. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. This panel, Women in Manufacturing, please clap for them. Meringeshu is what you call a power woman. The SME sector board at KEPSA was not there. That is how much she fought for it, Paka it was included as a sector board, because there was just big businesses and SMEs were not considered. That's how much, yes, she fought for it. So thank you very much. We've come to the end of today's session, and I just want you guys to stand. Please stand. Yes. Yes, even you, Lillian. Daisy. Because you're with people of office of the president. Great. Please clap for yourselves. Because you have stayed the cause until now. We are very, very good. I hope you have learned something. Has it been inspirational? Has it challenged you and made you think about certain things that you were not thinking about and things you're going to do now going forward? Great. So we are also happy that you stayed this long. Some announcements. First, if you are not able to use the QR code, there was a link down here. Please get into the link even when you get home. Please give us your feedback. We'd like to hear about it. Secondly, there is material at the back. Please collect, some books, there's some material there at the back. Please collect some as you leave. And then most importantly, tomorrow, can we be here at 8? Can we promise we'll be here at 8? Daisy is even saying 7:30. Please, because if we start early, we can end early. Sawa sawa. If we're talking about economic empowerment, the first thing is timekeeping. Sawa sawa, time management. You have to manage your time properly if you want to make money. Musiende hata hatujamaliza. I can see guys taking their books to go. The books are many, don't worry. They will even bring more tomorrow. So, as we finish, unless there's any other announcement, also the hashtag, just continue tweeting it. Let me call Daisy to come and end with a word of prayer, and then we go. I'll even bring the mic to you, Daisy. We are praying, and there's tea down there. So you can have your tea, mingle, socialize as we leave. Asante sana. Kwaheri na Mungu awabariki. Tuonane kesho Mungu akipenda.
Yes, sir. Also, just to remind you, there is the link for the nomination for the Trailblazers. Please make sure you do the nominations. It's on the screen and it's online. You can access it online. So there is that. And then also to remind you, for those of you who may not be joining us tomorrow, that the Cabinet Secretary and the PS have extended an invitation to everybody here to the International Women's Day celebrations. And the chief guest is going to be His Excellency the President. And so you are all invited, and they have said each one bring another 10 women. And the celebrations are going to be at the KICC. So please, you know the President is honoring women by being the chief guest, so make sure that you all attend. So thank you so much for your attendance today. Let us pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, Yahweh Elohim, we thank you for your faithfulness and for your goodness bringing us to this point as we close day one of the forum. We want to thank you because we are seeing that you have answered our prayers where we asked you to be with us and to give us good success. We ask you, Heavenly Father, that even as we depart from this place, that you will grant journey mercies to all of us. And when we come tomorrow, let it be impactful, more impactful than it was today. We thank you for our CS Aisha Jumwa and our PS who graced the occasion. And we also want to thank you because the PS is our chief guest tomorrow. As we close, we pray that this forum will have an impact moving forward, that the conclusions of this conference will be used to transform the situation of women in Kenya and enable them to contribute towards Kenya's economic recovery. We thank you for all those of us that are here. We ask that you will bless the tea and the refreshments that we will partake and be with us even as we give you thanks and praise. In Yeshua's name we pray with thanksgiving. Amen. Amen. Go in peace. Or not in pieces. Thank you so much. Yes.
Women Voice and Leadership started in 2019, February. That is when the grant was formally approved, and it has been able to contribute towards the enjoyment of women's rights and also progressively contributing to gender equality through working with the women rights organizations and women movements in Kenya.
It's very critical to us. I mean, what we want is to create this dispensation and this space where we will actualize women's rights and women's voice as we try to beat up support drums for our sisters.
How best can we be able to approach strategies for mitigation of violence against women, or be it teen pregnancies or elimination of retrogressive progress in an innovative way that speaks to the community that they seek to deliver services from.
We have been convening women to ensure that the women's movement is continuously giving pushback in regards to the implementation.
And the ultimate goal is to see enjoyment of these rights by women and girls, and also institutionalized improvement of women rights organizations and movements, strengthened capacities of women rights organizations, and also the networking and alliance building efforts that are able to sustain a healthy women's movement in Kenya.
After the WVL project, as QEPS, we've been able to achieve a lot. We have been able to prepare policies and manuals that guide us in our day-to-day activities. We were able even to start our own table banking project through the resource mobilization training, and members are actively giving towards the sustainability of the organization.
When you come to the coast, you'll see very many marginalized communities. Like we have many problems with the girl child. There's early pregnancies, early marriages. Then within the coastal regions, you also find there are quite a lot of defilement cases that at times go undocumented or are discussed within communities and left at that. And I've also felt the need to empower our community. When you involve women much on politics or leadership, there is a lot of parts that they can help, because whatever happens, a woman is a backbone of a society.
We realized how many gaps we have in the organizations, from the structures, the systems, how we run things, in our finance, just basic things. But this is something that we're all learning as we're going along. So of course there's some things that we had absolutely no idea.
We now feel that we have that capacity with the continued training from the WVL project. We feel that our organization is now strong. We have the policies. The board members are able to meet regularly. The staff members are able to meet regularly and come up with plans on how they are going to address issues that are affecting women and girls.
We've been able to also notably see a lot of vibrancy and also efforts towards a sustained women's rights movement that has been able to also provide platforms both at the local level, that is at a grassroots level, national level, and also regional level, to advance advocacy efforts and also networking and alliance building support.
We also provide a lot of legal support because part of eliminating and mitigating gender-based violence entails reporting matters of violation and abuse. And so in the process, we capacity build them on how to refer survivors of gender-based violence.
We are able to be facilitated to go and reach girls in rural areas, to women in rural areas, and empower them on sexual reproductive health, gender-based violence, especially sexual harassment. Yeah.
So we are happy that through the WVL project, we have knowledge products that can be used for harnessing evidence. So we get to leverage the voices of women and the contributions of women to the economy.
We got a meal officer, we got an HR officer and a finance officer with better way of documenting our progress.
We've also notably seen improved programming, and this is seen at scale-up opportunities and sustaining impact at scale. So we've seen organizations, especially women rights organizations at local level, being able to sustain their impact at scale, and also being able to scale up their programming and deepen their different programming areas with the interventions they're doing.
We have capacity to build the staff, the board members. The staff is now able to do what they know, what they need to do. You also need to look for partners who can make you move forward so that you are able to run the organization without financial strain.
Tena wameweza kutufanyia capacity building kwa staff, ambayo tumeweza kufundishwa maneno ya communication, maneno ya human rights, maneno ya resource, kwa sababu staff wameweza kupata capacity buildings mingi na ndio imetusaidia katika ofisi yetu.
The knowledge and skills they are gaining are not just for them, but it's also for them to be able to understand how to design, how to run the office, how to manage projects that would then lead to sustainable development.
So for us, it's really a very big impact to see that these women have moved from one stage to another until they are able to express themselves. They can even be able to speak on behalf of other women. they are able to speak on behalf of their children, especially in the area of advocacy.
We are looking upon women rights organizations and movements in Kenya to really push the safeguarding of the gains that have been made within the constitutional frameworks that are able to support women's leadership and voice and agency.
One of the areas we still would like to work on is to capacity build, continuous capacity building of WROs, to the extent at which now they will be able to apply for bigger grants, in terms of understanding the trends in the NGO world, understanding the different ways of managing resources and optimal use of resources, and how can they put this in their budgeting.
The women rights organizations have also increased in their financial management capacity by digitizing their financial systems, and we have seen a lot of growth in their financial management of the funds that we have sent to them.
One of the things that I've actually done with the WROs and our tenant is to attach them to our resource mobilizations manager so that their capacity built in raising their own funding.
Looking for donor funds, so most of the time they have to ask who funds you. So for us, our first project, we appreciate that the WVL project, we applied for funding, they did capacity assessment and due diligence, and we had a lot of strengthening, organizational strengthening systems. Whoever wants to come and fund MWAP is confident that their resources are going to be put into good use.
So we are calling upon our partners to be able to look at partnership opportunities that are able to bring them even further to work together and see how they're able to tap and leverage the already existing support from Women Voice and Leadership and beyond within the support to ensure that we continue progressively contributing to gender equality and the enjoyment of human rights by women and girls.
For me, it's also hearing women who had never had an opportunity to step in class, being able to be their problem solvers, being able to